Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote. It is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Here in Enugu, coming up today, equities open under mild profit-taking pressure after the all-share index SI pulled back below 240,000 basis points. Meanwhile, the Naira holds a steady line in the forex market, supported by robust foreign reserves above $52 billion. We bring you the numbers, the sectoral breakdown, and actionable market strategies. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where for the week ending Friday, August 21st, 2026, the Nigerian exchange opens the week under mid profit-taking pressure following a brief pullback during the final session of last week. The Nigerian all-share index closed out the week at 239,351.16 basis points, retreating 1.35 over the 5-day trading period. Overall equity market capitalization shed over 443 billion naira, settling at 154.53 trillion naira. Despite the weekly pullback, the year-to-date return remains exceptionally strong at a positive 53.81%. Market sentiment ended in negative territory, driven by 34 decliners against 23 gainers across active trading floors. And taking a look at the sectoral highlights and key movers, starting with the banking and oil and gas, which led corrective decline last week, with the banking index off 2.92% and oil and gas shedding 5.29% due to localized profit taking in high cap names. Industrial and consumer goods dipped 2.09%, while industrial goods shared flat at 10,378.88 points, absorbing selling pressure better than financial counters. RT Briscoe, which made a positive 9.63% adjustment, and Transnation Wide Express at 7.84% positive adjustment, headlined the gainers on Friday, while International Energy Insurance led the decliners. And now quickly to our market projection for today. Despite the retreat below the 240,000 point mark, market liquidity and underlying momentum remain intact. Technical indicators suggest that market is in the final phase of a short-term corrective cycle. Investors should watch for value hunting in beating down tier 1 banking and consumer goods counters, especially as institutional investors rebalance ahead of late Q3 corporate disclosures. Expect a cautious opening section today with potential floor supporting building near current index level. And that takes us to the foreign exchange market, where the naira enters today's trading section maintaining a firm, steady posture against the US dollars. At the official foreign exchange market, the local currency wrapped up last week on a positive note, gaining 11 naira 12 kobo week on week. The official clearing rate settled at 1,346 naira 49 kobo to the dollar as of Friday's close. And moving on to the para market, yes, in the alternative market, the naira maintained relative stability, holding steady at 1,405 naira to the dollar through the end of last week. This keeps the premium between the official and para market windows at a narrow 58 to 60 naira spread. Now, taking a look at the macro buffer and external reserve, underpinning this exchange rate stability is sustained build up in external reserves, which stood robust at 52.66 billion US dollars, heading into the weekend. And then quickly, these are market projections for today. Market liquidity remains elevated following improved forex inflows from foreign portfolio investors and steady intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Expect the naira to trade within its established 1,340 naira to 1,350 naira band at the official window today, with the para market likely reflecting balanced demand for foreign travel and import obligation. And now quickly moving on to the global energy market, which is opening the week on a soft note as crude benchmark experienced a mild pullback following elevated inventory data and shifting demand expectation. The international benchmark Brent crude is trading down approximately 1.0% to 1.3% this morning, hovering between $93.15 and $93.45 per barrel. US West Texas Intermediate followed suit, shedding around 1% to open the session near $86.14 per barrel. And quickly, here is our market, taking a look at the market drivers and the projection for today. The early morning decline reflects profit taking and inventory adjustment, while lingering Middle East geopolitical headlines continue to put a floor under prices higher than expected crude stock buys, and mixed global economic indicators are capping near-term upside. For today's session, traders are monitoring key technical support near $93 for Brent and $85.50 for WTI. For Nigeria, Brent maintaining trading levels comfortably above the $90 mark continues to offer solid structural support for national foreign exchange reserves and fiscal revenue projection. Turning now to the commodities floor, the domestic agricultural market opens the week with mixed sentiment as export grain prices reflect tightening off-season supply alongside steady international demand. Sesame seed lead in export performance. Yes, in the export grain corridor, sesame seed maintain a strong posture, holding steady at 2,300 naira per kilogram on local exchange. Sustained buying interest from Asian and Middle Eastern processing hubs continue to support prices, positioning sesame as Nigeria's most resilient commercial export grain. Soybeans and shogun, starting with soybeans. The soybeans contract, closed out last week with a mild fractional decline of 1.09%, settling near 677 naira 50 kobo per kilogram. High domestic industrial demand from feed millers is keeping a firm floor under prices despite the slight dip. And taking a look at shogun, meanwhile, it edged higher by 1.7%, clearing at 327 naira 10 kobo per kilogram due to local beverage sector off-taking. And quickly taking a look at maize and paddy rice, starting with maize, which continues to trade in a tight range, holding flat around 336 naira 99 kobo per kilogram, on exchange boards, with paddy rice hovering near 345 naira per kilogram. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. Market liquidity in primary grain hubs across Kano, Kaduna and Nasarawa is expected to remain constrained today. Exporters will likely focus on securing available sesame and soybean inventory ahead of early harvest cycles, while domestic processors contend with elevated logistic costs. And quickly, before we call it a day, here is our strategic market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. On equity, we urge you to, go into value accumulation in banking and consumer goods. You understand that with the All-Share Index ASI experiencing a brief pullback below 240,000 points, long-term investors should treat this market dip as a buying opportunity. Focus capital allocation on fundamental tier 1 banking and resilient consumer goods, showing strong dividend histories. And on foreign exchange, we urge you to capitalize on naira gains. You understand that given the local currency steady appreciation towards 1,346 naira at the official window, import-dependent businesses and institutional portfolio managers should look to execute necessary foreign currency obligation at current rate before short-term demand fluctuations return. And on fixed income, we urge you to lock in short-term yields. With robust national foreign reserves at $52.6 billion, offering macroeconomic stability, local investors should maintain allocation in high-yielding, short-dated treasury bills and commercial papers to optimize liquidity while managing inflation exposure. And on commodities and export grains, we urge you to position in sesame and soybeans. You understand that agro-allied investors should target off-season supply positioning in high-demand export commodities like sesame and soybeans to leverage, steady international purchasing interest. And that brings us to the end of today's market outlook. But here is a quick reminder before you trade. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market updates to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. It's a beautiful morning. It's a Monday morning. You're welcome to Aneke TV Sports, where we're bringing you the best of what's happening in the world of sports and what has been happening over the weekend. It's really been a dramatic weekend, I would say. You know, the Premier League coming back, you are having other sports taking shape in the athletic, and also we are seeing that the Formula 1 is back, while some of the guys are taking their place and they are making history. Like, we are having people making history and people also setting records like Manchester United and the rest of them. We are also having in the world of boxing games rolling in. These are more of the things we're going to bring your way this morning as we kick off the show. I am Good Hope Chuguma, the Sports Oracle, welcoming you on this edition of Aneke TV Sports.
All right, good morning, our viewers. It's still your humble host worldwide saying, hope you guys had a lovely weekend, and we are here again, just what we know how to do best to bring you all the updates as it went down during the weekend. Of course, like Mr. Goodop have said, there were so many activities talking about the world of sport. You saw the Premier League, you saw the La Liga, you saw the Serie A, of course the Bundesliga, which was in the form of the Super Cup. Then of course the French League also. You also saw the Netherlands, Grand Prix that was, in action just on Sunday, where we had to see, some drivers, do what they know how to do best. And of course, the athletics, they are not left out. And a lot in the world of sport, even in the world of boxing, where, Itauma and Tofimo had to go down. And the rest of them, we are here to give you just how it went down. But before we do that, Mr. Goodhope, how was your weekend?
How was your weekend too? My weekend was amazing. was a good weekend, I would say. Of course, some challenges here and there, some setbacks, could say, but thank God and graceful enough. It's all life and living. And I could say you look very, very good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Why are you? What inspired you this morning to be on this?
Sometimes I used to tell you that Junior is coming up.
There's no Junior here.
Junior will soon come. You say you will soon see Junior. They are coming. It's just a traditional outfit that might just imply that I'm moving towards one direction.
You really look good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In this your outfit, and I must say, everyone. Wisdom has changed, and we're in the time of our season. Now let's just move straight into the newspaper. I mean, talking about the Punch Sports Extra. It's actually a combination of what is going on in the world of sports, but it's more of a home-based, compilation of what is going on in the world of sports. More of if you take a look at it, it's much more of home-based. That's what's happening.
That's the updates.
And the headlines. Yes, the headlines that we have at the Punch Sports Extra. So let's just take a look at that, where we're having some of our own, shining and whining. And I'm telling you right now, it's something I must say that we need to just take a look at.
All right, you are starting from the top corner there, where you have Osimhen can solve Man United woes. This kind of a funny headline. Osimhen can solve Man United woes. Are you sure it's the right time to call in Osimhen? Is it that there is no striker in Manchester United? You have Sesko there, who was not started in the match that they played against Hull City. You still have Zegzi and the rest of them. So anyway, if Osimhen goes there, to be a beautiful addition. Then just by the side, you see, I wasn't sure I scored. Talking about Ajayi in the match against Manchester United, he was the opening scorer in that match. He said he wasn't sure if he scored until the ball, entered, because there was some mix-up in the goal. I can tell you, someone else thought he was the one that had the goal. That's talking about Mark Bonney, but of course the goal was given to Ajayi. Then just by the corner there, you have promoters at war over Joshua versus Fury Bat. We are still going to see a lot of updates concerning this fight. I just hope it end up coming up on November 20. Then you have Guardiola Gueye rescues Citizen against Cherish. That's talking about the Manchester City versus Bournemouth clash on Sunday. We had to see that Manchester City had to skate through 2-1 coming from behind. Then you also having Newcastle 2-2 against Liverpool. Red Savage points at St. James Park. Then on the front page there, you have Olise recounts Taribo's near fight with Okocha. That's talking about our legends there. He's talking that they nearly had a fight. Whether it is during a normal competitive match or a training section, we don't know, but he said he recounts Taribo near fight with Okocha. Then you have Johanna, fourth youngest Nigeria to make EPL debut. Talking about the Brighton and Hove star who just moved from Kano. He has made his debut in the Premier League, where Brighton had to trash Aston Villa 4-0. Then Arsenal reignites Bakola talks. Arsenal reignites Bakola talk.
You already see?
Yeah.
You already did it again.
Was there any talk before? Was there any previous talk?
Yeah.
Because I know the major people behind the Bakola was Liverpool. Now Arsenal coming in. Okay, of course, this week we are going to see, will I say, signs and wonders in the transfer world. We are going to see a lot this week, because of course it will soon come to an end. Then City agree record-breaking Buadi deal. Yes, the Moroccan has signed for Manchester City. Then down there you have Ogazi ends unforgettable 2026 season. Then Ajayi Natane fought at Celestia DL. Then of course you have in the cricket world, Nigeria under-19 girls I World Cup return. Then last on that Sport Extra, we are having Mourinho defend Vini against bullying. You can also see the score lines there on the right hand corner, where you have the EPL score lines, the La Liga, the Serie A, the Ligue 1 and the Eredivisie. But the last update here is Mourinho defends Vini against bullying. Is it not too early to start bullying a player? Talking about the fans who normally chant. Even your own fans sometimes can begin to bully you where you don't maybe perform at your best. They begin to, you saw that. In fact, the scenes with Atletico Madrid versus Villarreal against where the fans were also bullying, not just the away fans this time around, even the home fans, even the Atletico Madrid fans were, not giving Alvarez that pleasant welcome. Even when he was brought into the pitch, they were all booing him and so, and he even left the field at the end of the match angry. He was really angry and furious, just walked away from the pitch, into the resting room and all that. I don't think this is healthy. It's not healthy in football, where a player is trying to do his best to bring out, the best in football, and you are there. Just instead of to encourage him while he's playing, you are bullying him. Is it that you don't want him to play anymore? Someone like Vinicius Junior, at the level he is, people still have that, racism chance of, calling him names. We have seen that on several occasions, and I don't think. I just wish there could be sanitization, where some fans are meant to understand that we are here to enjoy football despite the color. It does not mean everybody should not be white to play football. Everybody should not be black to play football. That's why football is encompassing. It's a love language. It does not have one particular language that is supposed to be spoken by any individual. So coming into the stadium trying to bully a player should not be accepted in any way or in any form. Let them do what they know how to do best. Have the crowd encourage them, and even when they don't perform to the their optimal best that we are expecting, it's only a bad day. Another day they can turn out to be the person you wanted them to be. So for me, I don't think I encourage any form of bullying or racism or whatever in football.
Yeah, we don't encourage that, and I don't really encourage that too, because when you look at football, you see that it's not just about the sports, it's about humanity, it's a religion. Yeah. Like we always say, football is a religion. People coming together from different, tribes, tongues, nations, they come together to play, they come together to understand how this system works. At the end of the day, people get to bully them. Anyway, could we say maybe it's lack of performance or the right performance? But for fans who actually have some sense in them, I would say that bullying is not the right thing to do to anyone, especially when you are bullying them concerning their skin. That's so wrong, and we don't support racism here. We don't really support racism here. So, you know, football, it's not just football. That doesn't just happen only in football. That happens across other world sports. So we are condemning that, but we are looking and forward to what will happen after the reports have been set. So let's see what the litigations and also the commendations would be. I'm sure that the FA and the team would call that player to would call the fans to order so that they can know that this is wrong and it shouldn't be. Now let's move on to some of the other sports. We're talking about Formula One. What happened in the world of Formula One? You know, yesterday it was a memorable one for Lando Norris to still win another win. Yes, another win. It was not just it was not just a victory, it was a milestone that he had hit in the neck of time. Lando Norris, who's the current world champion in the world of Formula One, has seconded his record by winning a back-to-back race. Win a back-to-back race, Formula One race, Grand Prix in just 3 months, in just the space of 3 months. We're seeing this young man back. We're seeing how back he is, and he is ready for the next stage of his life. Yeah,
Norris, finishing that race first. Of course, Antonelli also, came out second, and of course, George Russell came out third. So this is how it was lined up in the pole positions you talk about. Norris, Antonelli, and Russell. Of course, there are other names. These are just the first, second, and third. You have the fourth there, Lewis Hamilton. Fifth was Charles Leclerc. Of both of them are from Ferrari. They drive for Ferrari. And of course, Oscar Piastri had to finish sixth. Then Liam Lawson has to finish seventh for Red Bull. Then of course, Nico Hülkenberg had to finish eighth for Audi. Then ninth was Fernando Alonso, Aston Martin, and of course 10th was Pierre Gasly for Alpine. And of course, Verstappen's name is not here because he had to crash out of the race. He had earlier crashed out from the race, so he did not finish the race. He did not have a wonderful experience for this Netherlands Grand Prix. And of course, we are here to say congratulations to Norris, who is a back-to-back winner of the Formula One. Now, moving forward, Mr. Goodhope, in the world of athletics, we are seeing a lot of news are coming out where we are having Wando Dolphins, cleared the 6.20 meters. The guy won the men's pole vault at the Celeste Diamond League. 6.2 meter. That sport, that's one sport that I don't think I want to venture into in this my life, where you have to use a pole to jump over another pole that is highly placed somewhere. And sometimes I used to wonder, what if I know that rarely occurs, but what if as you are lifting, as you are trying to jump over the other pole, and the one you are holding, the stick you are holding now breaks? What will now happen to you mid-air if you now crash land somewhere? And sometimes I look at this particular jump as very, very risky, and I would not even like to partake at all, even though you give me that this pole does not, if I give me that 100% assurance that it does not break. But that fear in me, and being in Nigeria, I would not want to trust it that this pole that you are giving to me might likely break, and I'm above one kind of mid-air level, and you're expecting me to now fall from that place to the floor.
The thing is that when you look at these sports, that pole you can't break midway. It's not even made of elastic.
Okay.
It's not even made of anything around stick. It's just a framing that cannot cut in between. Like, I've never seen any sporting event that the pole had to break. It has always been a stretch and a where people you run with it, you put it on the ground, then it has to take you up. So it has the ability to lift you while you are lifting it. That's what I could say. So that's that kind of sport, and this guy has really made history with this. And it's not just something about him, it's also about his preparedness. Because while we're talking about this whole thing, we're talking about preparedness. How prepared is how prepared is he? How prepared is he to take this game to the next level? So we're seeing him getting into this win and into this run of victory. I would say really it's amazing. And while we're talking about that, let's just take a look at the Tigress. A lot of issues coming out from the Tigress. You could say that there have been some, I wouldn't say misunderstanding, but just that they were not able to make it to the next round of their game. And Wisdom, looking at the Tigress, are we seeing that lack also a problem in the FA, in the basketball association? Are we seeing a problem in Nigeria's basketball association?
No,
what they have
not
gone
really.
through?
I'm not seeing any problem. It's sports. There are some days you win, there are some days you lose.
Please reserve this statement.
No, there are some days you win. You can't say they'll be performing badly.
No, reserve this statement for almost the end of the show.
Yeah, you asked me a question. Now that they lost, this is likely the first. It's been a while that we even say that the Tigress lost. They have always been winning. So coming down to lose, their match, it's not something you now so criticize them for. They lost 90-55. I know it was a big defeat, but the Tigress has been doing so well, and that's why I say there are some days you win. You can't win all.
But 90-55 is
quite a gap.
It's quite a gap.
It's just like losing 5 goals to nothing. But at the end of the day, you lost. That's just it. But basically, you have seen these people perform. They have been doing their best. They have been getting the victories. They have been getting the results. So I don't see any problem, with the governing body. They have been doing well. Unlike where we have the problem, we know the sport that we have the major problem. This is not, what we are having in the Nigeria basketball.
Since it's a warm-up game against Belgium, they have really shown that class. Okay, they could score some points, of course, but they can't carry those points into their hearts because they were not able to make it up. So we're going to see what happens when they face Puerto Rico and Mali in preparations for the World Cup. We're going to see what really happens there. And you could see how prepared they are, how they are putting themselves together just to make sure that they bring the best out of this. And let's just go over to the sprinting, where we have the world lead. Alison Dos Santos stormed to a world lead of 46.3 seconds to win the men's 400 meters at the Celestia Diamond League. It was pushed all the way by Kirsten Wauholm, who ran 46.52 seconds to finish second, while Mateus Lima, the Brazilian, ran a point breaking of 47.26 seconds for third place. Now, when you hear seconds, 47 points, that's milliseconds.
Yeah, so that it's not even up to.
Yeah, it's not even up to a second.
They are running these things so fast. Within not less than a minute, 46 before you clock 60 seconds, which makes up 1 minute. They're already done with what the race they are running, either 100 meters, but this is 400 meters. So imagine somebody having to run that fast within a minute for a 400-meter run. Yes, these people are really very fast, and I just wish you can run that fast, because there's an event coming up that I have registered you for. So I wish you can run this fast. I hope you are training. I earlier told you that there's an event coming up apart from the boxing fights that we are having, but just be getting prepared, because I hope you finish within. Okay, let's not say within 1 minute, but I hope you finish not more than 2 minutes before people will have been done with the race, and you will still be coming back to say, okay, you are just finishing the race.
Well, I will take that as a sub. Now let's go over to Nigeria's Kayinsola Ajayi, because you don't even know if I could run, really. Let's talk about Ajayi first. Ajayi finished 4th in the men's 100 meters at the Celestia Diamond League, crossing the line in a time of 9.94 seconds. Oblige Seville broke the meeting record to take the crown in 9.83 seconds over Kenny Bednarek, 7.87 seconds, and Christian Coleman, 9.93 seconds. Other African representatives, talking about Gift Leo Taylor, 9.95, Akani Simbine, 9.96 seconds, and Emmanuel Eseme, 9.99 seconds, placed 5th, 7th, and 9th respectively. So I mean, this is what we are seeing from Ajayi, Nigeria's Kanyisola Ajayi, and he really had to take it to the next level, trying his best to finish fourth. But we are going to see what happens to him if there would be some other things that he could be able to do, and that's just what I'm looking at. Because you saw some other African players, so African athletes, you know, coming behind in the same 9 seconds, and I'm sure you're going to be behind all of them. But let's not talk about that today. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're bringing you more updates. We're going to go right there into the world of football, bringing you the latest, you know, fixtures that we have this evening. And not just that, we're going to be bringing in the results, the analysis, how the games, how it had to go down, and other events that surrounding it. Of course, this is Aneke TV Sports. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at some of the stories in the Punch Sports Extra, where we'll be taking some analysis. Now let's go over to Samuel Chukwueze's issue. It's not really an issue. It was a good game that he had yesterday under his new boss, Ruben Amorim, where he has been named the man of the match for Milan against Torino after registering an assist and creating the most chances for. That's a statement start to the new season. You know, Samuel Chukwueze, when he faced Manchester United, had to make 2 assists, and just last match he created the most chances, and also he had to become the man of the match last night, and then he registered an assist. Talking about Samuel Chukwueze, what we are seeing in Samuel Chukwueze now is not just something ordinary. We're seeing a reignited, amazing player, just someone who is going for the big guns. I don't know if Samuel Chukwueze, if that particular penalty that he missed in the AFCON, if he's still paining some sport lovers.
He should have gotten over that.
Yeah, people should have gotten over that.
Yes, it's been a long time that he missed that, and if you're still looking at him with that eye of missed that penalty.
And don't forget that he lost his mom in 2026, and then he lost his mom. So I'm sure that these things keeps him going.
Yeah, of course.
It has driven him to really see what it is.
I think we have talked about Samuel Chukwueze in some days that we have stated basically, will I say, the other side of his game that we are not too impressed with. That's talking about the assist. This guy is a great footballer, he's a great winger, he knows how to cut in, he knows how to do the dribble, but that finishing pass, sometimes we say he tends to be selfish, trying to go for the goal. And now you are seeing that he is trying to create, more of assists. Yeah, sometimes you don't get the main glory, but your name is recorded as the assist or as the person that created the assist for the goal. There is a goal scorer and there is an assist creator. So at a time when you are not able to get the goal, or when you are not in a better position to give the goal, you give the assist, and
that's
of course,
why Olise.
You just get
is the best in the world.
You get the accolade that you deserve at the end of the day, and you help your team. This time around, they had to win the match 2-1. If not for the assist that he had created, probably the match will have ended maybe 1-1. That's a draw. So you see that it's important if you are not getting the goals. If you can't get the goals, you are not in a better position to get the goal. Get the assist, and you see that, yes, your name will be recorded and you'll be creating a different. And of course, he was the man of the match for someone that just played, his first match for AC Milan. And I say kudos to him. I hope he continues with this part.
Yes, in the league, his first game for AC Milan in the league in 2026. 2027 league. Of course, AC Milan too are looking terrific now.
Don't forget that this was the Ruben Amorim side that we had to there was nothing I would not say about AC Milan and Ruben Amorim talking about the preseason, where he was, losing so many. He lost about 2 of them.
Okay.
He drew Celtic, and of course the final one was against Manchester United.
No. What happened to Ruben Amorim in that game, I will tell you for a fact, is that when you are looking for players that can play your system, Ruben Amorim, the players that he is using now currently are not the players that he inherited at AC Milan. Most of them are not the players he inherited. So there are some changes that happened. And someone was asking, why was it difficult for Manchester United to adopt to his kind of pattern? And I'm going to answer that question not because of a fan, but also because of a football lover. When you go to that, his pattern can work anywhere. However, Ruben Amorim needed to understand that that's English Premier League.
Yeah,
it's not the same with every other league in the world. It's a different league, and AC Milan can adopt very quickly because they are not even playing some of the major, they are not in the Champions League. And you could see them just playing few of the champions. So they are trying to rebuild. They are trying to come back to to a place where they want to show the class and quality. For me, I would tell you the truth. Ruben Amorim is really making a lot of waves now. But we're not going to, just like Michael Carrick already said, that we're going to use one match to judge or to draw. Rather, we're going to see other games. Because at the end of the day, every team in the league is going to lose.
Yeah, of course you have it.
So it's better from what he's what he was saying, it's better you lose early and fix your problem.
That's not it's not a good, in fact, it's not a good statement to say it's better you lose early. Don't forget this is a point system, where you start accumulating points at the end of the day. After 38 matches, it's your points that will matter. So if you start losing now and you feel you will be winning later, you're not the only one playing the football.
Of course. Now, let me tell you something. Let's just go right into what happened in that Manchester United game, because I have really seen the game. I've had to see the game, see the highlights, and I have to mark some points. First of all, there are players that should start. If they are not fit, let them leave the team. Shesko should start. There's no striker. Kunha is not a striker. Kunha is a winger. Kunha plays in the left wing, and you have Mbeumo playing right wing. Ahmad was not fit. Ahmad was not available. So you could see someone else could replace them on the 9th position, like played number 9, and you could start the game with a complete team. That's what is needed. Taking Dogu to 7 would not make any sense, because playing Dogu
is not a number 7.
It's not a number 7.
They are just trying to convert him to 7.
Of course, that should be done in the Carabao Cups.
In the friendlies, not in the Carabao Cup is a cup that you have to win.
And friendlies are over.
Friendlies are over. This is not the time you should be doing the experimentation that you are doing.
Yes, he should have done it since. And someone is saying, is it like the discipline Ruben Amorim brought to the team is wearing off?
No, the discipline is not wearing
off. Someone was saying, what if Ruben Amorim was given quite some time?
What other time are you talking about?
He
was given enough time. We know Amorim spent a lot of time. In fact, it was overdue, because you are not bringing results.
And he was at the 15th. Was it 15th position? It was
about, I think, 15 or 14.
About 14 position.
Manchester United, we are far behind. You they should give him.
They were far behind. So he was saying, "Oh, he's building something. He's building something."
Maybe he was building something in the championship. Maybe he has an agenda to build something that we are not aware of.
It would have been Manchester United that would go down, not West Ham.
Currently, if maybe he stayed till the ending of the season, maybe just Manchester United will finish 18th. But he was building something. So we never knew what he was building.
That was actually it. So now the question is, what happened to Tottenham?
Well, just before there's a lot. The Premier League is no more what you just say because you are Manchester United.
Or
you are expected to win because you are Chelsea.
Or you are Manchester City.
Because you are Manchester City, you are expected to win. These are names. These are big names. The players that we are there then when these names were created or were made are not the same players there. So football has evolved to a stage where you don't just use because you are a big team, you are certainly going to win. That's what we should just understand. And the bookmakers take good advantage of this. When you see them putting those there, or you see, oh, Manchester United versus Hull City, definitely Manchester United is good, and everybody will say, okay, yes. You have forgotten that this is not the Manchester United of the 2005 or the 2000, where you have the names, where you have the players, where you have the coach. Now this is a different Manchester United. So if you are still banking on their name, Manchester United, you feel, yes, yeah, that's well. You are not having Rooney there, you are not having Tevez there. This is not Ronaldo there. This is not Paul Scholes there. This is not Michael Carrick that's even the coach there. The Rio Ferdinand is not there. The Vidic is not there. This is not Sir Alex Ferguson era. So you don't expect because you are Manchester United, you are supposed to get the win. Look at how they played against Hull City. Starting lineup, who did you feature? You had to put Cunha in the number 9 position, who is not a striker. You have Sesko that plays as a number 9 on the bench. Of course, Zex is another person that plays as a first 9 that you did not feature. Then you brought in Dogu to start in the position 7, where you had people that could start there and leave Dogu to play where Luke Shaw plays, where that is his own natural position. Of course, he knows how to confront and perform some wonders. Sometimes it does not mean you just convert him to a number 7. Then, of course, Rashford is back. Kuya should go back to his position. If Rashford is starting from the bench, we know he's starting from the bench. Then you see that this thing is not working for him. For me, it's better you make those changes early. Just make it early. Don't wait for, okay, let's wait if wonder is going to happen in the 70-something minutes or 80-something minutes that we are going to see. Individual brilliance, who is going to bring that individual brilliance in Manchester United, where even Kobe Mino is on the bench? Santos had to start ahead of him. Tillemans is okay. Fernandes in his normal position. But my problem was the Dogu that was playing on the left wing, and of course Cunha in the front. These are not stages. This is not the preseason where you do experiments and try to see, okay, if it's going to work for you. If it does not work out, fine. Now moving forward, I know he has learned his lesson. 3 points has been lost. It's not even that you got 1 point. Your other colleagues, your mates are already going forward. Look at Manchester City. But so even though Manchester City also made, let's say, some mistakes in that lineup, which later at the end of the day turned out, after some changes, they had to get it right. Where you saw O'Reilly being a midfielder, then Cheki, that is supposed to be a creative midfielder, was at the bench. Foden, then O'Reilly, is he supposed to be giving the passes or what? So sometimes these coaches just try to take advantage, and sometimes you do these things and it does not favor you. You are lucky. I can say Manchester City were lucky to come back. Of course, you saw the goal scorer. It was the defenders that were not getting the goal. Gueye had to put the nod into the net from the cross, that's from the corner kick. And of course, Guardiola also now automatically turned to a striker who was in the box 18 to receive.
Even on Saturday, Maguire became a striker.
Maguire was not even going forward. So you see that these people,
everybody's trying to. And the thing is that Manchester United started looking for goals late because they were thinking they were let's just play.
And they considered the first one. They said, okay, yes, we are still going to come back. It was not. So before 2-0,
that's why if you notice Hull City, that the second half, it was a high line.
Hull City played with 5 defense. 5 defense. So when they are ready 2 goals up, that 5 defense was no more 5. It was about 7. So it was about 7 that you are seeing at that back. So now you need in fact 2-0. Well, let's say, okay, 0-0 you could not penetrate. 1-0 you could not penetrate. 2-0. Then when they are not done with their 2-0, they now added more. Who is now? You need someone creative to play to break that kind of defense.
And their goalkeeper had now to shine.
Was very excellent.
No, excellent. He had to shine.
That save he made for Mbeumo, there was a save that he made that Mbeumo had to use his right leg to play. So at the end of the day, he did well. So it was difficult. Now this team, they are playing with extra defense. How are you not supposed to break it when you could not even break it when they were just on 4? They now had to increase to 5, then later switch to 7. That's telling you they have put padlock, throw away the key in maybe River Niger, River Benin. Anyhow you want to play. So sometimes just feed your best players first and see if they can get you maybe 1 or 2 goals up. Then you cannot bring them out in the second half and do the experiment you want to do. If you now want to use Dogu as the number 9, that's up to you. If you now want to put him in the post, you should be the keeper. It's up to you.
Also, let's not forget that Carlos Baleba is a Manchester United player now. He has passed his medical even though he is injured, and it's a record fee of 65 million euros plus 5 million euros add-ons that will be coming to him. He has signed till 2031 with an extension of another year. And this is coming to Manchester United as a good news, even though, and as also a boost in the midfield, even though he's injured and he's going to play in October. So I don't know if that's going to help to mitigate the issue that is currently facing Manchester United currently facing.
Well, like you said, it's not even going to feature now. You're having him to start October. This is August. There's still a match coming up later this weekend. It's still August. We have not even gotten to September, where you are going to play about 4 matches again in September. So him coming in will be maybe middle of October. That's about 7 matches have already gone, and you know what it means where you're already playing 7 matches and you're not getting a good result. So it's still going to take a long time before Baleba start to feature. So what they have to do is just work on who they have. They have to use what they have to play any match they are going to play. If you are starting, Kobe Mino is there, he's fit. Let him come back into the team and start. Kobe Mino and Tillemans can also start. Fernandes will be in his normal position. Then Santos can always come and replace, if any of them is tired. So for me, do the right lineup and you will get the result. If you are trying to do experimentations at this level of football where the league has already started, don't forget Arsenal played their football match on Friday against Coventry. You saw how dominating. You can tell that, okay, this is the Premier League champion. They have to prove, they had to make a statement where Coventry could not even get a goal. They were dominant both in attack, both in the midfield, both in the defense. They did not give that space or that chance for you to start thinking of getting a goal. The Coventry could not even create, will I say, not more than, because the match I had the opportunity to see the second half, not more than one clear chance, that's to get a goal. That's what they had. That was from another that was very weak. So they were very defensive. At the end of the day, when they had the chance to score, they put in the goals there. It was 3-0 at the end of the day. But you could see the level at which Arsenal is operating. That's why I say this Premier League, apart from Arsenal, the rest will have a lot to do. Look at Liverpool yesterday against Newcastle. Within the first 7 minutes, they were already a goal down. Had to fight back to get an equalizer. Just immediately they got the equalizer again, they were another goal down. That's giving the Newcastle 2-1 lead. Then it was at the end that the penalty had to come. If not, that the match was, in fact, it had to be extended because the extra time that was given has already elapsed. That match, 9 minutes or less extra time, had to get to about 10 minutes extra time, which was not even what was given. It was about 5 or 6 minutes that was given, but they had to play till 10 minutes. So some fans will now say, oh, they had to play till Liverpool gets a goal. If Liverpool does not score, that means that second half will not end. But at the end of the day, you saw that this team are struggling. Manchester City had to come from behind, struggle to beat Bournemouth. Liverpool had to struggle to even get a draw. Manchester United, of course, lost 2-2 to Hull City. Then Tottenham, we are nowhere to be found. Brentford in the first half had to do the damages, going 3 goals up in the first half, and of course in the second half, if not that they lost a penalty to even before. This is the team that we will say they had to spend much in the transfer window just this season. They have been in the transfer market buying. Just today now they're already talking about Mamouche. Mamouche is a Tottenham player already as of today. So we have seen
Ayub was also in Manchester City.
Ayub now is a Manchester City player.
Carlos Baleba is a lot of transfers are still.
A lot of transfers, but you are seeing that despite these transfers, what are these people doing? Despite the transfers, what has Tottenham done? We are saying it's just the first match. It's just the first match. That's how it's counting. 38 minus 1 now is 37. One has gone. 3 points has gone. Then later, when you start struggling to get the points later, you will not know it's because of how you started the league. You did not start early. Even Ipswich that came in had to get a victory over Sunderland. These people are coming from the championship. Coventry, of course, lost to Arsenal. So out of the 3 people that came, Hull City won their match against Manchester United. Ipswich won against Sunderland. So it was only Coventry that was not able to get any points. So you see that even people coming from the championship are already aware of the importance of getting the points early. So that it's not be at the dying minute you now start to fight, to escape relegation or start fighting to get a Champions League spot or get your Europa spot or get even the Premier League. Now, that brings me back to Arsenal, which I always want to use as emphasis that these people they are compacted. You can see the squad depth. When they brought out Odegaard, they had the replacement. Saka, Madueke, you have the replacement. You have the striker. Guy Corres was not even started. It was Harvard that started. Solis has been used, to play that Martinelli's wing where Trossard also left. If you come to the midfield, you can name about 5 of them in the midfield. Steady. The defense that they had injury, they have even brought in Konsa.
They're now going for their brought in Konsa.
Look at how the team is balanced.
They are bringing in very soon. They will bring in Bakola.
Very soon. Because Liverpool are looking like they are not.
They're bringing Bakola. You see,
interested.
what are they doing? Leandro Trossard, who gave them some good memories last season, have been sold. Some other players out. So they're just reinforcing
immediately, and
that's the charm. That's why I like Arsenal.
It's the mentality that they have. It's no longer the days where we say Arsenal are just there to to remain in the league, either finish second. As long as they go to Champions League, people always say Champions League sport is their own trophy. Now they are no more. If you look at the Champions League now, if you should call teams in the Premier League who are likely going to win the Champions League, who are you going to call? Apart from Arsenal, is there anybody now that you will say, okay, this person is likely to win the Champions League?
Well,
with the way Barcelona trashed people yesterday, is somebody going to beat them with the way Real Madrid are going? Look at the squad in Real Madrid. Despite even Paris Saint-Germain getting a 2-2 draw yesterday, but if you look at their game, you can see what they play. Look at Bayern Munich. So which Premier League team will you call? Because it's the most, will I say, the superior league out of every other league. The most entertaining league, the most sophisticated league is the Premier League. So we expect them to be at that level. So who are you going to call now, apart from Arsenal, that's probably going to win the Champions League?
Well, we're going to see who we're going to call. And before we go on a short break, let's just take a look at what is going on in the transfer. Now, I'm talking about Ayub coming to Manchester City, and we're also having Chelsea playing this evening against Fulham at the Craven Cottage. That's going to be something extraordinary, because someone said the banter would not be complete until Chelsea is done playing.
I know football fans now waiting for this Monday night football, because Manchester United lost, Liverpool they had to secure draw, Tottenham lost, Manchester City had to come from behind. So the main or the last people now that are waiting for is just Chelsea for the band to start. If Chelsea should eventually lose this night,
it's over.
You will see a lot of bands.
The bands will be really, really hot, because everyone is expecting, Chelsea to do something. Of course, Chelsea they are solid too. Yeah. You see names of that's another solid team. Jordan Henderson. You see Pedro, who has renewed his contract. Yeah. You see, Mudryk. You see some of these guys.
Rogers is there.
Of course,
Palmer is
there. So they are just.
Their defense has been,
building. Lacroix is there. Lacroix. So they are just building a confident field team, something you can really, really take to another league. Of course, we are not sure until they play against Fulham, because Fulham themselves, they have their own rage. They are ready to unleash as though nothing has happened. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more of these updates. Do stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, still on Aneke TV Sports, while we're taking you around the world of football. Let's just bring you away that Arsenal is looking so serious right now. And not just that, we are seeing some other games that will come this evening. Of course, you know that Chelsea is going to play this evening. They are going to play against Fulham. And Wisdom has some analysis which he really would want to put out there, because like I said before we had that short break, it is going to mean that Arsenal is just going to outshoot and overshoot everyone. But right now we're seeing Chelsea too. We have not known the fate of Chelsea, because until they play Fulham, we're going to see what happened. Of course, many bad bad eggs, we'll be expecting Chelsea to lose.
People are already saving some memes.
Saving some memes.
They're already saving so many
and
what they are going to unleash later.
And you know, it's just what football is. The fun. We have been missing this. We didn't see this kind of fun and banters and dramas in the World Cup.
No, of course, the World Cup. Why are you going to banter? Is your country there?
Well,
the country is not there. So is another person's
You're already banting.
The bat will not be this much.
You're already banting.
We know I just picked a country to support because out of my darling country is not there. Let me just support this. So you can't bat me that much because you know my heart is not really there. I'm just trying to find somebody to support at the end of the day. You have taken this person, because one of your players is there or one or two of your players in this team, you're supporting this team. Me, I choose this team. So the bat is not as much as when it comes to club football, where you know, this is the side that you love so much. While growing up, this is the people that you enjoy watching, and now maybe they are not living up to expectations. So someone can use that to bant you, very hard. That sometimes it will even pay you. If not for this age that we have gotten to, that these things no longer, you don't feel that so bad when somebody start banting you. If it was before, when they will bat you, you almost you will not even want to eat again.
You will not even eat again.
You almost want to be crying that your team lost. That's why you are crying. You say you don't understand.
Yeah, let's bring to our fans what happened in Trustborn Sport, just their game yesterday, where Mohamed Salah had to score 2 goals. That was the only 2 goals that was scored, but the opponents, they had to reply. And Mohamed Salah just making the mark immediately. He is showing up, while Liverpool struggled with a 2-2 draw. I mean, this is not balancing, because Mohamed Salah is really showing that class already. He is not waiting for any time, just like Plastri of Real Madrid coming up to still show that class, scoring the league winner. You say what? SP, yes, sorry. SP coming up to show that class at the end, almost at the end of the game, and you could see Real Madrid struggling to just, of course they are playing well, and they have every player playing, but then score a goal. That's the problem.
That's the beauty of football, no
matter your team. I was telling somebody last night, was it not you I was talking to? Okay, I think it was you, but not on this dress. I was saying last night that football has really changed.
It has evolved.
Football has evolved. So the secret has been revealed.
You just say because you are having Mbappe, Vinicius, and every other person, Jude Bellingham, you are expected to beat them 5 goals to nothing. They had to struggle to get that to the 9 minutes go 90 plus. If not for some will I say not defending well from Espanyol, SP will not even get that goal, because it was just some maybe defensive error that just led to the goal, that he was now free, unmarked, and he had to slot in the ball to the end. So football has evolved in a state that no team is underrated. We don't get to see the person that you just say these are the underdogs that you are going to beat them today, maybe 5 goals to nothing. It has passed that if you beat someone 5 goals to nothing, fine, you played, you had a wonderful time. The other team, we are not that good on that particular day. You can come up against that team on another day and they will beat you. Just like the way Barcelona beat Elche 5-0, just like the way Hull City beat Manchester United 2-0. It does not mean that if they get another second leg, that Hull City will also beat Manchester United 2-0. If that eventually happens,
it will now be like a bright.
That's why you now start saying, is it that Manchester United have now deteriorated that extent? But of course, just like you have said, the guys are really turning up. Of course, the players are turning up. Some of the players that made some changes this season are turning up. That's leaving from one club to another. Just like you have said, Mohamed Salah had to turn up 2 goals.
He had to turn up 2 goals.
SP, if not just SP, you have Ferran Torres, who also made his mark. He scored 2 for Paris Saint-Germain. There were 2 goals down. He had to be the person that had to get them back on level terms. And of course, for Barcelona, Firmino has assumed the position now. He had to score some goals yesterday. Of course, Rafinha got 2 goals. So some of these players are already making instant impact. Just coming into the Diamonde was that's talking about Diamonde for him. He was crucial for that SP's second goal, because he was the person that laid the pass that had to connect with SP. So some of them are already doing their best. Why some are not yet? In fact, will I say they have not even started? They have not kicked off their race. They are still trying to fit into the team. So what with time we'll get to see these players adapt, and the league will move on.
We'll get to see the players at that level. Well, let's just go, just before we wrap up the show, let's just go right there into that game that's coming up this evening, Chelsea and Fulham. What are the expectations? What do you think Fulham would really eventually do?
Well, you know, from the, well, let's use a possible lineup. You know, of course, the lineup is not as we'll have to see the lineup later.
Yeah.
So from the possible lineup that I'm having or I'm seeing here, we have from the Fulham side, Gasha is probably going to play as the number 9. Then Palacios, J. King, and Bob in the midfield. Then Berge, of course, and Iwobi will also be there in the defensive midfield. And of course, Castagna, Bassi, Cuenca, and Robinson in the defense. And of course, Leno is the goalkeeper. This is the possible lineup that we might be seeing. Then for Chelsea, you have João Pedro, Morgan Rogers, and Kopama. Then you have a Palastra, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Neto. Then you have Kowi, Lacroix, and James. Now, from this possible lineup, I can tell you that it's going to be a contesting one. We have seen over time how Fulham, Chelsea end up to be. Sometimes Fulham get the upper hand, sometimes Chelsea get the upper hand. Of course, Fulham are in their home. This is home advantage, first of all. Home advantage plays. In fact, if you look at the Premier League fixtures this weekend, you see that a lot of home teams got out victorious. A lot. Just, was it not just Leeds that won away? It was just Liverpool had to play draw. So you see that home advantage, of course, is effective in football.
Is really effective. And we're going to see more of it this season.
In fact, you're going to see a lot. Fulham is in their house. Yeah. Chelsea is coming to play them in their house. Chelsea is going to bring out everything they have. But at the end of the day, from this squad that we are seeing, the squad depth, I can tell you Chelsea has a good squad depth. And I'm expecting, or I'm believing, if I'm to forecast, that probably that match will go in favor of Chelsea. Just probably to go in favor of Chelsea, except some errors that might occur, except some mistakes, or except some bad games or bad day. But from what I'm having here, from this squad depth, and what they have been playing, talking about the preseason and all, I'm expecting Chelsea to come outside with a victory today.
Well, I'm expecting Chelsea to see if they could come out of a victory today, but I'm not expecting them not to have the victory because, of course, whatever they play, however they play, it's just left up to them. Now, let's just take a look at what we saw in the newspaper talking about Olise, that's Sunday Olise, talking about JJ Okocha, how they were so, they were so annoyed with JJ's, style of play, because they said that JJ he dribbled a lot. And they did not like it. So, and many people have come out to still say that, okay, JJ becoming, let's say he's a celebrity in the world of football. He played his time, he played during his time, and he played a good game. But the problem, from what they are explaining, is that he didn't have a lot of goals and a lot. He was just known for his charisma in the world of football. That has raised a lot of concern and has made people to ask several questions. What is actually, what has this guy really contributed to the to the football world? Of course, that's not to take away the fact that he was a shining light in whenever he played. Now, why we take it further, we have seen Ronaldinho coming back to play football in Italy. And Ronaldinho, you would see someone at his age, in his 40s, still finding ways to dribble, still finding ways to make a mark, and is giving that energy still back. Yet we have not seen what he could do as much as what he has not done before. So that tells you that what football is, whatever you do now, it will be used to judge. The judgment will come on you later, very much later. You will face the judgment. And we have seen some other players. I mean, seeing Ademola Lookman, Manchester Ademola Lookman, seeing Victor Osimhen playing and registering assists and playing very well in their different teams. But before we go on the show, let's talk about Julian Alvarez, who could not wait to greet the fans and had to walk away during their game yesterday, their draw yesterday. He was not able to greet the fans. He had to walk away, and they had to boo him at some point.
How is he going to greet the fans? How is he supposed to greet the fans? Look at the environment, how hostile it was when he came. He was subbed into the second half, I think about the 66th minute, and you were not even welcomed by your own fan, your own family. They were not giving you that welcome. We are not even talking about the away fans. That's talking about the Villarreal fans. Your own fans had to be the one that were booing you. Not even, they were chanting so many things. the environment itself was already hostile. How is he going to play football when if he touches the ball you are being booed, if he plays a pass you are being booed? So you can see that Alvarez and Atletico Madrid has fallen apart, and for me the best decision is to look for a ground, meet at a center table, draw a conclusion, and let this man leave, because he cannot enjoy football in that way. There is no, I don't think Simeone now will now go and talk to the Atletico Madrid fans. What are you going to tell them? That they should stop booing him, that is still part of us. It's going to take a lot of conviction to tell these people to stop. Even when Alvarez, if probably he scores a goal, they might not even celebrate, they might not jubilate, they will not even be happy that he scored. So at the end of the day, for me, I think it's time to let him go. Just let both sides gather and see what can be done. We know he has a 500 million release clause. That's quite on the high side. Nobody is going to be willing to pay that money. So if there's a way that release clause can be, set aside, let any club that is coming for him come for him. If it's the Barcelona that he has always wanted to go, let him go to Barcelona and be sold for a reasonable price, not 500 million. Even Real Madrid will not even sign him for that kind of amount. Real Madrid, then we are offering 150. So if it's that 150, or you want to take it a bit higher, not more than 200, let the young man go so that he can enjoy football, and you, Atletico Madrid, can also enjoy football. Because if you are fielding a player that is not even willing to play for you anymore, how is he going to perform? He might at the end of the day even turn back, take the ball to his own post and score the goal. Let everything just be that, okay, we are at war with each other.
Yeah. Well, this is where we're calling today on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. Until we come your way, same time, same station tomorrow. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching.
All right, I remain your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely Monday. Bye-bye.
na sada zumunci babu magana kudu babu magana arewa duk wanda ya ga dan dambe ya burge shi alheri suka zo ma kuma sun kama jihar Kaduna zumunci ne wanda tun da aka buɗe gidan damben nan ba a samu ƙungiyar tilaka ba saboda aka ba wani maganar gurma da ba kudu ba arewa duk wanda ya abin da yake kirke da Allah a musu kara su ma su san cewa sun zo jihar Kaduna ko da sun tafi su yi alfahari da garin ta ga dambe an koma tsakanin da abin gambo da shi da mai sallah wai barista wai kana ina ne a nan babin gambo ne ko ko mai sallah ne ya kuma wani magana kudu ba ta aka duba za ka kishi kana ganin mamarwa da zafin shi shi ne wani ana sami kwaci da kai to dai ubin ka an tashi tafi su da sanawa su ne wannan abin da ya tafi da kai ko kwaci kake yi ta kwaci nuna wula ina ba dan mana ba su ba da shi siriya سبحان الله بعد الغبو ولي كان ولي أننا لا إله إلا الله ومرات وصدر قسا لا حول ولا قوة بسلا بسلا بسلاتي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون كوا بسلا أبو يا كسنتي لو بنجدوشي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا دم سكان بسلا دم هذا الغبو ولي كان ولي أننا سبحان الله ولي أكبر رجع بتوا ولي أكبر رجع بتوا لا إله إلا الله ولي كان ولي الله ما قفات يد قفا لا اله الا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بندك كوا لا حول في شاء الله قال يا عجيب هذا بندو تو صلى بيو بندكي ربوتاتي ربوياتي ربويا رجل سبشي سبحان الله ولكنا لا اله الا الله محمد رسول الله كشف هذا بندو كشف صلى كل من كبير بندو قالوا انا لله وانا اليه راجعون wani ake da ranga mutuwa da hakan gambe ko sabu kai gida sai ya kai subhanallah to yan kallo wannan da practical ne kowa da yan damban da suke cikin gidan nan duka yan damban Najeriya rabin su da kuka suna cikin gidan nan saboda haka gobe da wuri za a fara dambe da wuri gobe za a fara dambe ta sauran ku sakon 30 sauran ku sakon 30 la ilaha illallah dole uban nan kai ne sallah kai ya kano yaro iya kai ya kano yaro iya musalla na ya yi mutum da sarkinsa subhanallahi musa shaga amadu.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Anthony Wike. Glad to have you join us. The headlines. Federal pensioners threaten mass protest over unpaid 150,000 naira palliative allowance. DSS security operatives rescue kidnapped victim and neutralize 2 suspects in Imo State. On the foreign scene, North Korea preparing troops and advanced missiles for Russian deployment, so reports. Now the news in details. Retirees under the federal government's defined benefit scheme have issued a 21-day ultimatum demanding the immediate release of their outstanding 150,000 naira palliative allowance. Speaking through the Coalition of Federal Pensioners of Nigeria in Abuja, the group issued a notice to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, warning of nationwide peaceful protests if the deadline expires on September 10th without payment. The unpaid funds represents 6 months of the 25,000 naira monthly fuel subsidy removal allowance approved by President Bola Tinubu in 2023. Citing past delays within the ministry, the union leadership urged federal government to transfer the funds to the Pension Transitional Arrangements Directorate to guarantee direct and transparent disbursement. The National Human Rights Commission has warned that enacting legislation without comprehensive rights-based scrutiny weakens public trust in democratic institutions. Speaking at a legislative capacity building workshop in Umuahia, Executive Secretary Chief Tony Ojukwu emphasized that human rights impact assessments must be incorporated across every stage of the lawmaking process. Represented by the Abia State Coordinator, Mr. Uche Nwokocha, Chief Ojukwu stated that fast-tracked legislation often lacks empirical backing, legal analysis, and sufficient public consultation. He urged lawmakers to ensure public hearings provide meaningful citizen participation, noting that legislative success should be measured by societal impact rather than the volume of bills passed. A joint security operational team comprising the Department of State Services, sister agencies, and local vigilance has rescued an abducted 29-year-old man in Orlu local government area of Imo State. Security sources confirmed the victim was ambushed at Afo Ugidi Market in Isiala, Amaifeke, while returning from Umuna International Market by armed men who later demanded a 15 million naira ransom. Executing a dawn intelligence raid in Ihioma community, the combined security forces freed the victim unhurt and neutralized 2 suspected kidnappers during the operation. Operators recovered 2 high-caliber firearms alongside ammunition from the scene, after which the rescued victim was reunited with his family. Residents of Umuokane and Ohoba communities in Ohaji Egbema local government area of Imo State have appealed to the state government to urgently rehabilitate their main access road. Speaking on behalf of the communities in Ohaji Egbema, Cyril Noka and community leader Ekero Promise stated that the road linking Imo and Rivers State has remained abandoned for over 15 years. They noted that the severe deterioration of the transport corridor has cut off access to healthcare, halted trade, and prevented farmers from evacuating produce to regional markets. In response, Imo State Commissioner for Information, Public Orientation and Strategy, Declan Emelumba, stated that the state government has not abandoned the corridor, adding that ongoing construction on the main connecting axis will pave the way for feeder road rehabilitations. The Abia State Police Command has launched a community safety partnership initiative aimed at strengthening intelligence sharing and law enforcement collaboration across communities. Inaugurating the initiative at the Area Command Headquarters in Aba, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Wilfred Olutokumbo Afolabi, met with traditional rulers, leaders and heads of the DSS, nscdc and ndlea. During the interactive session, community representatives voiced major concerns regarding petty theft, extortion, vigilance excess, and the use of unmarked vehicles by officers. Responding to the grievances, the police commissioner declared zero tolerance for extortion and ordered an immediate end to the deployment of unbranded vehicles and mandated visible identification for all officers on duty. A tragic fire outbreak in the Karasuwa local government area of Yobe State has claimed the lives of a mother and her 3 children in the Ruga Audu Badali Fulani settlement. Authorities reported that the inferno completely destroyed several residential structures, prompting the Yobe State Emergency Management Agency to dispatch a rapid assessment team to provide relief materials and shelter. In a separate incident in Oyo State, an early morning fire destroyed 9 commercial shops at the railway shopping complex near Aleshinloye Market in Ibadan. Officials of the Oyo State Fire Services Agency deployed multiple fire engines to contain the outbreak, preventing further spread while advising business owners to install functional fire extinguishers. The Osun State government has raised the alarm over alleged plots by political agitators to provoke post-election violence across local government areas and motor parks. In a statement issued in Oshogbo, the Commissioner for Information, Mr. Kolakbo Alimi, warned against any breach of public order, noting that the state is currently undergoing a reconciliation process following the governorship polls. Mr. Alimi stressed that President Bola Tinubu and Governor Ademola Adeleke have agreed on a peaceful governance framework, making any act of political violence an affront to constitutional order. The state government urged security agencies to maintain strict neutrality, enforce the rule of law, and prevent any breakdown of law and order across the state. Over 500 media executives and editors are expected to assemble in Enugu for the 2026 All Nigeria Editors Conference to address the impact of election disinformation. Announcing the flagship event in Abuja, the Nigerian Guild of Editors confirmed the conference will hold on September 24th and 25th at the International Conference Center in Enugu. Chaired by the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Achebe, the conference will feature Enugu State Governor Petermbah and former Catholic Archbishop of Abuja, John Cardinal Onayekan, who will deliver the keynote address. Delegates will deliberate on countering artificial intelligence manipulation, safeguarding electoral integrity ahead of the 2027 elections, and ensuring newsroom sustainability. The Lagos State government has announced plans to implement a standardized tariff structure for commercial wastewater and fecal sludge management across the state. Speaking on the regulatory framework, officials from the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office submitted the proposed rate structure to the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission for review. Authorities explained that the structured fee model aims to regulate private waste collectors, enforce environmental compliance, and protect local waterways from untreated effluent discharge. The proposed tariff guidelines will undergo technical evaluations and legislative reviews before gazetted into law by the state government. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal pensioners threaten mass protest over unpaid 150,000 naira palliative allowance. DSS security operatives rescue kidnapped victim and neutralize 2 suspects in Imo. Coming up shortly. On the foreign scene, North Korea preparing troops and advanced missiles for Russian deployment, so reports.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Welcome back. New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has announced plans to ban children under the age of 16 from accessing social media platforms. Addressing newsmen in Wellington, Prime Minister Luxon stated that tech companies failing to enforce the restriction could face financial penalties of up to 10% of their global turnover. The New Zealand leader maintained that government intervention is necessary to protect youth from online exploitation, algorithmic addiction, and severe mental health challenges. The bill, inspired by similar legislation in Australia, faces legislative hurdles as coalition partners argue that digital oversight should remain a parental responsibility. South Korean defense officials report that North Korea is advancing preparations to deploy additional troop units to support Russian military operations. Briefing reporters in Seoul, defense intelligence analysts confirmed that Pyongyang has supplied Moscow with over 50 million rounds of artillery ammunition alongside short-range ballistic missiles. South Korean officials warned that North Korea is using the conflict in Ukraine to refine its missile guidance systems under Russian technical supervision. The report added that Pyongyang is nearing operational readiness for intermediate-range missiles capable of targeting strategic locations in the Pacific. At least 30 people have died and 22 others sustained injuries following a massive landfill landslide in Conakry, the capital of Guinea. Local disaster management officials reported that heavy overnight rainfall triggered the collapse of a garbage mound in Basia district, burying several residential structures. Emergency response teams utilizing heavy earth-moving equipment continue rescue operations at the site to recover individuals trapped beneath the debris. The disaster occurred days after government authorities announced plans to decommission the hazardous landfill due to seasonal flooding risks. Torrential rainfall driven by a low-pressure system has forced the closure of schools and public offices across major cities in southern Taiwan. Local government authorities in Kaohsiung and Tainan ordered the immediate suspension of work and academic activities as flood waters impacted urban transportation routes. Taiwan's Central Weather Bureau reported severe disruptions to regional rail services, with high-speed and local train lines suspended due to track flooding. Meteorologists warn that accumulated rainfall in southern regions could exceed 1.3 meters as emergency services prepare for the approach of Typhoon Saudel. And on business, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit has released its 2025 annual report, revealing that deposit money banks accounted for over 92% of suspicious transaction filings. Presenting the data in Abuja, the unit reported receiving over 42,000 suspicious transaction reports and 41 million currency transaction reports across the financial sector. The report highlighted that total suspicious transaction disclosures declined by nearly 49% compared to the previous operational year. Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit Management affirmed that the agency is collaborating with the Central Bank of Nigeria to enforce strict compliance with anti-money laundering regulations. The federal government, through the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, has finalized arrangements with Israeli and French aerospace manufacturers to build 2 communication satellites. Confirming the development in Abuja, the managing director of Nicomstat, Jane Nkechi Egerton Idehen, stated that Israel Aerospace Industries and Thales Linear Space of France will deliver the Nicomsat 2A and 2B satellites. Egerton Idehen noted that the Federal Executive Council approved the procurement to expand national broadband infrastructure and satellite communications. The agency confirmed that technical execution, contract finalization, and manufacturing schedules are underway ahead of the scheduled orbital launches. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has expanded its direct free fuel delivery scheme to Kano, Imo, Anambra, and Nasarawa states to reduce distribution costs. Refinery management announced in Lagos that absorbing haulage expenses aims to eliminate transport markups and lower retail pump prices across destination markets. The initiative, which initially launched in Lagos, Rivers, and Abuja, provides direct product assessments to independent petroleum marketers. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria commended the initiative, stating that localized distribution eliminates loading delays and encourages market competition. And on sports, Former Super Eagles goalkeeper Victor Sochima has completed a transfer move to Nigeria Premier Football League side Shooting Stars on a one-year contract. Management of the Ibadan-based club confirmed the signing, noting that the shot stopper joined as a free agent following his stint with Zambian club Zesco United. Sochima previously featured for Rivers United, making 69 appearances and winning the 2021-2022 NPFL title with the Port Harcourt side. The experienced goalkeeper is expected to join the Oluyole Warriors immediately for pre-season preparations ahead of the upcoming league campaign. On entertainment this morning, the Nigerian film industry has been thrown into mourning following the death of veteran Nollywood actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo. Family sources confirmed that the iconic actor passed away at the age of 65 after a prolonged battle with stage 4 cancer. Colleagues, filmmakers and culture industry stakeholders have paid tribute across social media, describing his death as a major loss to Nigerian cinema. Professional film associations in Lagos confirmed that funeral arrangements and commemorative events will be announced by the family. And now, to end the news, the main points again. Federal pensioners under the Defined Benefit Scheme have issued a 21-day ultimatum to the federal government, demanding the immediate payment of their 150,000 naira fuel subsidy palliative arrears. Organized under the Coalition of Federal Pensioners of Nigeria, the retirees warned that they will stage nationwide peaceful protests if the funds are not disbursed by September 10th. The Department of State Services, in a joint operation with sister security agencies and local vigilance, successfully rescued a 29-year-old kidnapped victim in Orlu local government area of Imo State. During the early morning tactical operation, security forces neutralized 2 suspected kidnappers and recovered high-caliber weapons and ammunition. On foreign news, South Korean intelligence reports that North Korea is preparing to deploy additional troop units alongside advanced short-range ballistic missiles to support Russian military operations in Ukraine. Defense officials in Seoul confirmed that Pyongyang continues to supply heavy artillery ammunition while utilizing the conflict to refine its missile guidance systems. On business news, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit's latest annual reports reveals that deposit money banks accounted for 92% of all suspicious transaction reports submitted to the agency. Financial regulators attribute the high volume of filings to automated transaction monitoring systems and enhance anti-money laundering compliance enforcement across the banking sector. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Anthony Wike. Good morning.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a Moby. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you damn about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? Rolling like this, nobody. Can't go slow. I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top. I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot and you not. That's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, think something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, think something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Elections are coming, campaign season has started. Now today we are wondering what students think. What are the expectations from the Nigerian student, a typical Nigerian student? What do you expect your presidential candidate or your governorship candidate to do for you and with you? Because as we understand, elections are collective. Government is a collective effort. Now we're starting off at the University of Nigeria Enugu campus to get the opinions of students across all faculties, across all ages, across all sectors.
About the 2027 campaigns, I would say that I expect the candidates to promote youth empowerment, because basically the youth, like, they are the leaders of tomorrow, and the country, like, everything that is going to happen in the future of Nigeria depends on how skilled they are, how the kind of knowledge they have, and all that. And then the small and medium scale enterprises are the drivers of the economy. But in Nigeria, politics, the economy, neglects them, but they're actually the drivers of the economy. So if they do more in those aspects, Nigeria is going to be better. I don't know if NAFDAC is still functioning, but a lot of things are happening. They use so many harmful substances to process food, and it's actually not helping us in any way. Recently, I saw a post of people that have kidney disease in this enugu, and they are like crying for help. Please, I don't know how they do it, but they should enforce people to check all these things. They use paracetamol to process fufu. They use carbide to process fruits, so they will ripen quickly. All those things are harmful to our health. Then I also want to encourage agriculture, because as it stands now, petroleum is the driver of our economy. We no longer engage in agriculture as we used to in the olden days, because then I know we used to have groundnut pyramids in the north, so many things to export, but now it's no longer like that. We import even what we foreigners come and mine our crude and carry it out and process. They refine it and sell it to us that have it. It's not meant to be like that, please. They should encourage exports.
We have establishment of NEL fund, and I think it would be a good thing for 2027 candidates to promote that, and give students opportunities to like collect loans and stuff like that. There's already rumored that they want to remove electricity subsidy completely, which will now just turn the country into chaos, because a lot of things need electricity. The world as we know it is going into is becoming more global. It needs like internet access. So because of that, like there has to be light to charge devices that can be able to help with things. Youths now are going more into content, and obviously you can't do content without places that have light. So that already helps the problem of unemployment. I expect, especially for state police, I think it would be a good thing if state police is implemented in Nigeria and not just headed by FCT, because it's better, like police people, for instance, it's better when they police their states so they can understand the culture, the language is better. State police is one that I think should be really implemented for the country to move forward. There are 19 candidates coming out for the presidential election, and each of them are supposedly supposed to spend at least 190 billion for just their campaigns. I'm not even talking about the money they want to put into the country to make it better. I'm talking about just their campaigns. So when we put together the governmental candidates and presidential candidates, they're expected to spend at least 500 billion on just campaigns, which is very outrageous. And for the fact that they have this amount of money for just campaigns, that's let us know that if they actually do want to make the country better, they can. Job opportunities to youths, and everybody capable. It's not supposed to be given through connections, because people have actually spent so much, even people that are training their own self. So I would not if I'm training myself, for instance, I'll go through the entire stress. I'm a law student now, so law is 5 years, law school is 1 year, and you still have to wait after graduation additional 1 year before I now enter law school. So that's 7 years I have to wait. And if I graduate with something like first class, I wouldn't want to not have a job to somebody who's probably second class lower just because he had the connections and I didn't. Another great issue is vote buying. Our candidates are, they're looking for inside men, even people in rural areas. They can just take something they can bring something small like food, they'll share food, just vote for me. there are so many, like, people are really bent on survival. So imagine someone bribing with just food for that moment, for suffering that will come forward for 4 years, which is not actually that. The candidates should come by themselves, talk. If they really think they have the capacity, like the citizens will be able to see. You don't need to buy my vote for me to know that you're capable of doing something. You buying my vote means that you're not even sure of yourself, and you know you're not sure of yourself. And they are not feeling it because they are the ones in higher power. Us at the grassroots, we are feeling it the most. And even us, the citizens who are encouraging this vote buying, we are doing ourselves, and that's the truth.
Someone will enter power to renew us and give us hope. Not that if Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a very blessed country. Matter of fact, we are blessed in mineral resources. We are blessed in talents, athletics, music, movies, name it. But the only problem we have is our leaders. The mineral resources we have is more than enough to make millions for our country. But the question is, do we have those who can manage these resources? It seems like there is no hope. But the God we serve says that there is always hope. So please, and please, wherever you are around this world, this Nigeria, let us stand up. It is our right to vote and be voted for. Please and please, let us do our best to vote for who is right.
That's the thing that we need mostly. The thing I look forward to seeing the most in this election is a government that will genuinely care for the people and genuinely care about the concerns of our country. I believe that in this election, the people that need to come are like people that are genuinely, that genuinely care about us, and like they'll think about things like our transport fares, our education, how things are costly, how this country is slowly degrading, because everybody now wants to leave Nigeria, and the more people want to leave Nigeria, the more like our country keeps going down, because skilled labor, the people that are meant to be our skilled labor, are going to other countries and making other countries better rather than focusing on our country. I believe strongly as a young Nigerian that I would like to stay in Nigeria, not because of anything, but I just believe that this country will get better, and I believe that to do that we need somebody that is genuinely ready for that job. We need somebody that is ready to help us. Because me, I want to stay in Nigeria. I like what Nigeria offers, but not presently. I think I'm a patriotic person, so I actually like my country.
I would love every presidential candidate aspiring to reduce or minimize the school fees of federal universities, because in Nigeria, federal universities are likely to take higher than other universities compared to state universities, even likewise as private universities. The president or the presidential candidates or their co-workers, they should stop lobbying. Yeah, because lobbying, it refers to the persuasion of public officials or other people to act in a decision which will favor them, not other people. They don't check, they don't consider other people's opinions. They just want to persuade them to do what is going to be in their favor, and which is not good. Most times, they buy their votes. They will give them little palliatives, which are going to tell them, vote for this, vote for me, vote for this. And those things are just for the meantime. They're not going to it's not going to keep us till your tenure.
And stuff like that. Our classroom facilities are not all that conducive for students to learn, because we are students, we learn from things around us, not from what the lecturer says alone. Because when the lecturer teaches and the chair is not comfortable for us to sit, we can easily get distracted by it. So we need a conducive learning environment. Even the toilet facilities are not even conducive for students at all, because you can be in a classroom and you are pressed, you need to use the toilet, and you know that you don't have a good toilet in the school. People cannot afford to feed comfortably. They cannot afford a comfortable housing and all that. Even water, we cannot afford good water. There's no a sustainable water supply. Even electricity, the electricity that our present president has promised us that there'll be constant electricity, but still up till today, there are days that we go without electricity, and we need electricity for the daily activities we do in our everyday lives and all. It's a conducive government or a fair government that allows the youth to vote, or the citizen in general to vote, and know that their vote is like well counted, that it is well attended to, and like there is no partiality in it and all that.
I expect them to talk more about the educational sector. You know, a whole lot of students find it difficult to get admission into schools, and then the fees are alarming. And then you hear them saying, oh, they owe us, the governments are not really paying us, this, that. So they really need to improve in the academic sector. They need to make school fees something payable for parents, and they should make getting admission into schools easier so that our youths will not keep loitering about after their wike exams or their NECO. I'm a medical student, and then I see get a whole lot of patients who maybe had road traffic accidents because the roads are bad, and most of them, when they are sick, they go for cheaper medications. They go for cheaper medications because they don't have the money. Government should do something about it, because it reduces the lifespan of most patients because they cannot afford it. The house rents are really alarming, and a whole lot of students, because we're also having issues inside school with getting hostels, there are not enough hostels. Then students that now decide to live off campus, you see that the house rents are alarming. They're calling $1 million for you, over 500,000 for just a room. So the government should really look into this, because it is a lot. Then our government should think about strategies to empower our youths, because a whole lot of them keep roaming jobless. They need to empower our youth so that if academics doesn't work, maybe business can work. Then for businesses, you see the government chasing businesswomen, say, oh, you cannot stay here, you can't sell here, or taxing them. For people that just make less than 10,000 a month and you're taxing them over 50,000, it's not right. They should consider businesses. They should consider people who have small businesses, and they should even maybe give loans and, grants, all these things that will help people to be, developed.
The Nigerian youth, we want a departure from campaign that does not solely discuss issue of that does not talk about issue-based politics. This time around, the youth want to hear the issues being fiercely argued and debated by the principal aspirants, not on the basis of rhetorics and character assassination and the rest. So we are more particular these days about issue-based politics, so that the issues bearing our country with respect to insecurity, unemployment, as well as the lackluster situation of our educational system should be the focal point for the aspirants, so that we will know what they want to bring to the table, and the alternatives available for the youth, in order to give us an informed decision on what to expect. In the consistent improvement in our educational sector, where there won't be a distortion that leads to INEC being also being on strike, so that someone we know his calendar and we'll be able to plan. Basically, what I'm talking about is stability in our educational sector, and the issues of ASU and their remuneration and allowances and their research grants should be adequately attended to. Within the state level, we want to see more of accountability. The president in the opt-in time have always said about how the states are now having increased revenue from the FAC allocation. So we want to see accountability, where these monies are going, if it's the area of infrastructure, agriculture, digital economy, AI. AI is the new deal in town. So we want to see how they are proactive in their disruptive developmental strides. So we want to see it so that it will enable us to interrogate what they are doing with these increased FAC allocations to the state.
The youth, as we know, are the future of our generation. The youth, we know, are the future of our society. And if we must get one thing correct, one thing right in this coming administration, it is that we must acknowledge the interest of the youth and young people across Nigeria. Now, we've listened and heard students speak, and you can see the interest, the passion in which they hope and pray for a better Nigeria. As we go into these elections and go into these campaigns, we hope that these candidates and parties acknowledge primarily the interest of Nigerians and at large involve every demographic, the women, the men, the children and the youth, into plans and cohesiveness to further move the interest of our great country Nigeria forward. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ofotu. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bring you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful Monday morning. You're welcome, and thanks for joining us this morning.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning, and thank you for joining us here on Sunrise.
It's a beautiful morning, Miss Luce. I see how ready you are for the new weekend, how you've been so together. And I really want to thank you so much for being someone who we can look up to at times that it's not timing. You know, we're not in the same time zone. Of course, you saw what happened over the weekend. Liverpool had to draw 2-2. And you are a very bona fide Liverpool fan.
You had to start. You really had to start with that.
All right.
I was looking forward yesterday. While I was watching that match yesterday, I was like, okay, Mr. Uche, I hope you have something to say.
You see, I enjoyed my time, and then I saw a Liverpool team. I saw a Liverpool. You asked my opinion.
Did you see the
match?
I want to hear what about Liverpool.
You know, I watched that match. Yes, it's not what we wanted, but one thing that made me excited is that the Liverpool DNA is still retained in the team. It's not out yet. There's that spirit that made us Liverpool, that made us champions of England over the years, the best performing team in England. And when it comes to Europe, that spirit is still in our DNA, and that's for me a take away from that match. And I still stand. Remember my prediction, beginning of the season. I told you that Arsenal, Liverpool. And I still, I stuck to that, and I saw a team that will come good, as we go into the season. Leave the whole labalolo about those who do well. Arsenal at the moment is feeling like the invisibles. Quite understandable. Do I have to, throw away Man United as a never do well? No, it's beginning of the season. One thing that is obvious, though it's the beginning of the team, but the DNA of Liverpool is still seen, felt in that very much.
It's very too early to determine.
But to cap it, Liverpool started better than Man United.
No, Liverpool did not start any better than Man United.
What is the scoreline?
It's not about
what is the scoreline? No, what is the scoreline?
At the end of the day, it's scoreline. It's about your possession was.
I pitied you up to the weekend. I pitied you up to the weekend. I understand that you may be going through some psychological trauma, being that Arsenal didn't win. And Reno took a pity and you didn't give you a lash this morning. him. But I will be so kind. When we get to that point, I'll be prepared.
Oh, all right, all right. Because we are now going into where it's getting heated. Let's go to where it will come. There will be some calm. We're going to our quote of today, talking about what we are going to be inspired. What are the inspirations we're going to be bringing your way this morning? Looking at an African proverb which says, a river cuts through rock, not because of its power, but because of its existence. This is self-explanatory. A river cuts through the rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence. Persistence is very important. Persistence is very, very important in anything you do. When you're persistent, you can cross the line. It's not just about the strength alone. It's about the persistence. That's why in the world, in the kingdom of animals, you will see that the tortoise is very, very persistent. It may not have the speed, it may not have the, the resilience to, maintain some speed or some tenacity to run very fast. But you could see that that guy called the tortoise, it is very persistent. I mean, it could be anybody. It could be you. It could be me. It could be whatever. It could be a living organism and living organism, whatever it is. So this morning you have to be persistent. Whatever you're building, whatever you're doing, whatever it is, however it is, just keep doing what you're doing that is right. You will break into the world where you want to break into, and you will break the jinx. And you could be the first or the last, or you could set a record that would make something last.
A river cuts through rock, not because of its power, not because of its beauty, not because of its strength, not because of I'm the most magnified, I'm the most glamorous rock in the river. No. It's because of its persistence. The reason why a river can cut through the rock is not because the rock has allowed it. Oh, you're the river. Just because you're a river, I'll allow you to break through me. It's because the river has been persistent on the rock. The thing about facing odds, and beating the odds, is because the odds and the system has never been set to favor anyone. The people that have excelled in various endeavors in life, it's because they have chosen, or they chose to succeed. And success does not come on a platter of gold. No one is handed success just because. Everyone that has ever succeeded at something, and I've excelled at them, is because they have decided to be persistent. They have decided to stay faithful. They are not the 1 day in, 10 days out. They are constant, like we say, they are constantly grinding. The idea or the picture of the life they desire, or the picture of the future they see, is constantly before them, that they never lose sight of what they are pursuing. So in essence, this is to encourage us, just like Good Hope I've said. It's not about waking up to a dream. It's not about having a dream. Martin Luther King said he has a dream, but he did not just sleep on those dreams. He worked towards it. We saw the things he did. We saw the letters. We saw the meetings. We saw the rallies. We saw the protests. It is someone who takes a system by force that breaks through a system. It's not someone who relaxes and expects the next person to fulfill a dream. If you see a situation that you need to change and the system is not set to favor you, you need to find a way to permeate through that system and make it work. And that's the persistence we're talking about. No one has ever gotten anything, like I said, on a platter. You need to pursue. You need to stay steady. It's not just to pursue. It's about to be consistent with integrity, consistent if you're doing business, consistent with quality. There's an ability to downtone or downplay the quality of what you do because you feel, it's going to take a longer time. If you started on a 10, stay steady on a 10. It might take 20 years. The person that discovered electricity, tried 99 times before he succeeded on the 100th. And the Bible says a righteous man may fall 7 times. It's not in the falling that makes you, a winner. It's the ability to rise and to pick up yourself from where you've fallen and move forward.
We may not hold the power today, but through the power of persistence, we can affect the change that we all want and desire. A number of times we speak to the things we do not want. We speak to those who hold power. But when we realize that the power we have comes through persistent knocking on the door, persistent push, we can achieve all that we want. So the bottom line in the quote today, a river courses through rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence, lies there the wisdom of our African forebearers in letting us realize that being consistent, persistent, that we can achieve whatever goal we set before us.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Stories here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. With the information that you have now, I'm sure you understand and know what the weather conditions are in your vicinity and do well to take the necessary precautions and measures. We'll be going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for today, the Monday, 24th of August. Starting off from the Punch headline this morning, we see FAC Bonanza. Governors face questions as payouts hit 47 trillion naira. Governors face questions as payout hit 47 trillion naira. On the Vanguard this morning, Nigeria's oil output drops by 20.8% in 10 years. Nigeria's oil output drops by 20.8% in 10 years. 14 years after Orosanye report, bloated agencies cost Nigeria 1 trillion naira in 2026. That's the cover story on the Guardian newspaper. 14 years after Orosanye reports, bloated agencies cost Nigeria 1 trillion naira in 2026. And on the Daily Trust, new phantom agency courts SGF and governors. New phantom agency courts SGF governance. On the Nation, dangers of Atiku's subsidy return proposal by federal government. Dangers of Atiku's subsidy return proposal by the federal government. And lastly, on the Daily Trust this morning, we see Tinubu, Atiku, Obi differ on economy, security, education.
We're taking a look at the Daily Sun, but before then,
join us to help us analyze these complex policy news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning to our viewers as well.
Yes, it was a long weekend, and I mean to ask, how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, I don't think Nigeria, I mean, it's obvious that this is not to be pessimistic, because I am actually a very optimistic person. But again, also, optimism does not, becloud realities on ground. You look at the realities and you decide to be positive-minded, and that's exactly what I'm doing. But beyond the positivity, I also think that from the look of things, it appears, what we have now is probably what we can get for now until, something else happens.
What we have now is probably what we can get until something else happens.
Yes, because they say a man can't give what he doesn't have. So if you follow the rhetorics of those in leadership position as it is today, across the board, they very tenaciously keep defending what they are doing. That means, this is their best. They believe they are giving you their best, and if this is their best, then I think it might be a mirage, expecting something, higher, except if there's a turnaround of things. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so much this morning.
we're looking at the Daily Sun. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi differ on economy, security, education, orders. President Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and peterobi are offering divergent strategies to address Nigeria's economic and security challenges, focusing on debates over subsidy removal, state policing, and fiscal reforms. While Tinubu defends his market-based reforms and central security approach, Atiku advocates for policy flexibility, and Obi emphasizes a production-led economy with state-level policing.
All right, Mr. Emeka, let's have this conversation.
Yeah.
We have the candidates. Everyone differs on policy. Let's get your opinion on this issue.
Yes, for me, I'm particularly interested in this kind of, development that we're having now. Recall that prior to this period, okay, first and foremost, it's a well-known fact that these three key actors, these three dramatic personnel, they were also involved in 2023 general elections, and so for me, it was some kind of a messy period, within the campaign period in 2023. And so, having gone through all that experience and what we eventually got, a lot of Nigerians are of the opinion that going into 2027, it shouldn't just be the same thing any longer, because they say if you keep doing the same thing, we don't expect to see a different result, except if there's some level of insanity that is hanging around the line, But I don't think that is the case here now. So Nigerians are saying that we don't want exactly the same thing we had in 2023. So what we want in 2027 is an issue-based campaign, because in 2023 it looked as if that the issues were probably brushed aside and personalities took the center stage. In 2027, we don't want personality to be on the center stage. We want issues, to be in the center stage. And with development like this, we are beginning to see that come to fruition. Number one, as we go into the 2027 presidential election campaigns now, the paper absolutely captures it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the man on the saddle right now, is holding on tenaciously to the policy decisions he has made, the reforms he has made. He still hopes and believes, that is the only way to go, and that is the right thing to do. Atiku Abubakar is saying that look, we need to, before you can say a policy, is the best, you need to first of all have a mind of contingent approach, to issues. Now, when we talk about contingency approach to issues, the situation determines decision. In which case, you can't really say this is the best approach to deal with this situation, to deal with like a Nigerian situation now. You can't really foreclose any approach to say this is the best policy to do. What Atiku is saying is that look, let the situation on ground at every point in time determine the decision you will take, the policy you will imply. In other words, there's no master stroke, right? And so, if we have to relate that to, his recent utterances on subsidy. Yes, in 2023, he was among practically all the key contenders. Said they were going to, remove subsidy from petroleum subsidy. But now, the current government has removed subsidy. And what Atiku about, if I have to relate the two, I don't hope brave for him, but if I have to relate the two, what he's saying is that yes, we all agree that removal of subsidy is the way to go, but the indices on ground have shown that look, we need to review. It might not really be the best, right? So that's what he's saying right now. Obi on the other side is emphasizing the fact that look, a country that does not center on production but assumes the status of consummation, it may be difficult for you to achieve anything. And for me also, that is very profound, because look, I've been issue. I have never been an apostle of removal of fuel subsidy. From day one, the reason is very clear. We have been following this argument right from the days of President Ibrahim Babangida, military President Ibrahim Babangida. They didn't start today. From there down to Abacha, I was a university student during the reign of General Sani Abacha. So I was very much alive, where we knew we were in school then. Even as much as you cannot compare the life we lived then and the life they are living now, yet we were even angling for more, because we had already read what our predecessors enjoyed. So we felt that we should, but the economy then probably couldn't support it. So the point is very clear that as long as you are an import-dependent economy, as long as you are a country that is so much, on the consumption side, number one, it becomes very dangerous to deregulate a major aspect of economy, especially that deals with, energy security. You can't leave that major component of your economy in the hands of private people. The first thing that will happen is that look, you will disempower the people economically, and that's what we have seen. That's what we have seen in the policy of President Bola Tinubu. The moment that pronunciation was made that day on the 29th of May 2023, poverty set in instantly. That's number one. Then number two is that for you to, deregulate something like petroleum petroleum in Nigeria that the consumption cuts across a wide range of different strata of the economy. You must make sure that, number one, key aspects are already ensured. And how do you do them? Take the transport sector, for instance. I mean, take the what you call the lower spectrum of the you know, society, for instance. It is no longer news. Everybody knows that today, you can say what we operate is mainly an informal economy. A greater percentage of our GDP, you know, falls under people who are operating in the small and medium enterprises. Now, one of the things that powers activity at that level is electricity. Today, the electricity is not there. People rely on power generating sets to, you know, generate power for their small businesses. The barbers, the hairdressers, the small woman or man who operates a grinding machine. These are things that families depend on. These are things that put food on the table of families, send their children to school, pay their house rents. Now, the electricity is not there. These people buy fuel on a daily basis. And when you now come to, you know, remove the subsidy on the fuel, what are you actually telling them? Has anybody taken time to, you know, tell Nigerians the number of businesses that have gone down, small businesses that have gone down between 2023 and now? We are not getting those figures. The office or the statistical offices are not interested in giving us these figures. What they are telling us is the microeconomic figures that have gone up, that has no bearing on the daily life of the people. So you see, I'm happy that, you see, these three key contenders are coming up with policy alternatives. They are coming up with issues. And for people who are blaming Atiku Abubakar, you see, one of the problems we have had in this country today is the kind of, you know, voodoo economy that people are practicing and preaching. Let me tell you, put me anywhere. Economists are experts, I respect them, but they don't know it all. They don't know it all. In the management of a nation's economy, there are many aspects. There is the fiscal aspect. There is the sociological aspect. There is the political aspect. And sometimes they only look at it from the fiscal perspective. Oh, this is what the nation is spending. The nation is spending this whooping amount of money in subsidizing fuel. The nation would have saved this money and applied it to something. Good logic. But have you also asked yourself, that money that the nation is spending, do you know what other sociological functions is doing in the society? By the time you start spending that money, do you know how many lives will be affected? So for me, you know, the subsidy argument, there's nothing wrong if Atiku Abubakar is saying that we need to take a second look at this issue of subsidy. And by the way, for goodness sake, between 2023 when it was removed and now, how have the people fared? Because ultimately, any economic policy you have in place, whether it is driven by sociological, you know, advantages, whether it is driven by political, it is driven by physical, whatever is driving it, the ultimate, you know, gauging point is always how does it impact on the common man.
All right, Emeka, you know, the question is, you know, when you said by May 2019, when the president did declare that subsidy is gone, you said poverty setting. That may be uncharitable to the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we've seen, according to information available, what has been saved has been disbursed across the subnational to the tune of over 40 trillion naira. So shouldn't we be pushing that blame at the doorsteps of perhaps the governors at the subnational? That's one. Secondly, Atiku Abubakar recanting his position from 2023 and then taking a different position now that the campaign for 2027 has started. Don't you think that we should see that from a sentimental point of wanting to garner votes, going into the election, rather than looking at the realities on ground of a man, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, that have consistently continued to say that they have saved the Nigeria a huge problem by removing subsidy and then making available what was saved to the subnational.
Good. Now, that is why I said that, look, that the 2027 elections is going to afford Nigerians opportunity to, take a look at a whole lot of issues, not individuals, not personalities. And that is why, for me, as much as I don't support the idea that, people shouldn't come clean on national issues in terms of their personality, because the carrier of a message matters a lot. You can't be preaching righteousness when you yourself you are far away from righteousness. As much as I subscribe to that, but you see, I came up when this issue, when the current president, when the INEC released their registration profiles, and people were criticizing and centering the argument on whether President Tinubu has submitted his certificate or not. And I said, look, we have been on this issue for too long. Let's leave these things behind and center on issues. And I'm happy that these issues are coming out now. And in 2027 elections, we are going to dwell on issues. And these are the issues. Number one, yes, it might appear as if Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is being sentimental. Is being sentimental by playing to the gallery. This is a man who said he was going to remove fuel subsidy. Let me tell you, number one, there's nothing wrong in a turnaround. Let's grant the fact, but not conceding. Let's assume, but not conceding, that he has made a turnaround. He's allowed to do so. It is only God that does not turn around, because God doesn't make mistakes. Now, there's nothing wrong in taking a second look. In fact, there's everything wrong in refusing to take a second look at the policy, the fuel removal, the subsidy removal policy of the federal government. The question to ask is, how has the people fared? You must ask that question. You must appraise what you have done. You must ask yourself, how has the policy helped Nigerians in the past 3 years? Has it left us better? Now, when I said that the moment that decision was made in May 2029, policy in 2023, poverty setting, very profound. Poverty, you probably didn't say that day, but for every Nigerian who has the following events knows clearly that if today, as we are speaking here now, you come today to announce and you have the power of, let's say, the president or NNPC as a body, because these are agencies, goes to the air to say, look, from now, fuel, the prompt price of fuel is 2,000 naira per litre. Look, you don't need, in less than, you won't go from here to Opera Square, you see the effect instantly. And that was what happened. You have seen the way the economy turned around, the purchasing power of the people, how people are able to take care of house rent, transport, school fees. Meanwhile, the price of food has never come down substantially since that day. And these are verifiable indices. These are benchmarks that anybody can see. They are on the streets. An average man you talk to on the street today will tell you, will lament how bad things. Even the president himself has recognized how difficult life has been since that time. But the only thing that he says that, look, is a necessary way to go. Then the question is that actually the only way to go? That is the question. And Atiku Abubakar said, yes, the 3 candidates said they were going to remove fuel subsidy. They said so, but each of them had, that was what they gave to us, was their destination, their goal. But they never gave us objectives. Objectives are the steps through which you will arrive at your goal. Now, many people believe that, look, the way the president, went about this thing was too drastic. No, people believe that no adequate preparations were made. It just came on inauguration day and made an announcement. And some people will tell you that you don't give the people a bad news on a celebration day.
Mr. Meka.
So I'm coming now. Having done that, at that point in time, the question now is, the president says that between that 2023, the administration says that between that 2023 and now, 15 trillion naira had been saved from subsidy. Good reports. The import waiver that was granted to some people across the board, how much would have been realized from there? Let us know the figures and compare the two. Again, the money has been given to, from what we got, the local government area and the states and they share the money along with federal government. Good. More money in the hands of states now. Good. What is the value of that money? If actually all these things that are being said amounts to the nation is richer, the states are richer, everybody is richer, how come the budgets are not being, the implementation of the budgets they are struggling with it? What was the percentage of the 2024 budget implementation? What was the percentage of the 2025 own? Have 2025 budget been substantially done with? If the monies are coming in at that, what is the value of the money, by the way? So you see, there are questions to ask, and if somebody says, look, we need to take a second look at this policy that all of us have been hailing this policy. Oh, this is the right way to go. This is the right way. Having started that journey in 2023, is it wrong to now pause to ask ourselves, look, how has this policy helped us? We can't continue to insist that there's nothing to review. The policy is good. No, that we must not review the policy. That's the only way to go. I don't subscribe to that. We need to take a second look to know how this policy has helped us. And by the way, you talked about the money shared with the government. There's a maxim in leadership. They say, who governs the governor? I've forgotten how it is said in the Latin word now, but in the interpretation in English is, who governs the governor? What this money that we are shared to the subnationals, what benchmarks were put in place to know how these monies have been utilized by the governors?
All right, just Mr. Meke, just in a nutshell, all three candidates did preach subsidy removal. And I'm asking, the emphasis or the issue, shouldn't it be on the implementation of this removal rather than a return to that subsidy regime?
It depends on how you want to go about it. It depends on how you want to go about it. They are individuals. Like I said before, I don't hope brief for Atiku Abubakar. So but the point is this. Now, if the two of them had preached subsidy, that had preached subsidy removal, it depends on how somebody look at. Let's even remember that the late president himself, President Muhammadu Buhari, let's not forget the fact that he too, as a populist, as a Talakawa man that he was, he too believed in the removal of subsidy, and that was why during his administration he made sure that the PIB Act was passed. And in the PIB Act, there's no room for subsidy, right? Good. But in spite of that, in spite of signing that law, that bill to become a law, his own idea of going about it was a gradual phasing out, a gradual, of which the total, the expiry period would have been 29th of June, I think 29th of July or so, or 29th of June 2023. But the current president decided on the May 29 to yank it off. So the three candidates telling you that they were going to remove first subsidy, they all had their plans on how to do it. Even President Goodluck Jonathan, who appeared to have, presided over the country in a subsidy state, had his own plans. Incidentally, those who stood against him, recall that President Goodluck Jonathan has set up a committee headed by Ige Mokode, then the MD of Access Bank, to assess the issue of subsidy and everything that goes on with it. That committee came up with their own report, a very damning report, identified companies that have collected all kinds of money. Now, another committee was set up, headed by I think the then Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who also went ahead to make some revelations. And Goodluck Jonathan administration now decided on a gradual and systematic phase out of subsidy. The people that stood against him then and then they are principally the people that are in government now. So every leader you may have the same goal, but you may have different ways to approach that goal, and that is where the issue is.
Okay, we'll move on. I don't think we have another thing to add to that, so we just move on. Move on to the next one. This is from the Punch newspaper. It reads, FAC Bonanza. Governors face questions as payout hits 47 trillion naira. Nigeria's 36 governors are facing pressure over 47.25 trillion naira shared to all tiers of government between 2023 and 2025. Part of a 93.13 trillion naira from the total 2017 and 2025, and a 288% rise to 21.90 trillion naira in 2025. After subsidy removal and FX reform, states got about 21.71 trillion and local governments 13.01 trillion naira from 2022 to 2025. But analysts say much of the increase reflects naira devaluation rather than real growth.
Good.
All right.
That's the summation.
I mean, see,
that is the solution.
We just said.
And these were the policies that came to erode. You see, you don't create something with your left hand and you use the right hand to make policies that render it, the profitability, very, very minimal. If you move, yes, the governors are facing pressure now. I sympathize with them. It's just that everybody is being politically correct. Nobody wants to come out to say things the way they are, even including our governors, so that nobody wants to be probably be seen on the other side. Apart from one or two of them. The truth of the matter is that I was reading a report not long ago. One of the spokesman of a spokesman of one of the governors, was trying to make a case for all the allocations, and he was trying. In fact, the summation of his article there was that yes, the state has certainly received more revenue from federal allocation and things like that, but that the bulk of those things went into payment of salaries. The salaries, many of the states between 2023 and now, the salary tripled. Agreed. The same case with the same thing that Taiwo Oyedele was talking about last week when he was trying to give an account
allocations cannot.
The bulk of the money went into payment of salaries and allowances and pensions of people in government. And what gave rise to the sharp increase in the amount payable, in the salaries and wages? So if the bulk of the money went into payment of salaries, that means the removal of subsidy, you may want to conclude that the people that are benefiting from it are those who are paid by the government, because what's the percentage of the people that are working for the government? So these states themselves too, they are under pressure. Many of them, in spite of collecting this money, what projects have they given out to people? Apart from one or two governors who you can say have. Well, the only thing there is that I employ the people, hold their governments accountable in every state. Before you vote, you either vote for if the governor is a returning governor, before you vote for him, let him tell you how he has used the FAC allocation. If he's not a returning governor, if there's somebody he's supporting, before you vote for that person he's telling you to vote for, ask how he used the federal allocation. You will not, as you are going to campaign, you will not begin to hear. They will tell you how they've been struggling. These governors that they are saying now that they have this 15 trillion. The federal government said it has made as gains from the subsidy since 2023, and they are also saying that look, this money was shared between federal government, and of course the money was shared with it because they go there every month to share federal allocation. The governors that will be telling you now, as we're going into campaign, they will tell you how they have used the bulk of this money to pay salaries. They will tell you how they are even struggling. Instead of all the money they are receiving, they will tell you that they are also, now the truth will begin to come out. And now Nigerians will now begin to ask. So if at the end of the day, what is the benefit of, look, you have 1 million naira in your account, and I come to devalue the economy and tell you, so okay, don't worry, I will now give you 100 million. The issue is that the 1 million you had before, what was the value? The 100 million you're giving me now, what is the value? You don't give me 1 million naira, I can't. You don't give me 100 million naira, I can't buy, something that my former 1 million naira can buy for me.
So, Mr. Meka, do we push the blame on the valuation rather than on performance in this instance?
We will,
and we understand that most of the states have become solvent with the, these new savings from subsidy removal that's been shared amongst the states.
How do you know they have become solvent? If they have become solvent, why are they not meeting up their financial obligations? If you go around the states now, all the we have, even at the federal level, was it not the other day that the military, those who are retired military pensioners were protesting? You saw the other day, even before they removed the Wale, contractors go to Minister of Finance and protest. If you go around the streets now, everybody pay? Will you say everybody is happy? Salaries have been paid, and the pensions have been paid. So when you declare that the states, why are we not seeing adequate and considerate development projects going on? You don't use, we are 36 states in Nigeria. You don't use only Enugu State. Enugu State, yes, is in the front. Must it be only Enugu State? So the truth of the matter is that it's not what people say. Like the state governor was saying the last time. You remember when he was I think there was a place he went to commission one road. He said, look, all this money he's using to build all this, who gave him the money? Say it was President Bola Tinubu that gave him the money, as if it was President Bola Tinubu's personal money that he gave to him to go and. Now people are reminding him, the money they gave to you didn't include all these roads, other roads that are bad. So why are those other roads not being built? You see, people just come to make political statements. And I say, as we are going into campaign now, you will begin to hear the truth. Governors will be telling you now how difficult it has been for them to also, yes, in spite of the money that they have been receiving, how difficult it has been for them as well. Go and ask them, many of them, go and ask them how much they are using, to ensure that the various streets in the state capitals have light every night. Go and ask them how much they are spending on security to ensure that you and I go to bed and sleep. If you travel, go and ask a state like Enugu how much they have spent. Because I know Enugu is in the forefront of these developmental strides. So that is the issue. It's not about the state becoming. In any case, before they remove first subsidy, has any state collapsed in Nigeria? Has any state collapsed? That's the question. No state has collapsed. So it's all this other idea that if subsidy was not removed, Nigeria would have. It's not today we'll be hearing this news. These are issues that politicians will come up with particular sentiments to sway the mind of the people to Fuel subsidy is one thing that's a whole, yes, that may have been, it's possible there are, I can't tell you now that there was corruption because I was never involved in fuel subsidy in any way, so we only read based on the pages of newspaper and the other media outlets. The truth of the matter is that even if there were issues in the administration of fuel subsidy, it is the responsibility of government to identify these things, find a way to solve them, and not to, do something that a lot of Nigerians will be shouting, just like we have seen in the last 3.5 years.
Anyway, some of the governors have said that these monies, like you've mentioned, have been used for funding salaries, infrastructure, health, education, and then you would want to wonder where these structures are. And we still have some salaries, some states pensions have been owed, in some states, and the health, the deterioration in the health sector. So if these governors are under pressure, it further shows that they need to do more. And for some governors who have over time
build things or set their state on a setting par. It's an avenue, if they get re-elected, to do. I'm sure that every governor that wants to get re-elected has plans of doing more, but they should find a way to utilize these allocations, because for a region that, I think it was last week that we read that states in the past 6 months have gotten more allocation than they've gotten in years. So it just further shows the importance of being accountable to both themselves and the people that they are ruling.
Certainly. Well, this is what we are saying here about the states and their allocations from 2022 to 2025. Like Mr. Meko has said, it's not the value, because when I take away the value of 1 million naira, what it means to you, and give you much more currencies, much more, much of the nairas, much of the money, it will mean nothing to you. That 100 million naira could mean 1 million naira in retrospect of purchase. That's what it means. So there's no way we can amount to it. Like you said, states are coming out during this. They will come out during this election to say the truth, and we're going to see even in the voting, we're going to see how states are preparing for their allocation, how they are already putting in the work, because we are seeing a huge amount of money, and at times we are asking the question, where is this money going to? We cannot, most of the people, the masses, like I will always say, cannot even give account. Like, we are seeing the allocations. We saw the removal of first subsidy. We saw how it was used. Taiwo Yedele, the Minister of the Economy, had to come out to say this is what it was used for. But it was not seen. It was for the people. It was for certain people who were employed by the federal government. So we're going to see what happens at the end of the day as election approaches.
All right. So the bottom line here is that, despite the humongous amount that's been disbursed or shared among the federating units, what matters is the impact to the common man, and that's where the story lies. In a spell that will continue to talk about infrastructural development and the payment of salary, if the quality of life of the common man in the society is not affected or impacted positively, the conversation would continue. In as much as there is erosion of institutional trust in Nigeria, and these are the areas we need to watch it.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. To stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the Guardian headline. 14 years after Orun Saye report, bloated agencies cost Nigeria 11 trillion naira in 2026. 14 years after the Orun Saye report recommended sweeping public sector rationalization, Nigeria's government continues to operate a bloated bureaucracy with newly established and expanded agencies, driving costs past the 1 trillion naira mark in the 2026 budget.
Mr. Meka, with the fanfare with which we welcomed this commission's report, it's surprising that there was no implementation after 14 years. Let's have your opinion on it.
You see, yes, that is the way it appears, but the point is, from my own take on this issue, is that maybe the approach to the so-called, or rather the much desired rationalization or reform, should be changed. It might not be easy to deal with that Orosai report in isolation. And what do I mean? I think that before you can substantially deal with that Orosai report, you need to look at our governance structure. Because if the constitution has said that, look, for instance, now let me say, for instance, you want to prune the federal agencies, shrink them, because one of the things that has been given issues there is that you need to know what to do with the civil servants that are working there. Now, if you say you are going to scrap this agency, or you're going to merge this agency, are you saying that you're going to transfer the workers that are there to the other agency? If they get there, what will be their work? Will they not be overstaffed? And at the end of the day, what facilities are available for them to work? And if you return all of them, what is really the rationalization? Is it just realization of name? Because if this agency is having 1,000 workers, this one is having 1,000 workers, and you want to merge them together, you have only removed one name. At the end of the day, if you don't do something to the number of staff, you still have 2,000 staff to pay at the end of the day. Then issues of what they will be doing will now come in and things like that. So, but if you want to do realistic work there, you ask, okay, if you want to bring these two agencies, scrap one or merge them, whatever is the case, what am I going to do with the staff, those that will be affected? What is going to be the process of even the retention of those that will be retained? What is going to be? What are the modalities? Will it be devoid of politics? Am I going to use politics and all kinds of nepotism? You understand? These are the things that these trade unions kicked against. And if at the end of the day, those are that will be dropped, what compensation have you planned for them? Are you ready for them? So for a man who probably was employed on a life career work, suddenly after 5 years or 6 years, you come and tell him that, look, you're no longer needed. You must compensate him adequately so that he can take care of the rest of life to live. So these are some of the things. Then that's on the one side. Then the other side is that if you now say on the civil service you prune the civil service, what about the political class? Are you going to leave the political class the way they are and only prune the civil service? The people are going to feel short-changed. They will say, look, this whole reform, is it just about the people? Because everybody believes that we have a very, in fact, many people believe today that the real essence of the over-bloated nature of our governance system is not the civil service per se. It is the political angle to it. The constitution says we must have nothing less than 37 ministers. and the political class sometimes extend it to 40 something. People are already saying that 30 something is look, how many secretaries does the United States have? It's a bigger country compared to the number of people we have here. How many advisors? And we know the protocol around each minister. And these protocols is that they're all channels of spending money as well. Go to National Assembly. So many of them will require constitutional amendments before you can do a meaningful work in that oversight report. You need to deal with the issue of structure of governance, which has a constitutional implication. There are many of those ministries and agencies today that are constitutionally, they were established by House of Parliament. And for you to scrap them, you need to return to the Parliament. And when you return to the Parliament, you begin to see the politics of it. Because many of those agencies were created, as some kind of pacification of some certain sections of the economy, of some certain sections of the country. Olosanye did a professional report, structured, without probably looking more into politics. But many of these agencies are creation of politics. So these are the issues.
All right, Mr. Mike, if I may come in here, you understand, in fairness to that report, I'm looking at the report right now, and he did recommend, as part of his recommendation, that speaking to political office, that will reduce the number of political and administrative heads of agencies. That's part of this recommendation. And then more interesting, drawing from the conversation now, they equally recommended that they conduct a management and biometric audit across 89 agencies to identify redundant staff and strengthen personnel control. And then
I think that's the one they should do first.
Then when you move further, you look at part of his recommendation, like the merger of EFCC and ICPC into one body. And then moving forward in that report, you see something like Federal Road Safety Commission, where it was advised that they be merged into the Nigerian Police Force. And then you move forward, you see something like NTA, FRCN, and Voice of Nigeria, be merged to operate under one management. And when you go through the report, you see that it is to bring them under one management control in structure, and then be able to whittle down the funding that is spent on having multiple or multiplication of agencies in this stance. And further, in trying to sum this report, it was alluded that if we had implemented this report in any manner and any form of it, that we have been able to save between 2012 and 2015 around 860 something billion naira in that regard.
Those NCS, you see, let us not discredit the Olosanye reports. It is a very beautiful work. Let's not say anything to discredit it. But I think there's a whole lot of hyperbole in that, in the estimation there. You see, things were probably far too exaggerated, because I think there was also another technical report that reviewed the Olosanye report, and that is the reason why no particular administration has had the political will to implement that report. Now, I was even talking about, when I talk about the political class, I'm not talking about the political head of the agencies. Of course, when you come to the agency, you have the civil service aspect of it, you have the political head. The political head are those that were appointed. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the entire political class. Right? For instance, if you restructure the civil service and you don't restructure the political aspect of public service, for instance, some senators themselves, some members of National Assembly in the past have come out to say, look, Nigeria should have a unicameral legislative system, in which case we don't have to have the House of Rep and the Senate at the same time. We should just have one. Are we ready to do that? Because these are where the reforms are going to work. You don't just center on the civil service as if civil service is the only problem we have. But the political class are not interested in discussing this one. And it's because they don't want to talk about it. That is why also the trade unions are also waiting for them. The day any government picks up, says that the members want to go into Orosa report now, they will remind them that look, you people should start from the and you can't start from the political class, because these are, many of them, they are constitutional, establishments, constitutional issues. Then also, what you should also understand, even the biometrics exercise that the Orosa report is, let the government start from there. Let us know, because till today, even in spite of the introduction of IPPIS, the integrated personnel payment system that they have in place now, they sometimes you see them still come out to talk about ghost workers. We still see them talking about the phantom agencies.
All right.
So it's a complex situation, and I just hope that they'll be able to find the political will and the wisdom to deal with all of them.
All right, I think what we need here and what we advise the government is to find a way to whittle down the bloated number of statutory federal agencies in order to save costs and be more impactful to the lives of the citizens. When we look at other places in other political structures outside Nigeria, we see despite the huge number in places like the US, the number of agencies they have, and compared to Nigeria, especially given example with perhaps the ICPC and EFCC, there are a lot more we could do to be able to save more resources, and then be more impactful in producing results.
Remember also that sometimes one of the best ways to start doing something like this, you state exam. It's just like if whichever administration, if any administration comes to Nigeria now to tell Nigerians that we should tighten our belts, the administration should also be able to do what? Tighten their own belt. So if you want to do this kind of job, you start from the political side of governance.
All right. So we assume that those in authority, those whose responsibility it is to see that these reports and the bloated nature of our agencies are whittled down, should live by example, and cut the waste that is assumed to be heralding the whole conversation around bloated federal agencies.
All right, next is sports. We're bringing you sports updates here on Sunrise and Aneke TV, where we are seeing the Premier League returning to action and dramas are already taking place. Arsenal in their bid to show how class they have been over from last season, bringing in the new season, had to trash Coventry 3-0 in their opening game, and against the just newly promoted Premier League club. I'm talking about Coventry City, Frank Lampard's side. Of course, you have some of our Nigerians there. We have Taiwo Awoniyi and we have Frank Onyeka still playing over there in Coventry. And we're also going just right down yesterday, day before yesterday, how Manchester United losing their games, against Hull City 2-0. And then you come into Sunday, where you are seeing Manchester City, having 2 goals ahead of Bournemouth after coming from behind. Then yesterday also we're looking at some of the teams. AC Milan's Samuel Chukwueze, assisting and being there for AC Milan when they needed him most, making Ruben Amorim's first game in charge of the Italian side a memorable one, and it's a wonderful one. Mr. Mega, I saw your team. They played very good yesterday.
Oh yes.
And I was proud. Impressed.
I was proud.
Really, unlike some other teams who have been struggling to win just 2 games.
Is in the very DNA of Barcelona to win games. It's in their DNA to win games. So.
And it is in the DNA of Real Madrid to struggle.
No. One of the things that had to stand out in that game was Gavi is injured.
Yeah, yes, we don't know the extent of the injury. We just hope and pray that it won't be a devastating one. But we also saw a Rodri that came into, in fact, added more fire to
that's the quality that Manchester City has lost. Or are you saying that Manchester City really?
No, I wouldn't say they lost. You see, because the fact that they sold Rodri doesn't mean that they lost. The truth of the matter is that professional club sides players are on the go and players are on the come. City still has a whole lot of quality players on the bench, you know, and on the list to do things around. The only thing I would tell Kariska is that, you see, he has to settle Premiership. Yeah, of course, he has been in Chelsea. He saw how he ended in Chelsea, and I don't think he should allow a repeat, you know, performance in Manchester City. The Premiership is very, very impatient. The Premiership, in fact, the football world is the professional football world is very, very impatient. Those guys in Abu Dhabi may not have the patience to allow USB, because Guardiola set a very high standard for Manchester City, and let him start from day one, because you know, what I saw on yesterday, them coming from behind to, you know, yes, they won that game 2-1, but you and I know that for me it was a struggle. It was a struggle.
All right, I just have one question. Man United, don't they have a striker again? How come a lower rug, you know, team was able to flog Man United 2-0?
Let me tell you something.
No, please, just allow him to answer. Please, he's been allow him to answer. Did Man United play without a striker? Good Hope.
Well, yesterday I would like Mr. Meka to.
Mr. Meka, wait. Mr. Meka is a Barcelona fan. Let everybody answer their father's name.
Well, first of all, Manchester United started the game without a striker, but at some point they had to bring in a striker. Manchester United currently has a
look at the flimsy excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. It's football. I don't know what an excuse here. Not like Liverpool, who has been struggling to see a place.
They took one point. They took one point.
And they're still going to lose that 1 point.
No, you're projecting. They took one point. No, opening game of the season.
I wasn't expecting
opening game of the season. Opening game of the season. Good. Alonso was struggling.
It's a struggle because
Alonso was struggling. You are struggling not to score goal in a match.
No. Last season,
oh God,
your first game was Arsenal, and they had just.
Let's leave perennial failures. Let's leave perennial failures. Man United is a perennial failure. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the game yesterday. I want to talk about
the loss. You know the problem here. You see, when I said this a couple of years back, you know, Man United under Alex Ferguson was a very successful era. And you see, the problem you always have is when you have a big coach per se, you know, he's able to take a club to the peak, and if that coach stays for too long,
no one can beat his.
The problem there is that the moment the man leaves,
it's going to take a while.
It's going to take a while for the club may begin to come down. And I can tell you,
it has taken longer while.
You see Man City, what is happening to Man U now should be a lesson to them.
To Man City, yes.
Let them try as much as possible to work on it, because if they don't do that, this caliber, because the players we have in Man City now, these are players that many of them, like Guardiola, brought to the club, and many of them have seen it all. A good number of them have won Champions League. A good number of them have won. There's nothing they've not won. And if care is not taken, by the time with time, you may begin to see a declining performance. You see them getting to the point. Yes, by their very status, they may not get to the bottom of the league. Just like Man U.
Just like
Man U, Liverpool, Chelsea. It happened to all of them.
Yes.
You don't talk about Liverpool. You don't talk about Liverpool. You don't talk about Liverpool. You don't talk about Liverpool that just they just finished 15 Premier League. When you talk about jogging club says it. When you talk about jogging, when you talk about
the Premiership. How many years did they stay in wilderness?
No, they carry how many Champions League in wilderness? That's the question you should answer.
No, it's not.
No, while in wilderness, they lifted about 3 trophies in Champions League. While in wilderness, I think still in the same period, they managed to carry the Premier League.
Very important.
See, Emeka, you've summed the point here. The point here is that Man United should realize that they are no longer a big team. They are now perennial. Why would you make make that statement when Liverpool is here?
Liverpool.
How will you make that statement?
Liverpool does.
What are you talking about?
Show me Liverpool.
Talk about results. Talk about results. Talk about results. Talk about trophy.
The matter is that. The matter is that.
Man U is
no. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Finance what? Finance what? Okay. You are living yesterday. You are living in yesterday. You are living in yesterday.
Liverpool, quite frankly speaking,
need to do
the
better.
most successful team in Europe today
It's Liverpool.
If you want to count the 3 most successful teams in Europe today, Liverpool is there.
Yes, I won't argue that.
On that note, we can go home.
No,
we can go. Just concede.
On that note, we can go home. When you talk about,
they said
what are you saying? Which Manchester United? Does Manchester United come when champions are talking?
I think it's
you don't speak in Europe. You can talk in England.
Liverpool in England.
Real Madrid
in Spain, and AC Milan.
AC Milan.
I think these are the 3.
Yes. Okay, but we are not talking about.
Look at me. Look at me. See, look at me.
We are out of time. You're out of time.
You are speaking to the champion.
Why you should rest? Why you rest? Just rest.
Just
why you just rest?
Just like Chelsea. When I was telling Chelsea players that Chelsea is no longer a big team, they refuse to understand since they left Abramovich left Chelsea that Chelsea is no longer a big team.
They are lucky to win,
and then to talk about Arsenal winning 1 match, Arsenal is now seeing themselves
as we are not.
As if
we are not. That's one thing I about Arsenal.
I am content for you to realize that they are now in the era of history. We did it before. You are now a perennial.
Matches. Yes.
Exactly, because you will not take away the fact that there's no team in the world that is small.
Yes.
There's no small team in the world.
No
even
you must realize that some big teams in the past have turned out to be small teams.
Why
can't they stumble against all cities?
Mr. Good Hope, we're out of time. We're out of time. All right. To all the lovers of football, it's still the first season. It's still the first, football matches of the season, and we have so much matches. That's all the time we have this morning. Do well to grab copies of your newspapers and catch up on all the stories across all the papers that we've read this morning, whether it's the e-copy or the hard copy from the newspaper stand. Till we come your way again same time tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
Mr. Mekazum, it's a exciting moment having you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sora, I say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
We are here at the International Conference Center, Enugu State, to witness the Enugu Youth Conference 2026, themed Youth in Policymaking. As the world marks International Youth Day, attention is being drawn to the role of young people in shaping policies and decisions that affect their future. But do young people truly have a seat at the table? Let's hear from them.
The involvement of youth, participation on youth, should not actually begin when decisions has been made, because the future we are talking about is all about the youth. We are the main future we are talking about. So having youth be part of the conversation brings them, involves them in the conversation, keeps them in the know, helps to groom them ahead of what to expect in future, and thereby ultimately making them part of the solution for the future. The youths of Enugu are ultimately part of the future of Enugu, because when you look at the governance in Enugu state now, I can tell you authoritatively that 70% of youths are involved. Look around you, see the crowd, see the participation, the attendance. That should tell you that Enugu state government is actually involving the youth 100%.
We've seen like young persons heading issues like SDGs and all across. And beyond that also, we've seen like the state government come up with some policies in terms of, empowering SMEs through agriculture, through tech, like you know about the Enugu Tech Festival. The aviation also largely are driven by young persons. So these are some of the policies I think makes it quite healthy. And to some extent, the government has done well in that regard. A part of the program of the government for this particular event is to be able to empower some young businesses, right? Who were asked to submit their proposals before now and will have the opportunity of pitching to the state government. And hopefully, some will get lucky, to be empowered.
By the grace of God, I will tell you that the youth of Enugu State have a stronger voice in policy making in Enugu State. Take for instance now, if you check most of our senior leaders, like the SA in Youth and Student Affairs, she's a youth. Commissioner for Youth and Student Affairs, Commissioner for Youth and Sports is a youth. So you see most of our people in politics, they are all youths. So you won't tell me that the youths in Enugu State are not, their voice are not strong. No, we have strong voice here. If you go inside now, you will see more than 5,000 crowds inside. You won't tell me if these people comes out now to kind of organizing something for the government to hear them, that the government won't listen. Definitely they will listen, because for this thing is an example that the leaders of Enugu State, the youth of Enugu State have a voice and the government are listening.
The aim of the summit is to lay emphasis the impact of youth in governance, that we should not be political apathy. We should involve ourselves in things that are happening in our state and the governance of the state. In my own suggestion, it will be a wise idea if they can be having this kind of conference within themselves without involving those that are already in power, so that they can change the mindset of the youth to govern in the future.
I think that giving stronger voice, and it is evidential. That is why we are here today. The governor is intentional in building the youth of Enugu State. And remember, Enugu State can boast of the highest population of youth in southern Nigeria. So if you stay aloof from empowering the youth in Enugu State as a governor, it will be detrimental to your governance. And that is why it's very much intentional about it. The highest gift you can give to any generation is quality education. And the governor has laid a foundation that can never be raised. The annals of time or history of Enugu. That is the Green Smart School.
I would encourage that not exactly seats should be left for young ones specifically, but I think it will be necessary that the government encourages young ones to participate, and by that they can push young ones, when they come out. Because I think something that's prevalent in some parts of Nigeria, I will not say for certain, is that sometimes a young person will come out for a position, maybe a political position, and you hear you're still young in this system, go and sit down, learn from it's very good to learn, don't get me wrong, but then it is good if the government will encourage them when they come out, at least allow them, encourage them, assist them to take up those positions, put them through, instead of just casting them away and asking them to go and sit while they learn. Because trust me, by the time they will finish learning, they will no longer be youths. Yes, so I think one thing that the government can do differently is to encourage young ones when they come out, allow them to just hold those positions. If they fail, yes, they will learn from their failures.
While opinions may differ, one thing is clear.
Young people want more than recognition. They want meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect their lives and their future. As conversations around youth inclusion continue, the question remains, will young people simply be spoken about in policy discussions, or will they have a genuine voice in shaping the policies themselves? Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Uche.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a country of extraordinary possibilities. A nation of more than 200 million people, abundant natural resources, a young and energetic population, remarkable cultural diversity, and an entrepreneurial spirit that continues to thrive despite enormous challenges. Yet, between the Nigeria we have and the Nigeria we aspire to build lies a fundamental question. What will it take to get Nigeria working? Is the responsibility that of government alone? Or does the answer lie in a broader social compact? One in which government, citizens, businesses, institutions, and communities accept their respective responsibilities. Getting Nigeria working is not simply an economic question. It is a question of leadership. It is a question of institutions. It is a question of citizenship. And ultimately, it is a question of national character. The Nigeria we have. For decades, Nigeria's development story has been marked by contradictions. The country possesses enormous human and material resources, yet millions continue to struggle with access to basic services and economic opportunities. Its cities are expanding rapidly, but infrastructure often struggles to keep pace. Its young population represents a tremendous demographic advantage, yet unemployment, underemployment, and limited opportunities continue to fuel frustration. Nigeria has produced world-class professionals, entrepreneurs, academics, artists, athletes, and innovators. But the question remains: how can individual excellence be transformed into institutional excellence? That may be one of the defining questions of the Nigerian century. Beyond government. Government carries an enormous responsibility. It must provide security, build infrastructure, create a predictable business environment, strengthen education and healthcare, protect citizens' rights, and establish institutions capable of delivering public services efficiently. But government cannot do everything. No government can build a prosperous society without the active participation of its citizens. Democracy is not merely the periodic act of voting. It is also what happens between elections. It is paying taxes where required, respecting the law, protecting public property, rejecting corruption, holding leaders accountable, participating constructively in community development, and demanding institutions that work while recognizing that citizens themselves are part of those institutions. The culture of responsibility. A functioning country is built not only through policies, but through habits. The habit of keeping public spaces clean, the habit of obeying traffic regulations, the habit of doing honest work, the habit of keeping agreements, the habit of rejecting shortcuts, the habit of asking difficult questions without destroying the institutions required to provide the answers. Development is therefore not simply about what government does for the people. It is also about what citizens do for one another. The philosopher John Dewey described democracy as more than a political system, a way of living together. For Nigeria, that principle carries profound significance. A nation becomes stronger when responsibility becomes a shared value, rather than something constantly transferred to somebody else. The economic question. There can be no meaningful national development without a productive economy. Nigeria must move beyond an economy heavily dependent on the export of raw resources and strengthen sectors capable of creating sustainable value. Agriculture must become more productive. Manufacturing must become more competitive. Technology and innovation must be supported. Small and medium-sized enterprises must have access to finance, infrastructure, and predictable regulations. And Nigerian workers must have the skills required by a changing global economy. But economic transformation requires more than government programs. It requires an environment in which enterprise is respected, contracts are honored, productive work is rewarded, and investment is encouraged by confidence in institutions. The central challenge is therefore not merely to create wealth. It is to create an economy in which more Nigerians have a genuine opportunity to participate in creating that wealth. Education and the future. Every serious conversation about Nigeria's future eventually returns to education. A nation cannot sustainably develop beyond the quality of its human capital. Education must therefore be understood not simply as preparation for examinations, but as preparation for citizenship, employment, innovation, and leadership. Children need strong foundations. Young people need practical and technological skills. Universities need to become stronger centers of research and innovation. Vocational and technical education must receive greater recognition, and learning must become a lifelong process. Because the economy of tomorrow will not reward countries merely for the size of their populations. It will reward countries for what their people know, what they can create, and how effectively their institutions can convert knowledge into progress. The institutional question. Perhaps the greatest foundation of development is the strength of institutions. Strong institutions provide continuity beyond individual personalities. They create rules that are predictable. They make public officials accountable. They protect citizens and investors. And they provide mechanisms for resolving disputes without violence. Nigeria's challenge is therefore not simply to find exceptional leaders. It is to build institutions capable of producing good outcomes, even when exceptional leaders are absent. That requires professional public services, credible regulatory agencies, independent oversight, effective justice systems, and transparent management of public resources. In the long term, institutions must be stronger than personalities. Security and social trust. No society can prosper without security. Farmers cannot produce efficiently when they fear attacks. Businesses cannot invest confidently where insecurity persists. Children cannot learn effectively where communities are unstable. And citizens cannot fully exercise their freedoms where fear dominates everyday life. But security is not solely a military or policing question. It is also an economic, social, and institutional question. Communities need trusted security structures. Young people need legitimate opportunities. Disputes need mechanisms for peaceful resolution. And citizens must cooperate with lawful security institutions. The objective should not merely be to respond to insecurity after it occurs. It should be to build a society in which the conditions that produce insecurity are progressively reduced. The Nigerian social contract. Nigeria's diversity is often presented as a challenge, but diversity can also be an extraordinary national asset. The question is whether differences become instruments of division or sources of strength. A functioning federation requires fairness. It requires respect for every community. It requires citizens to understand that national progress cannot permanently be built on the exclusion of others. The Nigerian social contract must therefore rest on a simple principle. Every citizen deserves dignity, security, and opportunity. And every citizen has responsibilities towards the society that provides those possibilities. The role of the private sector. Government creates the framework, but businesses create much of the employment and economic activity that sustains societies. Nigeria, therefore, needs a private sector that is innovative, competitive, and socially responsible. Businesses must pay their lawful obligations, treat workers fairly, respect consumers, and invest in productivity. Government, in turn, must create an environment where legitimate businesses can operate without unnecessary obstacles. The relationship should not be one of government versus business. It should be a partnership directed towards national productivity. The power of the ordinary citizen. National transformation is often discussed in terms of presidents, governors, ministers, and legislators. But countries are ultimately built by ordinary people doing ordinary things well. The teacher who refuses to abandon the classroom, the farmer who increases productivity, the entrepreneur who employs another young person, the civil servant who refuses a bribe, the journalist who insists on accuracy, the police officer who protects the law without discrimination, the citizen who refuses to destroy public property, the young person who chooses skills over despair. These actions may appear small. Collectively, they are not. They constitute the everyday architecture of a functioning nation. A call for collective action. Getting Nigeria working will not happen through slogans alone. It will not happen through government alone, and it will not happen through citizens alone. It requires collective action. Government must govern responsibly. Institutions must function. Businesses must create value. Citizens must demand accountability and accept responsibility. Communities must cooperate. Young Nigerians must be given the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the country's future. And the country must begin to measure progress, not merely by the number of policies announced, but by the number of lives genuinely improved. The Nigeria of our aspirations will not simply arrive. It must be built. Built in classrooms, built in hospitals, built on farms, built in factories, built in laboratories, built in communities, built through honest public service, built through responsible citizenship, and built through the daily decisions of millions of Nigerians. The question, therefore, is no longer simply, what is wrong with Nigeria? The more important question is, what are we prepared to do differently to make Nigeria work? Because the future of Nigeria is not an abstract idea. It is being created or neglected by the choices we make today. Getting Nigeria working is a collective responsibility, and the work begins with all of us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experienced sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence. especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals, but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to all other. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko's Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than enforcement of rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimalogu and Robinson describe such examples as destructive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man. But philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emela ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emela ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
voices.
Break in seconds, and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? I hope you guys had a splendid weekend over the weekend. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Welcome to the best of best entertainment show live on the Aneke TV. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and with me is my co-host, Mr. Commissioner of Enjoyment. Mr. Commissioner, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Good afternoon, Enugu. I'm living up to the commissioner right now.
No, you're not living because I've not enjoyed myself since I've been with you. Okay, what is happening?
First of all, thank God it's Monday and it's Monday music. But back to what you're asking me, have you not been enjoying yourself?
No, you need having commissioner here has to come with so many privilege. So I think
privilege is like.
Yeah, privilege like money, good things, food,
Why money?
whatever.
Why is money the first?
Because today is money making Monday, so I have to remind you that today is
money making Monday, and we're here to make some money. Listen, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I'm sure you are set for the day.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are doing what you know best how to do to get that money. Well, I would encourage you to get it legitimately, because anything you are doing, you are hustling, saying you didn't sleep all through the night and you are trying to dupe someone. Man, we don't do that here, y'all. We don't do that here. What we do here is the best of best entertainment and to bring you sanity, because we can switch it back to social lawyer or I can switch it to mental mechanic, depending on how you lead us this morning. Well, back to you, Gift.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful morning. I see you looking so splendid and beautiful. You look so beautiful.
Please don't make me blush too much.
Gift, please, you are free to blush. Listen. Yeah, blushing is part of life, because I really want you to blush. It's good.
I'm blushing.
I mean, you cannot even recognize how handsome I am already. But let's leave that for another day, because you know, man can be man. Man is man. Yeah.
So my first gist for my music Monday today is Odumodu. You know, say Odumodu Black must pay me because I lost money. That rapper Black Bones vows to pursue the defamation case to the end after sexual abuse allegation.
Well, it is very sad to be seeing two top beautiful guys who has made, I'm saying both of them are beautiful, you see, they look beautiful. Beautiful guys, you know, fighting over a woman. See, woman has been the problem.
No, we're not the problem, but we're at the table. We're at the table. We're at the table.
Women has actually been one of the issues that we've been facing so far. But you know, young men out there, you see the people that are richer than you are fighting over one woman. I could say, I don't know, because Odumodu Black was not abused. It was a woman that was abused, and Black Bones actually was the one who everything had to come out from his mouth looking at the scenario. But I'm sure that they are going to find their middle ground. And I think I had a dream some time ago where
both of them collide.
Where they were doing some songs together.
I'm anticipating that actually.
Odumodu Black is very good. I'm not sure it's just about women, because why all this hate about women? I'm not saying there are women out there. Maybe that one is so special to.
But have you actually noticed that most of these musicians, if they're about to release some songs, they actually try to patch on some trending issues to be able to make relevance of their song, maybe for their song to trend, so they'll be able to release within that week. They'll release somebody like Whiskey. Most times when he wants to release some songs, he has actually patches on some trending issue. Is that trying to
either trying to take up the song. I really have found out that
because that's what actually Mr. P did.
Mr. P did, and right now we're having some. Of course, we're going to get there where he says he's going to collaborate with Usher.
Yeah,
and that I can't look away. I don't even know what he's saying.
I can't look away.
I don't know what he's looking at.
But wait, but can you look away?
I'm looking at the camera. I
don't know why you just did that.
No,
I don't like it. I don't actually like it.
Listen.
Okay.
It's not about you. It's about looking at you. And I can't look away. Or do you want me to, wherever I'm going to, I can't look away?
Please don't look away. There's a gorgeous lady here sitting down here.
Hi, Ndenugu. I'm looking at Ndenugu. And I can't look away from Ndenugu.
Okay.
So back to what we're talking about. Looking at Mr. P, just taking that same format to bring his music back to life. And we're still seeing a dead career, even though it's not as so dead as others. But Mr. P has been silent, apart from Jude coming out to clarify some issues. But Peter himself, it sounds like Tony, but Peter, Mr. Peter himself has really shown, that great, I would say, PR. He really did that PR. It was good. It was really good. Seeing Black Bones and
Odumodu Black
still coming out, and Black Bones is about to Odumodu Black is about to release a song, about to release a video. TJ Murray was on set with him some time ago, and they are just working on something after he released a picture of what looks like a marriage. But I'm asking this question: is that actually marriage or something else? We're going to find out at the release.
I always say that these people actually find something controversial to pitch on when they're about to release some songs. I think this is just a step to actually get the people talking. Why he plays his song to the unit.
Why he plays the song, I think it's a part of what we're seeing right now, and they're going to work on it very, very seriously. And if that song comes and Odumodu Black is going to have some share, greater share of what is going to come out from the song. I really, really respect Odumodu Black and also Black Bones, both of them, just that they had some solving each other issues, some fracas here or there. You see Odumodu Black just singing his own style, and you have saying he's the greatest rapper in Nigeria. I mean, I don't know what MI would do. I don't know. what African rapper number one would do. Microphone Magician. You remember that song many years ago? African rapper number one. MI Microphone Magician. Everybody put on Kaijeweya. Ewo. I don't want to give the rap side so that you guys, nobody's time me to record label. I have my own.
So you were talking about something like sob,
Yeah, when you listen to that song HCL, when you play the video, you will see a girl, moving the trash.
No, but I want to tell you that someone actually sobs somebody, but we are now trying to know who actually he's pointing at.
All right,
so
let's have it, man.
Chike said, "Cry more."
Cry more. Everyone, my enemies,
cry
tears,
more.
rival tears, man. I'm gonna drink your tears. Well,
he actually said, "Cry more," and
Chike said, "Cry more."
And someone was asking, who do you think Chike is actually sobbing like this again?
Telling someone to cry more, I don't think it's just what is right.
No, he has just been releasing, this countless of.
And maybe that's the song, because Chike knows how to do after love, a Google more baby, a man love, a
Google baby.
Hey. They come easy. Okay, let's not sing this song. Gift is good now.
Baby.
No, she's not. That's a wonderful song with Siamka. It's a wonderful song.
Yeah.
Chike has said everyone should cry more, guys. You have to cry more. In case the tears is not enough, I have some bucket to bring to you. Rival fans, rival tears. It's very good. Not football now. We're talking about entertainment. And you take a look at his new look. That's the man. That's the man of the moment.
The bull of the bullets.
And guys, let me tell you something. Gift is having a crush on Chike.
No.
She said no. That's what she said.
No.
Okay. What?
No.
Let me ask you a question. What's the best song that you've had, Chike? How many artists in Nigeria are you fanning right now?
I like the song from Johnny Drew's.
No, I'm saying artist, guy.
Nobody.
Yo, I'm talking about artist. But the other day you were telling us that Chike, Bull of the Bullets was your favorite album, man.
No, he has a song that I was.
What song is that?
I don't want to say.
No. Is it Roju? Because I know the songs too. Is it Roju? Is it some people? No. But me, I know. My baby. I know the song. There's no song on that album that I don't know right now.
That's me,
right? Yeah, but me, I know. You know that song is really nice.
Yeah.
Then there's one with MI. We could be together, me and you forever. Yes, I know
Even
the song.
the one he had with Mobad, the late Mobad.
Yes.
Egu.
No, you said
no. We're not going to take this. I don't know why he doesn't want me to progress in my music career.
Listen, I'm going to sign you to my record label.
I don't like
You're
that.
going to record some labels.
I don't actually like that.
You know, your job is to record labels. Listen, your job is that when I bring some labels to you, you record it. That's your job, man. That's your job, yeah.
And if I say no, I don't want it that way.
If I say no, you say Clement says oh, when I used to be.
I think you missed.
Am I actually your like you're doing this as if I'm your guest? Because I'm giving you bangers.
Yeah, you're giving me bangers right there. But actually, I think that you actually missed some phase of your life now, because I'm trying to reconnect some certain things, you know, to reactivate, join some wires to actually
like what, man?
You know, I think you forgot that you were a musician in your life
in my
before.
previous life. Yeah, I do remember, and I had some features. In fact, let me tell you guys, I'm saying here on air for the first time. I wrote a song, and till tomorrow I'm a songwriter. I wrote a song for my brother, and I can perform it live.
No,
and I can
just give us one or two lines. Just one or two lines.
1 or 2 lines.
Yeah, 1 or 2 lines.
Okay, it's just an Afro kind of
thing.
But okay. I need no Afro soul. They mix with amapiano.
No. Okay.
It's just a talented, very very talented, you know, personality, you could say. Then the song really can I go to my phone and get the lyrics so I can give you some of this? Or do we have the time? No. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. No, you have to find
people here to entertain us. But what is happening?
Go best.
Hey,
best.
Let's
That's oh,
are you serious?
I'm giving yes now. Okay.
Go best.
I'm trying to find the song. I'm trying to find the song. I'm trying to find a song. I'm trying to find a song.
No.
I'm trying to find a song.
Yeah.
Almost there, right? Almost there. Right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I get it now. Okay, yeah, but it's not this beat.
Okay.
I know all the guys, I know all the people will want take me. Each and every choice, every dealing they want to do me. Now because of that, I go fly Equatorial again. No be for that, but for the thing they won't buy me. Very soon I go give me respect. I go to more effort.
Oh my God.
Today I do it. See some chat. I really like something. Jigo you pele.
Okay.
Let's go
there.
Tell everybody say their own don't show again. Tell everybody save one life shot eat the ping.
Oh my God.
Tell everybody someplace good, someplace no bad.
Oh my God.
Tell everybody new bad. Yeah. Tell everybody we know but we just the sense.
Oh, yeah, we did it.
See, don't play with me.
Oh my God, we have an Aneke TV.
I'm very cool.
You know, Aneke TV have a bunch of talented people here. So we hear from Aneke TV saying, thank you for that performance.
Thank you very much for that performance.
Thank you for that performance. Thank you very much for that performance. It was splendid.
So
although you were actually reading it out, but I would love
for me to
the thing is for you to perform this.
The song is.
It makes it
if I really produce this song, because I'm really working on some of the tracks.
Okay.
I know all the guys. I know all the people who want to take me. It's just the kind of song where you're talking about. Okay, I know the people that have been against me.
Okay.
I know all the things that has been against me. I know.
I think it's gonna suit. You know, it's gonna go well when it's being rapped.
You're not gonna give me the respect.
Okay.
You see, it means it's just have you listened to let me use this song. Let me give you a copy. Have you listened to Asala Malaikum? I got many disciples. Kiroba with Koshidano. They go shower me some blessings, mine too. Emiliano Rora. Let me leave it there. Let me leave it there.
Today Music Monday. He's actually making this Music Monday something else. He's just taking me somewhere. Please return me back to
back to what we're talking about, man.
So next on my list is is about Pokoli. You know, so, there's this artist that said, this singer, Mr. Reeves, said he did not do it 100%. You know, he shares his personal experience of being almost accused of sexual assault by a lady in London. So, what's your take on this whole back and front? He did it, he didn't do it. Because actually, I saw a clip of that particular lady who actually said Pokoli nearly raped her in London. So people are not sharing clips of where she was dancing almost naked on the bed. And people are saying, "I just this lady that is claiming to be raped." You know, a lot of things. And then people are not telling Kat he should be mindful because I think he's in UK right now, and he should be
okay. I saw
UK babes because they are always raped.
Listen.
Is that an attribute of UK babes? They're actually raped.
One thing that I think, as a celebrity, you have the number of women to you.
Yeah.
You have
but he was actually doing. Katafe was actually seen in a video doing some crazy things. You know, getting smoke from their mouth. You know, releasing it in the air. So for me, it's nonsense.
Let me say this.
I know he's actually catching cruise, but I think he's way above the cruise level. Knowing the fact that some artists and some celebrities are suffering from this accusation, you should be very mindful.
In fact, the people that have suffered so much from rape accusations are footballers.
Yes, yeah.
Like their career just, yesterday it just dawned on me that footballers don't go to school. So they spend most of their life playing.
In the field, yeah.
Okay, imagine someone like Lamine Yamal, he can't even enroll into any studies because he's playing football and he has to focus on his career. So it's just like a serious thing. And someone comes out from nowhere and say, man, young lady or young man, I'm going to take you to court. What happened? You raped me. Woo. That's just so strong. Of course, we condemn that. A young man should not do that. Neither people should not do that. But I'm not saying it's wrong or right because we've not heard from.
But you know what, I actually agree with what you actually said right now because most of these footballers, it's just like looking like a trend. Like if they want to pull you down, this is just
that's
why the easiest accusation that could be levied against them.
Yeah,
and it's looking like a trend.
I'm really telling my friends, wherever they are, whatever you're doing, find a good woman.
Okay.
Don't hang out with people. There's one of the celebrities that had to come out to say last week that he doesn't like group pictures because you don't know many people are wanted, and that's fine. Whatever you're doing here in the world, make sure you are doing with good people because someone can come out tomorrow and say you really
when you say
urine.
Good people, you can't actually tell what someone. There's always a popular saying that be mindful. The person that will kill it is someone very close to you, is a close person, like a close associate, a close friend. Somebody be wary of your close.
Okay, someone that will very close to you, but then
that's the first betrayal. Because
I've actually had people that are closer to me that had to hurt me. So I've had people that are very close to me and they hurt me, and I've had people that are farther and they hurt me too. I think it's a quality of humanity that we have. So
anyway, before we continue that conversation, we're going to go on a short break. When we'll be back, we'll dive into deeper gist. Stay tuned.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith,
time. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom.
Welcome back. We're not from that short break, and you know what we do here? Entertainment. We tell you what is going on, and I wanted to tell you guys. I wanted to give you guys, but I wanted to, make your mindset to it that we went for an event during the weekend, and this event was splendid. It was a out show of talent. Well, I mean different talent. And with us here, I want to introduce one other person here with me right here, and she is Precious. Precious, how you doing?
I'm fine. Thank
you
for
look
having
good.
me. Thank you.
Precious, you look very good.
Thank you.
What's behind your glowing?
Oh my, I just wanted to
I think maybe it's the talent show that we just concluded, though. I think that's what is making me glow, because that day I don't think I'll be able to forget it.
Sorry, is there anything like a talent show skincare?
Okay, but I've not heard of talent show.
Because you're glowing, so
because I think we'll open something like that.
Yeah,
I think
it's
maybe
really nice.
I should produce things like that.
Yeah, talent
show
show skincare.
Yeah,
it would be really nice.
I
Like
think
just like someone was trying to start a business, and in Nigeria, businesses you start, you could name it funny name, and it goes viral. So someone say buns of comfort. Buns of comfort. Now imagine you eat that kind of buns, you be comforted. That's just say buns of comfort. That kind of crazy side of thing. Yeah.
So what idea comes to mind if I am to name a skincare brand, talent show skincare?
So that it just gets you into a field where this is talent show skincare. When you wear it, you can be able to perform in other.
Yes, you have multiple talents.
Multiple talents. So
yeah,
you can.
They send me for here.
Okay,
nice one.
It's amazing having you. It's really amazing.
Thank you. So on Friday we went for an event, and it is titled "Real Not Perfect Model of Beauty." And Precious, you were live and direct there, doing one or two. So can you tell us, series of experience, what happened, and
On the 21st of August 2026, we hosted the Real Not Perfect Model of Beauty Talent Show by Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative in collaboration with other organizations. So that show was something else. I don't think I'll be able to forget it in the long run. Like, it was mind-blowing. People came from different states, Abia State, Port Harcourt, Enugu. Like, I was not expecting it, so I really needed to thank the audience for showing up. And then I think one of the highlights of that show was having people from the deaf community there.
Yeah.
I had people from Enugu State National Association of Deaf. They were there to show us that my disability is not a barrier, that being deaf does not exempt me from the community. And then that explains the diversification of talents. Like, that's to show you that talents, you don't have to be perfect to be able to show that, oh, this is what you do. So that was really nice. Like, I enjoyed it, and I believe everybody there enjoyed it.
So I just have one question now for you, because when you talk about people with disabilities, I saw you how you were trying to interpret and make everybody feel comfortable and relaxed with them. So how did you go that far? What's the journey for you to reach that place?
Maybe one of these days I should come and talk about my journey with persons with disability.
Yeah.
I developed this
actually I think you should come with one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Oh, that would be nice. I have a lot of them. And then along the line, growing up, I developed this love. I wanted to understand them. I wanted to be able to communicate with them. I wanted to make them included. Let me say it started when this lady, she was watching the TV, and we're also watching the TV with her, but she could not understand it. You could see the confusion in her eyes when people would laugh, when people would like move around and all that. She was just staring, and then she would look at me, she would look at the television. She did not understand what was going on. So I think from there, that was where my love began. Like, I wanted to include them, and I wanted to be able to understand them too. So I learned sign language interpretation, and ever since then I've been working with them. So
we have so many guests there, but there is one prestigious guest I want you to talk about. She is a woman, an elderly woman. So how did you guys bring her to the picture, and what happened with the old mix?
Oh, Mommy Umwadaiwo.
Yeah.
Yes. Mommy is a great woman, somebody I love so much. I have one of her books, but I've not started reading it. So obviously the organization has some ties with them. I think our CEO, Mommy Talent Show, the Mommy of the Talent Show, yeah. So I think that's how she came along, and it's a great honor to have her there, because we're not expecting. Okay, I feel like she would have honored the invitation, but then she actually showing up there, it meant a lot to us. So
now we'll talk about the founder, the CEO. So what do we need to know? Because I see her in every, trying to get things done. Yes. Everything was, perfect for me.
Yes.
So just talk about her.
Mommy is somebody amazing, and I really love the fact that she's this person that believes that everybody has something to offer. You don't have to be perfect. Everybody has a talent to be discovered. And then one thing I love about her so much is the way she's always trying to build the confidence of youths. Like, she created a platform for youths to be able to come, discover their talents, build self-confidence, and then also be able to empower themselves. So Mommy, I want to say thank you so much for this. And then something with the youths of this generation, like, I feel like a lot of people are hiding behind their cameras, social media and all that. Yes. And then they actually find it difficult to come and actually communicate and connect with their peers. So
Well,
that's a really nice platform.
Well, that's really nice, and this particular update from the initiative is okay. I really find it interesting where students and young people are coming together to be part of something big.
Yeah.
And I would say for a fact that many talents could come out of that. We're seeing certain celebrities just coming out of maybe one event or the other, and someone just gets noticed, and just like I've performed here before you came.
Are you serious?
And they were just like, wow, oh my days, they want to sign me. I said, no one should sign me.
Yeah. What did you do?
Well, I had to give some rap, some chit-chat songs, and some melodious.
I like them.
So it's just what it is. But thank you very much for bringing this to limelight. Now, I wanted to ask you, looking at the way Nigeria is, like you said, young people are hiding behind talent. Where should they hide? Where should they go to?
I feel like this
are we having
generation,
a lot of cameras and unrefined talents behind it?
It's not about just unrefined talent. I feel like this generation has like a serious issue with communicating and connecting.
Can I give you a high five on the air? Thank you very much for that. Yeah, on the air.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Because you just hit the point now. I was having conversation with someone, I told the person, if we can take away social media, many people will die.
Exactly.
We're gonna lose many young people.
Yeah.
However, if we don't take it away, we're still gonna lose many young people. So we're losing people virtually. So people could be in a room and everyone is pressing their phone trying to catch up with no updates. Updates that they say there's an update. So that's why I like what you guys are doing. When you build a connection where young people come to take away your phone.
Yes.
Let's interact. What's wrong? What's up? People can say
pour out their hearts.
Pour out their hearts. Just like you're so interested in people who are disabled, people who have some issues, maybe getting into some things. You see, that's amazing. Imagine you've been a phone person all your life, like you are always on the phone. Would you? Of course, you could, but would you have had such beautiful, insights to say, let me just help this person, and from there you pick special interest. It's making a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because right now, you could say what we want to say.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a very serious problem with people of this generation. The fact that everybody is isolated and minding their business and just doing one thing or the other. They don't want to actually come out physically and interact with their peers. They're forgetting that connecting with your peers provides opportunities. It takes away that burden of loneliness. So I feel like that's something that youths of this generation should be conscious of. Leave your phone, leave social media. Just drop it for a second. Come out, connect with your peers, talk to them, connect, make friends.
Can I ask you?
Discover your talents.
Can I ask you? When you said connect with your friends, I'm not like, connect with your friends. What should I talk about with my friends? Because my friends too may not even want to talk to me.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. This thing you just said, we always assume that we are disturbing people. We always assume that, okay, this person I actually want to go and have a conversation with, I might be disturbing them. So instead of disturbing them, let me just stay on my own. Why disturb them in the first place? And that's a very big issue. We should keep that mentality aside and just live in the present. Like, live life now. Like, live in the present. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, so now I'm keeping the mentality aside.
Okay.
That's what I just did now. Mentality, I keep you down aside. So it's a way. But what do you think youths can have, the interactions youths can have with their fellow peers? What kind of interactions? When we keep away our phone, when we don't look at our phones, what do you think we can talk about? Not young people.
There's this saying that, should I say, the most irrelevant moment makes the greatest memories. So let's say the little things in life gives the greatest joy. So you don't necessarily have to have a topic particular in mind that you want to come and discuss with your peers. You can just come out and talk about personal growth. What's up? What has been difficult for you all this while? what are you finding difficult? What have you not crossed? Like, what bridge are you finding difficult to build, or something like that? Just talk about your life in general. You don't have to have a particular topic in mind before you can come out and talk to your friends.
Okay, beautiful, because I was thinking about this, and
there is a twist here. When you said that most times those people find it hard because they are always focused on their phone. Now, those updates, those dance, because I saw so many people, so many young, young children, young youth, display some dance. Now, how do they know about this trending dance if not from the same internet you guys are trying to say they are overstepping it?
Overstepping.
That's the overstepping. We did say they should not, though. Technology is like the everyday activity, the day-to-day of activity of every human being. We're not saying everybody should leave their phone. Of course, the world is going forward, everybody's moving forward. We are saying don't overdo it. There is always a limit to something, and you should always have a proper management of things you're doing. When you overdo it, it becomes a problem.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates in this edition of Entertainment. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now over to our guest, who we have been having some interactions with about, the event that had to come just last week Friday, where young people had to, show their talent, and also other people from different communities who had to gather to, experience a wonderful time. Yes, it's so good that we have had some conversations around this. And what do you have to tell enugu people?
I just have something to say to youths of my generation. Don't be pressured by social media standards of perfection. All you need to do is, all that matters is courage, talent, confidence, and the willingness to step out and say, this is what I have, this is what I can do, without being scared of judgments. So once in a while, abandon your phone, not completely, but leave your phone, come out and interact with your peers.
Well, that's amazing. So Enugu youths, you've heard that, and we're saying a very big thank you for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. It's always a pleasure. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more on this gist and the edition of Entertainment. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap me, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, and still on our topic and our discussion on the talent show on this entertainment. When I mean the best of best live on Aneke TV, I'm going to tell you guys that two other people who actually attended this talent show, who are artists and perform their music, is right here. I'm talking about Mr. Ebubedike and Mr. Bright. Mr. Ebubedike, over to you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Ebubedike. Mr. Bright, you're really bright, man.
These glasses are
really bright. It's really nice to
Thank you.
How's it been with your career?
Thank God. Everything has been going fine. I really thank God. It has not been easy, but we keep putting in work every day.
That's amazing. Ebubedike, I want to just come back to you very fast. You know, we have some history. Yeah, I know. I'm so glad you're doing music now. Can we just say what's your music like? What's music to you like?
Okay, let me say, music is just self-expression.
Okay.
I'm just trying to express myself.
Okay.
I know there are some people out there that have the same mentality, mindset like me, and they also have some questions asking themselves.
Very well, yeah.
So maybe I might have the answer.
Wow, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
So you have the answer to my question.
Now, let me go over to our guy, Bright. I know anytime I come over to you, I feel so bright. I don't know why.
Turn it up.
Yeah, but seeing the kind of music you do, I mean, what do you really? Who's your role model? Who are you looking up to really get you into that?
Okay, based on Nigerian music, like I love Burna Boy. Yeah.
And you're giving me the vibe. Oh my God! Vibe.
Yeah, and also I'm a very big fan of whiskey.
Oh,
yeah.
No, come on, be going. Come on, be going. Come on, be going.
The question is, how do you do Whiskey and Burna Boy? They are different.
Okay, the whole thing there is that I'm a big fan of Fela Kuti. So both of them are giving me almost the same vibe from Burna Boy and from Whiskey. So
yeah, okay, I can understand it from that.
Yeah, we are both windwood instrumentalists. So I'm a saxophonist and he's a trumpeter.
Yeah, he's a trumpeter.
So,
are you serious?
Yes.
So please, you guys are gonna come with
your trumpet. Well,
yeah.
The thing is that when you look at the kind of music they do, I'm seeing another genre of music springing up, especially from Ibedike and from Bright. You see, both of them, when they combine their powers or when they do their thing, you could see how wonderful, how the masterpiece. And I've seen some other people write songs on the internet and they have not given me this kind of vibe, really, I must say. But now, Ibedike, who is your mentor? Who is driving this whole thing around? Who is driving you? Who inspired you to? I know who inspired you to do music, but who inspired you to, making this moves you're currently making?
Let me say, since I was small, I've loved music. Like I've been following Michael Jackson from one.
So you can break dance for us.
Maybe.
Maybe. You're not sure. So we need a Michael Jackson, a Nigerian Michael Jackson.
Okay.
So like internationally, Michael Jackson. But when it comes to Nigerian music, just give me a Burna Boy.
Oh my God!
Burna Boy is like served on a platter of gold.
Like Burna Boy, like his lyrics.
It's kind of wow.
He's educating.
So I have a question for you guys. See you guys at the talent show. That's where I met you guys display your talent and do one of two things. At that point, what did you feel, and what was the expression and the way you guys felt during the talent show? And I saw the way you guys were doing your moves. I was like, are we having a duel? That's a P-square kind of era in our youth, Now, coupled with the fact that the show was a talent show, how did you feel at that point in the show? Really not perfect model of beauty.
The show itself explained how I was feeling that day. Not perfect. I was just trying to be real that day on stage.
Yeah.
As you can see, we are communicating to ourselves.
Eye contact.
So on stage, I believe that before you entertain others, you have to entertain yourself. So if you entertain yourself, and when you feel the music, then others will flow through you.
Well, others are going to flow through you, I would say, because I really have known how these things work a little. So, but I want to ask each and every one of you, what are you thinking? Where are you going? Where are you seeing yourself in the next few years? Where are you seeing yourself? Let me start with Ibedike. Ibedike, where are you seeing Ibedike in the next 5 years? Yes.
Man, 5 years. 5 years is too big. Let me see.
Oh, that's my God.
Oh my God.
Tell us where you see yourself in the next 1 minute. Alright, where do you see yourself just in the short period of time?
Short period of time.
With what you're doing now?
What I'm doing now? I see myself performing with international artists like Kendrick Lamar and others because
Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Others are who? Just mention few names.
Like me now.
Few names.
Billie Eilish. I love
her. Wow, I really like. Because of time, let me go back to Bright. Bright. In the next few years, in the next few moments, where do you see yourself? A few moments could be few years, few months. What you're doing now, where are you seeing yourself?
Like with the way I'm seeing things, let's say like we are putting in work every day, and we are like I wouldn't just say the exact place I might see myself, but I hope to see myself around the people. Like I love to see myself around people like I just mentioned to you.
Okay.
Burna Boy, Whiskey,
and many Igbo artists.
And many Igbo artists.
Yeah, even our rappers, Igbo are here in 042.
Okay. Here in 042, sir, let's use the word Southeast. Who's your guy?
Man,
who's your guy?
A lot of them.
Okay, who's your guy? Okay, we can't mention name, right?
Okay, I can't. Kind of.
Who's your guy?
I have many of them. Like, let me start with Aguero Banks.
Aguero Banks, that's the guy. All right, who's your guy?
Jerick is my guy.
Jerick, Aguero Banks. Both of them are amazing, and both of them are really, really super. And we're really having these guys, joining us today for the show. It's a pleasure having you guys.
Yeah.
It's really, really good. And Gift, over to you.
Thank you for being on this. At this point, so I'm going to close the curtain for today's entertainment show. I hope you guys really enjoyed yourself. Thank you to the people of Enugu, the people of Nigeria, and thank you to my own Mr. and Commissioner of Enjoyment. You can say that again. You guys know what we do here too. We do this every day by 12 p.m. at the same station every time. I go by the name Gift Obodo. I love you. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Yeah. See you again.
Thank you, guys.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life.
In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. the idea redefining possibilities, the generation building the future.
It is with joy that we welcome you to Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to place a check on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, especially the students on campuses, and all of the things they do in order to come out after examination successfully. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today our focus is still on the student success in examinations, the part 3 of it. Thank you so much for being there. Permit me to introduce to you once again another set of young academic doctors who made our list for this particular show. I have by my right a lecturer from the Department of Educational Management, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Chibike Ozago. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you, Chibike.
And again, I have another lecturer from the Industrial Chemistry Department, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Lotena Okwesli. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right. In the previous episode, that was a part 2 of this particular topic. We looked at basically the consequences of examination failure and what the students do they are not supposed to do in order to pass exams, and the other things they do that they are supposed to do in order to pass exams in their different campuses. And today, even that day, we looked at other aspects of it. We traced the causes of examination failure to the incompetence of the teachers, where we discussed extensively. And again, we looked at the factors that can contribute to the incompetence of teachers as well. Then when we looked at the inadequate parental support as a factor, that was where that particular episode came to an end for the exigence of time. Then today, let's begin from there. Do you think is a good factor that can militate against the student's success in examination?
Is it the
inadequate parental support?
Of course, to still reinforce what we said, if parents are not part of their students' academic journey, most times those students don't turn out well. Okay, so it is important that parents pay attention, like I said in the last session, to the trajectory of their students. You need to ask them of their words. You need to ask them questions whenever they come back. What did you learn today? You know, do you have any assignments? Do you have any issue? Even the social interaction of the child in the school, the consequences or the outcome of such interactions can militate or interfere with their studies. So as a parent, you also have to dig deep to know what's going on in their social interactions in the academic setting.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Ozago, you know that all parents are not the same. There are parents, as a matter of fact, that didn't go to school. No. Even some of those assignments they give to their children, their words, they may not be able to attend to it. What do they do in this case?
Chukwuemeka, you know, extensively the last time we met, we talked on this, and I think we had an elaborate discussion on this. However, there's no way you have everybody educated in a society. There's no way you have everybody educated in a society. But what matters is, no matter how unprofessional or how little it is, that, you know, that monitoring is very, very key. You know, people, because most of us, our parents were not graduates. Am I understood?
Okay.
Or are not. So mine, the both of them are late. So that's why I used we. So, but then they also did, you know, they got involved to a reasonable extent in what went on in our studies. That no matter how it happened, but I know my mother was always, you know, monitoring. I'm not saying she didn't, but she didn't like so, but she monitored what we were doing at school. Do you understand? To a reasonable extent. So that kind of, even if you are not educated, you can ask teachers. Teachers are not British as of today.
barely find teachers in Nigerian schools who are foreigners. So most of these things are locals. Am I understood? So you ask them.
All right, thank you so much. Let's quickly look at, these days it looks as if the society celebrates celebration of material success over academic pursuit these days. Yes, if anybody does any kind of thing and gets a big money comes, the society celebrates such person. But just like you said, I don't think your community has celebrated you for having pursued your doctorate and you got it. Yes. So how does it affect student success in examination?
Of course, it affects, because if somebody like me, myself, have been celebrated, I believe those people who are coming after me would want to follow my footsteps. Okay. Getting a PhD wasn't a funny thing. In fact, you have to get your Bachelor of Science degree, get your master's, get your PhD. This is years of commitment and investment. So, but then the society pays attention more to just the certification. Nobody wants to understand the journey. Far from me, I prefer you celebrate the journey, not necessarily the output. Okay. And the understanding of the journey, if you understand it, it would now adds motivation. That's now what motivates people to follow you. Not necessarily the PhD now, but I would want people to understand the rigors of the process, celebrating me because I went through the rigors of the process. That will now serve as a motivation for those coming after us. So not necessarily the PhD now, but the process. Haven't followed through the process. And what does the process entail? It entails hard work, it entails tenacity, it entails commitment. So that's the point. I would want the society to come to a point where we celebrate doggedness in achieving success, not necessarily the success outcome, or the similitude of the outcome.
About in most cases, it is the outcome that they see. Yes. Yes.
I want the young ones to understand that the outcome is not as palatable as it looks. There's a process that led through to that. Okay. So that is what I assume.
Thank you so much. Dr. Zag, I want you to critically look at the consequences of students' failure. In examination. Consequences. Okay, consequences.
Yes.
When students fail exams.
Yes, what they face. Number one is there are a number of factors that come with student examination failure. Number one is frustration. There's this mental distress that follows that if not well tackled may cause the student to further derail. Most people drop out of school as a result of failure, not because their parents do not have what is required to train them further. Do you understand? But because of that shock that they failed, they may not have the courage to go back again, especially when their peers must have. Assuming you are in a class of and your close allies and all this, so you are asked to drop and they move. At times it causes, do you understand? So that's one. Then there's this delay in graduation. Okay. Delay in graduation. So, which is that one might appear simple because it's what we all know as the basic consequence. Am I understood? So, but then. Yeah, it's a very big. It might not actually look because it is something that will have become very familiar, very normal. Yes. With, am I understood? We have become used to that. That when you don't pass, when you fail, you may require to stay maybe an extra year, maybe 1 or 2 more years extra. So, but these things are not as common as we take them or as we see them, because one, as you are further staying, there's an economic angle. Okay. Because there's money. We need money to, the parents or the family of that person may require extra funds to continue pushing or sponsoring the person through these things. Then time is a very important resource, but Nigerians or the black Africa, I don't know, but I know that Nigerians don't consider time as but it is a very important resource. So when do you know that if I had not chased after my academics or my education the way I did, that I did not keep any particular, even 1 year throughout my my educational journey.
Okay.
Do you know, if not for that, it's possible I wouldn't have been where I am, or I might not have been opportune to be a lecturer by now. Am I understood? So that's there are so many other things.
Okay, thank you so much. You really made a good point. Dr. Okwesili, yes. Is there any way you think a student failure after examinations can encourage what is called special centers?
Of course. Well, these special centers you already have for mostly those people who are writing wike and all of that is because most times the parents already know the strength of their children. You know, when you enter, like just we're saying parental support, when you are watching your child, you can tell that this one is not really active. But parents can go the extra mile to make sure even that child scales through maybe wike. So they go and register in such centers. I don't know if you're getting me. And they pay whatever is supposed to be paid. Yeah. You see? So this child is weak. Instead of being motivated to read and succeed, they are now aiding you. Aiding and abetting.
Who writes the exam? Is it the same?
Of course, no. Of course, missionaries are paid.
Okay.
To do this.
To aid and abet.
You understand? Missionaries are paid. Sometimes some of the administrators who are in cahoots with the syndicates, they even solve some of these things for them. But most of these things are found at the secondary level. In the university level, what we see is what we call impersonation, where someone is paid to come and sit in for someone in an examination. There are so many. So special center is not necessarily seen at the university level, but you see that at the WAEC, NECO, at the basic level. Whichever way, whether special center, impersonation, all of these things is what is leading the menace we are witnessing in the academic setting today. That is the bane of our system as it is.
Okay, let's quickly relate it to the increase in the unemployment. How could failure in examinations contribute to that? Is there any way you think?
Yeah, what I wouldn't know about having a direct impact or effect on the rate of unemployment that we are experiencing here in Nigeria. But I know that, what results can get in most cases is that employment.
Well, let me remind you what you mentioned earlier than now, that it causes dropping out of school.
Yes.
Discouragement.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When one drops out of school, does the person continue?
No.
Okay. And at the end, the person may not meet up with the prerequisite.
What that one causes is that, assuming there's need for manpower, then this one may cut down on that, but it's not supply. But it does not have direct this thing. What it has, what I know happens as a result of this is that most people may not be able to hold on to their appointments after some time, because one is what these things do is that it hands you, it gets the certificate, but these things don't keep you on the job.
Yes.
So you have to, assuming you want to be lucky, then you have to devote and commit to that job after everything. Assuming God wants to have mercy for you. Am I understood? God have mercy on you. Then there's need for you to trash all those past lies and all the all those type of this. Then commit to that particular job. Then to learn, condemn yourself to learning what happens on the job. That's the only way you survive. Otherwise, you see yourself being left out after a long run, because you're not the material for such.
Let me add to what he's saying.
Just make it brief.
Let me add to what he's saying.
But before you do that, thank you so much, Dr. Ozago. I want to observe just a short break. Which I will have just in this time. Avia, thank you also for being there. Just a short break. Don't go away.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you so much. We're back from the short break. It's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is still the student success in the examination, the part 3 of it. Thank you so much. I still have the youngsters here. Dr. Ozago Chibike, who is a lecturer at Department of Educational Management, Esut Enugu here. And again, I have a Dr. Opusili Lotenna, who is also a lecturer in industrial chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Esut, thank you so much. Let's continue. Before the short break, I wanted us to look at what the students do, or what students should do in order to pass exam. You know, at the first segment of this program, we've always looked at the causes of examination failure. But there are certainly what students should do in order to do what? To avoid the failure in order to pass exams. So take it off from
First and foremost, this child should start attending lectures regularly. Because I've said, and I keep saying, it is during the lectures that the lecturers emphasize concepts. And then, not just attending lectures, you start organizing your notes, your lecture notes from that day. And make it a point of duty. Whenever you get home, revise whatever was taught for the day. Because students wait until a week into the exam, they start doing haphazard kind of practice, and that hasn't always gone down well. So students must attend lectures regularly, cut down on entertainment, social media, distractions. We have instances where you see students have exam today or Tuesday. Monday night, you meet them in Cubana.
Procrastination.
You meet them in Cubana. They are clubbing. They are students like that. And then you have issues of procrastination and all other things that can derail them from, getting to what they are supposed to achieve. So those things have to be worked on.
Okay, thank you so much. Doctor, I want you to lend your advice.
If I should add to that, what actually causes that is what they call overconfidence.
Yes.
Is a factor. It's happened to it happens to us, to the adults. At times you think you are too further, or you are better at this, you are very good at this. So, but you don't know that you could be taken unawares, that a new concept might emerge. Do you understand? So when you have too much confidence, you feel like, why am I bothering myself? These exams I've been writing on the past, and I know myself. And so there's need for you to always, like my brother said, regular practice. Don't wait until, and don't rely on maybe on your job, because I know I can always do this. No, reduce yourself to even a first timer. Okay. Do that as though you've never done it before. Yes. Read. Then there's another one. Time management or time mismanagement. Just like he said, people continue to procrastinate. Exam is next week. It has not actually Olubensu. Sorry, no problem. So it has not actually gone. Do you understand? Come close or that. So by the time it gets, maybe after 2 days, before 2 days to that, I will begin to read. If you do that, it might not really go down well with you. Then another one is reading habits. Reading habits. Most people don't understand their system. So there are times you think reading at night works very perfectly because you hear people just like those that stay in boarding. You see them every night. People go for prep. It's not, but not everybody that learns something through that means. Understand yourself first. There are some who sleep from the moment they get to that place till the end of that prep. Am I understood? Because the night is actually meant for sleep or sleeping. So know whether your body goes with that more, or are you supposed to be reading in the daytime? Then you carve out time to read during the daytimes. Forget about those. Don't compete. Let it not be a trendy thing because my friends are going for night classes, then I must be seen going with them. No. Am I understood?
Okay.
So understand your system. Not when once you open your book, you start sleeping, and you are counted as having gone for the night class, and that doesn't make you smarter than any other person.
Exactly. Okay, thank you so much. We have really dealt with what students should do in order to pass examinations. But you can believe me that there are other things students do in order to pass that are abnormal.
Of course.
There are other abnormal things students do in order to pass exams. Of course. Please take it up.
We've had instances, like I said, of the students paying other students who are ahead of them impersonation to come and sit in for them. We have had instances where some people are paid to, get the exam question before the time. It's leaking of exam question. They call it expo. And then we also have instances where students can even go to the extra mile of threatening the lecturer. Yes, we have court instances and all that, threatening the lecturer that if students fail, you will do this and do that. So there are a whole lot of issues around that. You understand?
Okay.
There's a whole lot of
Okay, Dr. Zago, do you have something to tell us from that dimension?
Examination, because we are now treating towards examination malpractice from what my colleague just said. Examination malpractice is not something that is new. It's not new in Nigeria because it began sometime in the year 1914 when there was leakage in Cambridge examination and all that. So, but that's not the issue. What continues to become new is the dimensions it has taken over the years. Am I understood? The one he point those ones he mentioned are part of them. Then we have things as what do you call it? Omokerekere. Even when they did not bring people into the thing, then you see them, writing something and smuggling that thing into the we call that microchips. We have this thing, what do you call modern, what do you call this thing? Smartphones or the smart wristwatches and all this. So it has taken a number of dimensions that continue to surprise us. These days there are the ones, there's one that they fix on the I don't know whether there's one that they usually put on here, and once that in, they pre-record something, and they put it. You think it's just for answering calls. The thing continues to talk repeatedly, say something to them. So assuming the question falls within what was recorded, you see them writing as though they are very smart and they know what they are doing. So these things are what some go to the extent of, like he said, they bribe people. Yes. They bribe staff.
Yes. To go and bring out the questions ahead of time.
To go and bring out questions. And you see people. So the last time, just that I wouldn't want us to veer off or to fall off the line again, probably because of time and all this. Last time when we were talking, at some point I became this and went off the track by saying that Nigeria should be blamed, government should be blamed for some of these anomalies. Because why would a staff of an institution condescend so low to
taking
money from a student or a candidate to reveal this thing, if not poverty? If not poverty. Assuming the person is being properly taken care of, such may never happen. Such may never happen.
Do you think that there will be a time people can be properly taken care of?
That's a very hard question.
Yeah.
For me, it is an issue of political will.
Yes. People will be satisfied.
Political will on the part of the government. If government prioritizes the welfare of their staff,
of the people,
it has to be because of an understanding which may be divine. It has to be an inspiration. Because if we go by what we have, the welfare of the staff is never a priority for any government. But something has to administer or speak to them for them to understand that if my people are not well taken care of, the institutions will always continue to fail.
Yes.
Like this. A staff should be well taken care of. That small money and gifts. Do you know sometimes some teachers cannot even talk somehow or to impart discipline on some students because they want to be seen as nice, because those students used to dash their money.
Are you serious?
So where is the discipline? The system
is going down.
Okay, what of the one called sorting?
The merchandise.
It's the same thing.
That's the same thing we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the same thing we're talking about. This shouldn't be
where students pay money to the lecturer or to a teacher for upgrading of score. That's what we call sorting. That happens most times because poverty. We are not justifying it. We are trying to say if the government will begin to pay attention to the staff welfare, pay them what is due them, I bet you in the name of God,
what of this will be curtailed
to die off naturally.
Sorry, let me create. Okay, let me just let me create a scenario just to let me paint a scenario to elucidate what we have talked about.
That'll be brief.
Yeah, upon becoming a lecturer, upon my appointment, I had these people I was looking up to. So 2 professors, from different disciplines and all that. So they told me, the both of them made certain during, should I call mentor-mentee exercises, that kind of, so interactions and all that. So one told me that when he was given a job at what's the name of that Federal College of Education at Owerri, Avanikoko, that he was given a car, an official car, that he was given money for the car, then was hired because they hadn't what do you call the porters, staff to contain everybody. So some of them who were not able to be housed within this thing, so they hired flats for them. The wife, because the wife equally works in the same institution, the wife at some point confirmed or confined in me. The wife at some point told me, that why she accepted to marry the man was because when the man came to their place, then at some point the man invited her, so she was allowed to go and know where the man was staying. That immediately she entered the man's apartment. She said, no, I'm not going back.
It's all right.
And the other man said that why
Thank
she
you
was
so
able
much,
to.
Chibike. Thank you so much. Let's quickly look
confided
at this
in me.
before we
The
run
woman
off.
confided in me.
Let's quickly look at it before we run off. Is it true that some lecturers, you guys are lecturers, is it true that some lecturers take exchange of sex for grades to some female students on campus?
Of course, it's not it's something that is everywhere.
Everywhere? Do you do it?
Not that I do it. What I'm trying to say is that is what is happening virtually everywhere. But that is a sign of indiscipline on the part of the lecturer.
The lecturers.
The lecturer who knows your honors.
Your what?
You know what you're worth. You can't belittle yourself
to the
go and
point
be
of
disturbing students.
I think that is our take home for
Yes.
today. The lecturer should know what he
You know your worth.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chibike Ozago. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Dr. Okwesili.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain for today's event. We have discussed on the student success in examination part 3. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. We'll see you again.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
As Nigerian students prepare for life after graduation, while celebrating the Students' Week, the choice between securing a paid job and venturing into entrepreneurship remains a growing conversation. So what do students think young Nigerians should prioritize? We took to the school community to find out.
Well, both of them comes with great advantage and disadvantage, but definitely would always pick entrepreneurship. That's owning your own business, right? Yes. Most persons would actually want to go for, employment. They don't have to stress their head in being innovative, being eventful. That's when it comes to being an entrepreneur. These are the criteria for you to be an entrepreneur. But you just be an employer or something, you just don't need something much. Just do your thing and get paid. Me, entrepreneur, that's me. Because I get to decide my own time, my capital, everything. See, everything just falls on me. Like, I know that, yes, I solely depend on myself, and I don't have to depend on anybody to do it.
For me, I already know that I am going to be employed after school, but I have a skill as well. Like, I do my own business, and I would advise anybody to also be self-employed. I prefer entrepreneurship, though you can as well grab the opportunity if you are being employed or elsewhere, but for you to survive in this Nigeria's economy of the country I don't expect you to just be waiting for employment. Yes, because it's a self-owned opportunity or job that you can do on your own, get your money and know how you go about it, not about waiting for salaries and all that. And to the way the country is now, before you get a nice job that will be well paid, that can sustain you, it's very difficult, and probably it's through connection, and most people don't have that connection.
For these students, the choice between employment and entrepreneurship reflects different aspirations, priorities, and expectations for the future. While some value the stability of a paid job, others are drawn to the independence and opportunities that come with building their own businesses.
I think entrepreneurship is actually the moving train. Let me put it like that, the moving train, because when you wait for employment, people that are even before us, that's graduated before us, I don't think they even have space for employment in this country, and especially in this our country here, where you know that you know somebody to know somebody before you can get a good employment. It's not the most employment that exists now. It's just all this restaurant, sales girl, secretary. But for our own level of education, I think entrepreneurship is the best, because that's the more moving thing now in our country. Even with entrepreneurship, education is still a very high demand. It's still very good. Even when you want to start entrepreneurship, it's good to be educated. When you're educated, it even makes the business you're starting to be more understandable, more explainable, more productive. Let me put it, more productive. Yes.
Actually, for me, I already have what I'm doing. I'm a content creator, and kind of doing a bit well, yeah. So for me, life after school is not going to be an issue for me. As far as I keep grinding and doing what I'm doing, I think life after school is not going to be any problem for me. And about employment, I'm not going to bother about who should employ me. I'm the one that's supposed to employ somebody else to even work for me. The advice I'll give to undergraduates is that they should venture into content creating. School is important, very important, but in our country, school cannot lead you to anywhere. Instead, after you graduate, you will find work highest 100,000, like 70,000. If you check how much do you spend, your house rent, your daily feeding, emergency money, all this kind of thing, like all those work, it cannot help you. So my advice to them is they should venture into content. It actually pays. It might not be paying you that big, but at least you'll be seeing the money that you'll be using to be eat every day.
I will face more on entrepreneurship, because I believe that
I have this talent that I need to explore more, so I'll go for entrepreneurship. It's a best choice because one, you don't have to go and be looking for jobs. One, you have to be your boss of your own self. Guys, do everything on your own. Just be free from all commands. You have to have talent to become an entrepreneur. That is the main thing of becoming an entrepreneur.
The responses show that while some students favor the stability of employment, others see entrepreneurship as a pathway to independence and job creation. Ultimately, the choice may depend on individual goals, skills, and opportunities. Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Ochi.
Eastern Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the Secretary to the Federal Government, Dr. George Akume, Your Excellency, the Chairman of National Peace Committee, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, retired GCFR, ably represented by General Martin Lagwe, the Most Reverend Father Kuka Hassan, who is the convener of the National Peace Committee, our dear distinguished presidential candidates and the running mates for the 2027 general election. Permit me for the breach of protocol, the Senate President is all represented here by the DSP. The Speaker of the House of Representative is represented by Honorable Adodogwa. The Honorable National Commissioners of INEC that are present here, as well as Honorable Secretary of INEC, National Chair of and leaders of all political parties, the Inspector General of Police, members of ISIS that are here, the National Chairman of Interparty Advisory Council, distinguished representatives of the diplomatic corps, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, esteemed members of the media, fellow citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is Robert Hubert who said, "Peace not made at the council table or by treaty, but peace is made on the heart of men." Therefore, the essence of this very making occasion in African largest democracy that is about to unfold in the year of our 2027 is the heartbeat, not just of Africa, but of the world. So it's a political tradition, but as a deliberate act of patriotism. I wish to start by commending the National Peace Committee. For years, you have been a moral compass for our electoral system, reminding us that while we have our political versions, we are united by one map, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For over a decade, since its pioneering intervention in 2015, the National Peace Committee has provided an invaluable moral anchor for our republic, convening political actors to hostility and commit to non-violence. Coming immediately after the successful, peaceful conclusion of the Osun State governorship election just 3 days ago, on Saturday, 15th day of August 2026, I am honored to stand before you with vision, successes to the national stage of the 2027 general election. As far as we're concerned, all those officer elections, they were just milestones and not destination. Tomorrow, Wednesday, 9th of August 2026, marks the statute commencement of public campaign rally for the 2027 election, as stipulated in the Electoral Act and the revised timetable and schedule of activities will be held on 6th of February. Campaign is both deliberate and profound. Before the first campaign flag is unfurled, before the first rally is staged, and before our political rhetoric fills our public space, it is necessary that those who seek to lead this nation first gather to establish the ethical boundaries of their contest. At this stage, may I refer the political parties to the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act, most especially sections 96 to 102 of the Electoral Act, as well as paragraphs 29 to 36 of the Political Parties Regulation enacted by INEC, which contains guidelines, rules, and regulations for the conduct of campaigns. Today, signing of the first National Peace Accord therefore marks a critical milestone. We are exactly 5 months away from the 2027 general election. The world is watching, but more importantly, the Nigerian people, the youths, the farmers, the entrepreneurs, and the elderly, they are watching all of us. They are not just asking for much. They are simply asking for a process that is credible and a campaign that respects their intelligence. We must be candid about the realities confronting our democratic space. Recent data from the NPC, Election Committee Information Hub, indicates an alarming resurgence of hate speech, toxic polarization, coordinated misinformation, and personally driven political discourse. As preparations for the 2027 general election intensify, we are witnessing a disturbing shift from policy-driven engagement towards character assassination, identity-based provocation, and inflammatory rhetorics. If left unchecked, this trend threatens to poison the public square, erode civil trust, and ignite avoidable conflict across our societies. When we talk of issue-based campaign, we're talking of campaign in line with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Act, the Constitution of the political parties, as well as the manifestos contained therein. Electoral contest is a constitutional democracy and not.
With us, distinguished Senator Solomon Adeola Olamile Koyaye and distinguished Senator Shuaib Afolabi Selis.
Economic, security, and developmental questions, and demand rigorous, intellectual, and policy-focused debates. Nigerians do not want insults. They want solutions. They deserve to hear clear, concrete, and measurable manifestos detailing how political parties intend to drive economic growth, bolster national security, expand infrastructure, improve healthcare, modernize education, and foster social inclusion. Today, this accord is a solemn pledge to elevate public discourse to these substantive issues. By signing this accord, you are committed to an issue-based campaign. This is a significant departure from the politics of character assassination, identity manipulation, and inflammatory rhetorics. Nigeria's challenges and indeed our opportunities are too great for us to spend this election cycle in trenches of bitterness. For the Commission, that is INEC, our moral authority to demand decorum from political actors rests squarely on our own administrative and technological preparedness. I am pleased to report that our preparation for the 2027 general elections are progressing with absolute precision. We are scaling our operational logistics to manage a massive nationwide ad hoc workforce of 1.4 million personnel across over 176,000 polling units. As the electoral umpire, INEC commitment to you and the people of Nigeria is unwavering. Our responsibility is to ensure that the ballot is protected in the final results. We have spent the last 8 months refining our technologies, enhancing our logistics, and training our personnel. The outcome is reflected in the governorship elections we conducted in Anambra State in November 2025, the FCT Area Council election in February 2026, the Ekiti State governorship election in June 2026, and the recently concluded Osun State governorship election, apart from 13 off-circle by-elections that were also conducted within the time I took over. As I've often said, INEC cannot deliver a perfect election alone. An election is a multi-stakeholder venture. We provide the pitch and the refereeing, but the quality of the game depends on the players. When candidates and parties prioritize peace, our job becomes exponentially more effective. When we noticed the situation in Osun State, after the peace accord that was signed, we came back and went to the drawing table, and we had to retreat to all peace, and we needed peace in Osun State. So I want to thank the security agencies for responding to that and for ensuring that the election was basically peaceful. Now, a call to the candidates and party leaders, to the presidential candidates and party chairmen gathered here. The document you are about to sign is not a mere piece of paper. It is a covenant and a social contract with the Nigerian people. And it is a contract with statutory and constitutional flavor, of which, as we heard from Barrister Sabe, I have the mandate of the law to enforce in line with in company of the law enforcement agents. It is a covenant and a social contract with the Nigerian people. So lead by example. That is number one. As you sign this, lead by example. Your supporter looks to you for cues. Now addressing the presidential candidates. Your supporters look to you for cues. If you speak the language of peace, they will act with peace. If you incite them, they will ignite. 2, focus on what and how. Tell the voters what you will do for the economy, security, and education, and how you intend to achieve it. Let the 2027 campaign be a marketplace of ideas, not a theater of war. 3, declarations of victory, institution. In an era dominated by rapid digital communication, we must also confront the menace of misinformation, disinformation, and foreign information manipulation and interference. Fake news and unverified premature declaration of results are designed to trigger panic and subvert public order. I call on all political parties to restrain their digital media teams, official spokesmen, and online youth wing from weaponizing falsehood to gain temporary political advantage. Addressing the incumbent, Your Excellency, Mr. President, your presence here through your secretary to the federal government today as both the president and a candidate signals a commitment to the stability of our country. The neutrality of state apparatus is the bedrock of any credible election. and we look forward to the process where the incumbency remains a platform for service to Nigerian people. The 2027 general election must be improvement on all our previous efforts. We're introducing further transparency measures in the result management process to ensure that the people's choice is not just a slogan, but a reality. Peace is not the absence of competition, it is the presence of rules and willingness to abide by them. Let us compete vigorously, but let us compete decently. Let us remember that at the end of this exercise, there will be no winners if Nigeria is the loser. Let me state unequivocally that INEC has no interest in who wins or loses any election. The Commission does not have a candidate, nor does it favor any political platform. Our only interest is a lawful, transparent, credible, and inclusive process. We will act as an uncompromising, impartial umpire, ensuring a level playing field for all contestants. As I sign this first national accord today as a witness and the Chief Electoral Officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I call on all registered political parties and presidential candidates and other candidates to internalize every lines of this agreement. Let us show our citizens and international community the Nigerian democracy, being the largest in Africa, has matured beyond destructive conflict into a refined policy-driven contest of ideas. Let us work together to ensure that the journey to 2027 is remembered not by the division, discord, or inflammatory rhetorics, but as a triumph of Nigerian democratic spirit. INEC is ready. Nigeria is expectant. Let us make the 2027 general election a shining example of African democracy, Nigeria being the largest democracy in Africa. In closing, I want to thank the National Peace Committee once again for this initiative. To the candidates, as we pick up the pen today, remember that the ink represents the host of over 200 million Nigerians. Write a history of peace. Write a story of progress. May God bless the National Peace Committee. May God bless the Independent National Electoral Commission and continue to guide the Federal Republic of Nigeria towards enduring peace, unity, and progress. Thank you all.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the signing of the peace accord is not a mere ceremony. It's not just putting ink on paper, because the ink will definitely dry up. But it's about taking concrete action in ensuring that we build a more peaceful and humane society. And then, to crown out the signing of the peace accord, please permit us to invite the INEC chairman to come forward as a witness to the signing of the peace accord. INEC chairman, please, Your Excellency, please come forward.
Promote respect and tolerance for differences in opinion, ensure civility and decency in public discourse, and comply with the spirit and the letter of the accord.
The Peace Committee has continued to do extraordinarily good work. That much I can say.
But as members of the same household, the same national family, we must never resort to divisive or primordial sentiments of ethnicity or religion as tools for seeking power.
We'll make sure that the accord we sign here translates into practical reality.
Welcome. As we are aware, the momentum for the presidential elections are gathering. And as we're going towards the elections, we understand that INEC has officially announced the campaign season for the presidential and National Assembly elections. This is an election slated to hold on January 16th, 2027. Now we're going to the streets to ask citizens, what are their expectations? What do they expect from these presidential candidates and their parties? What are the high standards, or what are the standards that were not met? What are the expectations that were not met during the last elections that they hope to hear and see these current participants, these current candidates promise and hopefully fulfill?
So when the president wins and is a good person, and governor wins and is a good person, I think the market will embrace it. Market will enjoy it. Traders will enjoy it. But if it is not, if it is anarchic, democratic, anarchic, not democratic, if the person is democratic, then I'm going to enjoy the dividends of democracy. But if the person is anarchic, that is, you see the opposite of democracy, and it happens in many states. That's why some of them jump from here to another party, because maybe they did not do well in the party where they were.
After voting, we elected the president. Let's see who will see somebody go to. And the present government now, being the peterobi, is doing well, but it's not helping the individual performances. It's not helping the performances. Nothing is moving.
At Enugu now, I believe said that Enugu will work fair and fair. But this Enugu, according to our governors and other people who are hearing for radio, I believe so. Enugu is a very cool area, and I believe as security there for Enugu, any candidate will come out, and everyone will come out and will explain something we will do for us. From them, we will choose the person who will follow to follow the campaign. I was expecting that any person will come out to lead us. We could go to that place and find everything will go down. We're expecting it. We're suffering this time around. Look at the market because of someone in the market because of transportation, no money, everything they dry everywhere. Look at that market with there. So we're expecting any person will come. Make a person will know God.
All the president didn't hold us money. They cannot share money to everybody. But if they make job available to every Nigerians, then things will be all right. But for now, when they come for the election campaign, they promised us heaven and earth. After that campaign, we will not see them again. So it's very, very painful for Nigerian politicians. Nigerian last election, they promised us our vote will count. And after election, our vote didn't count. So for now, I don't know what they will do. If they, like last election, I make sure I vote.
Good afternoon and welcome across the country on Aneke TV. I am Anthony Wike. The headlines. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has threatened to launch a nationwide strike by early September over the federal government's failure to fund an approved 40% salary increase. Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu paid tribute to 10 Special Intervention Squad personnel who were killed in a fierce encounter with bandits along the Kebbi-Zamfara border. Information Minister Mohammed Idris has firmly dismissed calls to restore petrol subsidies, stating that returning to the policy would reverse recent economic gains and destabilize public finances. Details of the news. Threatening another nationwide strike between late August and early September over the federal government's failure to fund the approved 40% salary increase for university lecturers. Professor Florence Oyebuchi Orabweze, chairperson of the University of Nigeria Nsukka chapter, revealed that while university management initially used internally generated revenue to cover the pay adjustments, the government has failed to release the necessary funds to sustain the payments. Orabweze noted that federal institutions across the country are facing the same financial bottleneck, leaving them unable to meet July's salary commitments under the 2025 renegotiated agreement. Expressing frustration over the government's failure to fully reimburse universities, union leaders warned that tertiary institutions cannot continue to carry the burden without immediate intervention, making a renewed industrial action increasingly likely. A highly contagious eye infection, commonly known as a polo, is spreading rapidly across Bauchi State, infecting public figures and community members alike. The Speaker of the Bauchi State House of Assembly, Abubakar Sulaiman, publicly disclosed on Sunday that he woke up with the viral condition, bringing the outbreak into sharp focus. In a personal message to residents, Speaker Sulaiman urged the public to stay vigilant and maintain strict hygiene practices to help curtail the spread. Health authorities advise that conjunctivitis spreads easily through direct physical contact and shared personal items, making frequent hand washing and avoiding facial contact essential preventive measures. A devastating multiple vehicle crash near Kara on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway has claimed 7 lives and left 2 others injured. The midnight disaster involved a compressed natural gas truck, a trailer, and a Mitsubishi Canter, all carrying 9 male occupants. Federal Road Safety Corps operatives arrived at the scene within minutes of the crash, evacuating the deceased and rushing the injured victims to nearby medical facilities. Preliminary investigations point to excessive speeding as the primary cause of the deadly collision. Following the crash, road safety officials issued an urgent appeal to all drivers, particularly operators of heavy vehicles, to refrain from speeding and maintain safe following distances. Transport authorities also warned motorists to exercise extreme caution during night travel, when fatigue and reduced visibility drastically increase collision risks. A fresh wave of violence has struck Kwara State following the abduction of a traditional ruler and several residents in separate weekend attacks. Armed bandits invaded Igbesi community in Isin local government area late Saturday night, kidnapping Oba Moses Iwedumoye while local palace sources report that multiple residents were taken alongside the monarch. Kwara State Police Commissioner Uju Adekimi confirmed only the king's abduction. The incident follows the Friday night kidnapping of Iya Ayoka, the first wife of the Bale of Dabu in Ifelodun local government area. Amid the rising tension, the Kwara South Development Forum has raised alarm over the continued captivity of 23-year-old Fasilat Babatunde, who was abducted from her home in mid-July. Her captors are currently demanding a 20 million naira ransom and have reportedly taken control of her social media accounts to communicate with her family. Responding to the broader security crisis across the region, security officials are urging political leaders and residents to unite against banditry. Colonel Ahmed Usman, retired Special Advisor on Security Matters to the Sokoto State Governor, emphasized that criminal groups do not discriminate based on political affiliation, calling for non-partisan cooperation and timely intelligence sharing to help security forces restore peace. Troops of the Nigerian Army's 1 Brigade have arrested 3 suspected gun runners along the Kauran-Namoda-Shinkafi Road in Zamfara State. Acting on intelligence, soldiers intercepted a vehicle during a stop-and-search operation and discovered an AK-1032 rifle alongside 30 rounds of ammunition concealed inside a bag of millet. Preliminary investigations revealed that the suspects were transporting the weaponry to a known syndicate in the Maru local government area. In a separate operation on the same day, troops deployed at Forward Operating Base Anka rescued 6 people who were ambushed by armed terrorists along the Anka-Gumi highway. Surveillance cameras detected the attack in real time, enabling troops to swiftly engage the assailants, force them to flee into the bush, and safely evacuate all 6 victims to the hospital for treatment. Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu has declared that the Nigeria Police Force will not be intimidated by violent crime following the deaths of 10 Special Intervention Squad officers in Kebbi State. Speaking in Abuja during a memorial parade, Disu praised the personnel who died defending the nation during an August 10 encounter with heavily armed bandits along the Kebbi-Zamfara border. He assured the families of the fallen officers that the force would provide continuous support and ensure their ultimate sacrifice is never forgotten. The police leadership revealed that the intense gunfight yielded significant battle damage on the criminal group despite the fatal ambush. Intelligence and ongoing search operations in the surrounding forest confirmed that troops killed the terrorists in their hundreds, with over 25 additional bodies recently discovered by local residents. This reaffirmed that the police will maintain strong joint operations with the armed forces and sister security agencies to eradicate banditry and terrorism across the country. The Sokoto state government has distributed over 100 million naira alongside hundreds of bags of food items to families affected by recent bandit attacks and a devastating boat accident. A high-powered government delegation led by former Governor Senator Aliyu Wamako visited several communities across the Wurmo and Goronyo local government areas to deliver the relief packages and condole the victims' families. Families of those killed in the bandit attacks received 1 million naira each, alongside bags of rice, maize and millet, while injured survivors were provided 250,000 naira and food supplies. Similarly, families of the 65 victims who lost their lives in the Gorau boat disaster were presented with 1 million naira each and essential food items. Addressing the communities on behalf of Governor Ahmed Aliyu, Senator Wamako assured residents of the state's continued commitment to combating security challenges, highlighting the recent deployment of 62 armored vehicles to support security operations. Following the tragic loss of life at Gorau, the government also issued an immediate ban on overloading boats, directing local authorities to strictly enforce safety compliance across all waterways. Ondo State Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa has firmly dismissed reports alleging that he is backing an opposition candidate over his own party's nominee for the Ondo South Senatorial District. Speaking through his senior special assistant on public engagement, Steve Otaluru, the government labeled the claims false, mischievous and politically motivated. The administration clarified that Governor Ayedatiwa remains a committed leader of the All Progressives Congress and has never authorized anyone to campaign against the party's official candidates. The governor's team emphasized that senatorial candidate Isaac Kekemake himself was publicly confirmed their strong working relationship, putting an end to rumors of internal division within the progressive fold. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has threatened to launch a nationwide strike by early September over the federal government's failure to fund an approved 40% salary increase. Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu paid tribute to 10 Special Intervention Squad personnel who were killed in a fierce encounter with bandits along the Kebbi-Zamfara border. Coming up shortly. Information Minister Mohammed Idris has firmly dismissed calls to restore petrol subsidies, stating that returning to the policy would reverse recent economic gains and destabilize public finances.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The Enugu State Government has launched an interactive website designed to showcase community development projects and improve transparency across rural areas. Unveiled by Monday Annie, the General Manager of the Enugu State Community and Social Development Agency, the platform provides public access to details about ongoing state-funded infrastructure and social interventions. The new digital portal features interactive project mapping and local government area exploration, allowing residents to view grassroots initiatives in real time. Officials emphasize that the site reflects Governor Petermbah's commitment to rural development, particularly through the World Bank-assisted NG Cares program, aimed at supporting poor and vulnerable communities across the state. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has firmly rejected calls to reinstate the petrol subsidy, warning that doing so would immediately wipe out Nigeria's recent economic gains. Responding to criticism in a published opinion piece, the minister argued that returning to the old system would recreate the fiscal pressures, fuel scarcity, and market distortions that previously crippled the national economy. Idris challenged critics to consider the trade-offs, questioning whether public resources should be diverted back into fuel subsidies or used to sustain key programs like student loans, consumer credit, and expanded health and social services. He highlighted that removing the subsidy freed up 15.8 trillion naira for the Federation between mid-2023 and late 2025, providing critical funding that state and local governments now rely on for infrastructure, security, and public sector obligations. The National Pension Commission has dismissed fears surrounding an apparent 38% drop in Nigeria's pension contributions for the first quarter of 2026. Headline figures showed a dip from 903 billion naira late last year to 559 billion naira this year, sparking immediate concern across the financial sector. However, the regulator clarified that the previous quarter's massive total was heavily inflated by nearly 500 billion naira in one-off government remittances. Once those exceptional payments are stripped away, underlying pension contributions actually surged by over 38%, reflecting a healthy, resilient system rather than a sharp contraction. Public sector workers made up just over half of the new contributions, with private sector employees accounting for the rest. Meanwhile, PENCOM is cracking down on defaulting employers, recovering well over R1 billion in unremitted funds, while partnering with anti-graft agencies to enforce compliance across the board. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria is calling for a dramatic shift in how the country evaluates its oil and gas regulators. Coming out of its annual Energy and Labour Summit in Abuja, the union argued that regulatory bodies should be judged strictly by measurable industry outcomes such as increased production, new investments and job creation, rather than the volume of licenses, approvals or paperwork they issue. Leadership at Pengassan warned that Nigeria is competing for finite global capital and can no longer rely solely on its massive oil reserves to attract investors. To stay competitive, the union urged regulators to operate faster and more transparently, adopting digital processes and clear timelines that eliminate overlapping mandates and costly delays. Meanwhile, in a separate development within the union, the Oyo State government congratulated Bosun Olabiyi Agoro on his election as the new Pengassan president, expressing confidence in his leadership to drive worker welfare and industry growth. Nigeria is returning to Olympic beach volleyball for the first time in 16 years after securing Africa's sole qualification spot for the Los Angeles 2028 Games over the weekend. The dynamic duo of Petermbah and Pamela Bauer dominated Morocco in a swift straight sets victory, sweeping the final 21-18, 21-10 to seal their place in the global stage. The historic triumph has drawn high praise from top sports officials across the country. Nigeria Olympic Committee President Habu Gumel and National Sports Commission Director General Bukola Olopade both lauded the players and the Volleyball Federation for their dedication, expressing strong confidence that this team has what it takes to bring home an Olympic medal. Nigeria singer Alexander Adelabu, popularly known as Magix, has announced the death of his mother, Esther, describing her passing as one of the most painful experiences of his life. The 26-year-old Maven Records artist shared the heartbreaking news in a tribute on social media, expressing how he is struggling to process the profound loss. Reflecting on their deep bond, Magix remembered his mother as his biggest pillar of support, praising her strength, wit, and generosity towards others even while facing illness. The singer expressed deep regret over not being able to tell her how much he loved her one last time in person, adding that he would choose her as his mother in every lifetime. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has threatened to launch a nationwide strike by early September over the federal government's failure to fund an approved 40% salary increase. Branch leaders reported that federal universities are running out of internal funds to cover the wage adjustments, leaving recent salary commitments unmet across the country. Meanwhile, Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu paid tribute to 10 Special Intervention Squad personnel who were killed in a fierce encounter with bandits along the Kebbi-Zamfara border. Disu vowed that the police force will not be intimidated, noting that joint security operations neutralized over 100 bandits during the battle. We told you Information Minister Mohammed Idris has firmly dismissed calls to restore petrol subsidies, stating that returning to the policy would reverse recent economic gains and destabilize public finances. He emphasized that funds saved from subsidy removal are currently critical for financing student loans, consumer credit schemes, and vital national infrastructure. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Anthony Umenabwike. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. Good afternoon.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible. Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust,
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer.
There is more to the cosmos, Heraclitus, than you covered in your erudition. That was the statement centuries ago by philosophers, because there is no end to the mysteries of life. Today, we meet in the studio to look into one mystery, which is always before us, which we don't really recognize. We just play with it, use it to wrap, use it as a scope, and so on and so on. We have with me in the studio a man that is called Eze Walker. The other time I tried to get his name, but I just forgot it because I don't know why I forgot it. Eze Walker, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
We really miss you because we need you to be here to be able to help us with your own perspectives. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with the deities of Akubo. So no more. Sorry, yes. By my right, we have immediate right. We have our brother Nazi Gabriel Arichukwu Ndemeka.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
The Almighty God created everything, visible and invisible. And He told man to conquer, to rule the world. And then with me, in my hand today, you have offer. Somebody will ask, what are you doing? But we have offer. Offer, normally in Igbo land, you talk of offer, no go. But this is offer. From the offer tree, you have this offer branch. It's always handed from generation to generation, from generation to generation, from generation to generation. But today we want to look at this offer, because many people don't understand it. And it's good that maybe, I don't know what I have to put, but let me put it on the table so that maybe younger ones may look at it and maybe learn and see, this is an offer. An offer. It has its own hand, it has its own everything that is important for the use. But whatever it is, I know that we have a Mazi Nnemeka Anichukwu, who is also Gabriel. He's here today with Reverend Oma Kalo. Am I right?
Exactly. Uche Kalo.
Reverend Uche Kalo. We'll get used to this Uche. I don't know why I'm always talking of Oma. Reverend Uche Kalo. I know it is you. Reverend Uche Kalo. Reverend Uche Kalo is in charge of bringing up younger ones, children's ministry, which is a very, very important thing, because that is the future. That's the future. So we have Mazi Gabriel Anichukwu and
Prof, thank you.
Reverend Uche Kalo.
Yeah,
we're here to look at this offer. Yeah. To the Igbos, it's something very, very serious. And I want to start with Mazi, who is also an NSC. This offer, what is an offer? What does it mean? How is it? I mean, all this is about offer. Because the young boys are all over the world. The young boys they want to understand what we are doing. I'm holding my horse very seriously. I'm not playing with
From the Igbo cultural understanding,
yes,
or traditional understanding, offer,
This is a metaphoric representation of Ofo. Do spiritual.
Okay.
Has spiritual symbolism.
Okay.
Or this is gotten from the Ofo tree.
Okay.
It is regarded as a sacred and mystical instrument.
Okay.
It has more spiritual functions to play than political functions.
Okay.
It signifies, this offer signifies truth, justice, equity, honesty, clean heart, pure heart, clean hands, pure heart. It is a moral compass of the society. So far as Igbo traditional society is concerned, it's the moral compass.
Is it traditional society or Igbo society?
Igbo society,
yes,
is a moral compass. And this is also a link or a connector to the Chukwokika Abiyama, the sacred deities and the holy ancestors of Igbo land, whereby the living community, that is the living community, are linked to the spring deity, which is that is God Almighty. The living community is linked to the ancestors and the sacred deities of our land. So, whoever talks about doing things in tandem with the golden rule, whereby you do unto others as you should do unto you. What you hold off for, you will be ready to do unto others as you would like others to do unto you. And you cannot go with this and continue in your sincerity. Once you continue in your sincerity and your falsehood, you are just playing with your life, your destiny, because the sacred energy inhabiting in the Ofo is the apogee of spirituality, of the power of God Almighty, and whole deities and ancestors are the incorruptible agents of God the Almighty. Okay. So it's not something we should toy with. Okay. It's something you have to give its preeminence, so that's why in various families the head of the Obu, the chief priest of the Obu Obi, hosts this offer, and all these chief priests of deities, revered traditional rulers, not as a revered traditional rulers, because we now have ego of autonomous communities, which are mostly created for political reasons. When you talk of communities, we have our traditional societies, communities, but most of the Igwes now are mostly. When you talk of Igwe Nathaniel Obu, when you talk of Igwe Mwafo Rizo, talk of Igwe of Ostago na Venugu, Ankoto, Igwe Nachi, Ankoto. When Igwe talk, when we stay in his palace, if Tinubu, if President of Nigeria comes, the president will go and visit him first before if he likes to come and honor the invitation. Going to the president, when the governor comes, the governor will come and visit him first and pay homage, so that the governor or president will get his blessings. I'm not saying they're paying respect to political heads and all, but I'm saying that by the authorities of those who hold this offer, they are greater than the political leaders, because the spiritual controls the physical.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So that's listen. So Reverend, you have had him.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your own perspectives to this offer? Because I wouldn't want you to hold it, because I asked you to hold one, but if I tell you to hold it now, I don't know.
All right. In human management, okay, and leadership,
okay,
yes, there is always a modus operandi of discharging duties and responsibility. And before the advent of Christianity, people traditionally and culturally has their background context where they anchor leadership and the administration. And I am of the opinion that Ofo, which is an emblem for leadership and authority for leadership, was there to help leaders discharge moral responsibilities. And you see, God, in his own creative ability, his own creative authenticity, endowed certain powers, certain control, certain reverence on things he created. And one of those things he created is this tree of four, because not until Christianity came into place that we now can contend and say the name of the Lord is above all things, and at the name of Jesus every knee shall bow. Before the advent of Christianity, the offer that is used as an emblem of authority, emblem of truth, in fact, it stands to define moral sincerity and authority, in the sense that whoever is holding it, whatever he says is what stands to be. There is no compromise. And also, in the aspect of the serenity, it is a sacred tree. Just like we mentioned the other day, Ogirishi, yes. Ofo is also a sacred tree. But as long as Christianity is concerned, there is no parallelism between Ofo and the Word of God. The Word of God is where, as a Christian, we stand it to operate. That's why if you give it to me, I will tell you it's an image. It's an emblem, that I don't need it. But in the traditional aspect of life, I think it is an apex. Okay. Yes, in the traditional aspect of life, it's an apex. Okay. And
what do you call an apogee? That I was talking.
Yes, any leader that is standing on moral decency does not play with Ofo. Yes, and you know, Ofo, they say Ofo Nugu. He has a twin in the sense that Ofo stands for truth, the other one is for justice. But even when you are holding Ofo alone without Ogu, he still operates on truth and justice.
Good. So I want to thank you because you just said something. You said that this is an image. Why do you call it an image? Why do you call this Ofo now? This Ofo branch.
Yes, it's a created thing now. It's a created thing.
Okay.
It's a created thing. God created everything under the earth, under the heaven. God created them. So whatever that is created by God is an image.
Okay. So
even if it is created by man himself, it's an image.
Beautiful.
That is it. So there are reverence you don't give to created thing or created being above the authority of the creator.
Yeah, because
you understand it.
I'm coming here now because I want to get back to you, because you mentioned that this Ofo is an image, sure, and that the Bible is a different thing. With the coming of Christianity, is the Bible an image?
Metaphorically, the Bible is an image,
okay,
containing the, according to Christian understanding, containing the ways of God.
Okay.
Because I, as Nnemeka, if I make a statement, if I speak some words now, and it's recorded, and that words are in tandem with the intentions of God, it could be included in later Bible of this word. That Nnemeka verse chapter 8, verse 27.
That is serious.
Yes,
I'm listening.
So far as that word I speak is in tandem with the Spirit of God in me, and the Holy Spirit will agree that this word is in line with the word of God. So like Paul's gospel is more of a scholastic message to Christianity. It's not an authority. Paul is not an authority. Paul is just reviewing the Old Testament, linking it, just supposing it. You get me? So what I'm saying is, Bible is an image, though containing supposed word of God Almighty, according to Christian faith. So offer also is an image, but offer contains, in this offer, it contains the prophets and the law.
Okay.
And as it contains the prophets and the law, Christ Jesus said he has not come to destroy your offer, but to make the efficacy of our offer to be stronger. So when you tell me that the advent of Christianity has nullified the spiritual potency of offer, it's a great mistake. It's an error. Because this offer, in this offer, lies the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule. Do unto others as you wish others to do unto you. Like Ogu. In Ogu is a twin force that complements offer. Offer represents justice. Ogu represents innocence. Have you seen it? And before you handle offer perfectly, for it to work, you must possess Ogu. Ogu means clean hands and a pure heart to enable you handle. Because if you are not with the truth, that offer if you are not with truth, you cannot handle justice. So in Ogu, you have the power. You'll be nature like Holy Spirit. Christ said, when I go, on the Holy Spirit comes upon you, cannot speak like Jesus Christ. So when Ogu comes, then he who has offer can pronounce, and it will come to pass. Okay. And he who has offer will not hold it unto his reign. Like in the Catholic, in the other Christian faiths, he said, this is holy communion. If you take the Holy Communion without keeping your hands clean before your fellow human being, you are bringing a curse upon yourself. So likewise, if you hold the offer or you proclaim something with the offer without having Ogu, you are bringing curse upon yourself. So Bible is offer. Bible is image. Offer is image. Holy man is image. Apron is image. Curse is image. In fact, most of the things we do in Christianity is image, but they paganize it. And when they talk of, they say this symbol of paganism. What do you mean paganism? What is paganism? Paganism is a derogatory reference to those by Christians and Islamists, for those who don't worship Jehovah, who call God their own God Jehovah or Allah. So it does not mean that those who worship other gods, what they regard him as spring deity, are not efficacious and correct and since holy gods. Okay. But whenever you don't call Jesus, a Christian will tell you are a pagan. When you don't call Allah, and both of them say you are infidel, you are good to be wiped away. Have you seen it? So offer is image, Bible is image. Okay. I've answered the question.
Fine. So now, but back to Reverend. He made a point that with the coming of Christianity, you now have we can call it the retreat. Offer is not retreating in some sense, but we still have traditional setting. We still have traditional rulers, and they make use of all these things, whether we like it or not, because we have traditional rulers. Yes, we have the governor like he mentioned, we have the president like he mentioned, but we have traditional rulers, and they have their own ways and emblems and so on, like the ones you mentioned. So why would you, or how would you think now that an Igwe that runs his community would run without offer? Because I was told by somebody, because I got this offer from a compound at Emene. I went there and I saw the tree and I said, please, I need the offer. Then he told me no, that to touch the offer there are processes. One, that you must be clean. That you don't just go to the restroom and come out and hold up. You must clean up yourself. And you must be ready for whatever follows. Because he who must come before equity, according to the man, must come with clean hands. So these are the issues. And from what you said, because when you said the word, I had to go back to him to look at the word image. Because that concept of image, is one thing that is unclear. Totally, like from our discussion the last time, we said that when Joshua came into the promised land, he called people and said, this tree is here. He brought stones. Then he came under the tree. He said, this is the oak of Maori or whatever. He said, this tree and all these things are going to be my witnesses. Because I think they call it incarnation. What incarnation? Giving life to. Okay. Because God has given man an aspect of yourself.
Yeah.
And that's why in the Catholic Church we say, "Oh yeah, you should because our own inner man is very important. Our spirit, with the spirit, you can make proclamations, and they will come to pass, because that's what God has given us as His own children." So now I'm looking at this offer that I'm having. Like I said before, if I tell you to hold it now, you will say you are holding your own offer, which is the Bible. So what is wrong about using this offer now to continue bringing about justice and fairness and truth in our community?
Well, the truth of the matter is that in the beginning I told you,
yes,
I said in human governance, leadership,
yes,
there's always a way of discharging modus operandi. Yes, and traditionally and in culture, the offer plays an apex role in discharging moral decency. Yes. So I never said anything that would make somebody say it's in error.
Yes.
Now, what I'm standing on the background is that since the advent of Christianity, you cannot contend with the power of offer, the efficacy, the authenticity with the name and the word of God.
Okay.
If you say that the Bible is an image, well, until you define it very well, because I know from the context of the biblical understanding, the word of God is God. The word of God is the Son of God. He said, in the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God. If you are quoting from that context that the Bible is an image, I may give you a percentage. But you know, the Bible is the word of God that is inspired by God. And it was written through faithful men, people that are under the influence of the Spirit of God that wrote the Bible. So if you say the Bible is an image, I can give you a percentage. But the truth of the matter is that the Bible is the authentic word of God. Now, you don't come and bring offer to a pastor, to a Christian context, and ask him or her to use it to discharge what? Human? No. It is only for the traditionalist and the cultural inclined context that you can use offer. And I, as a person, never attacked the potency or the use of it. And I say to you that it is used to define morality.
Good.
It is used to stand for truth. Anybody that is not on truth cannot use it to administer anything about morality. Okay. Then in the Bible itself, you know, it's important for us to know that even when we come to, people come to take oath, they take oath with offer, yes, they take oath with Bible, yes, they take oath with Quran. The one you believe in should be the one you used to take oath with. Okay. And that one works for you. The one thing that is different is that in the realm of the Bible, grace is an enclave. Grace of God operate with the Bible. I don't know about where grace comes into it. Do you understand?
I think he will explain.
Yes, I don't know where grace comes into play with that is God for you.
That question is for you. How grace comes into
play with offer.
This concept of grace in deep philosophical sagacity is an error.
Okay.
Yes. What is grace? Thou shalt reap what you sow. So because of grace, you shall not reap what you sow. So let me tell you people the truth. I said it all four signifies the complete word of God.
Okay.
Be it Islam, be it Shinto, be it Hindu, be it Christianity, it signifies, it contains the whole word of God.
Yeah, I think we're going to take it from here.
Okay.
We're going to come back so that you now expound on this issue of grace
and offer.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just take a break and then come back, because we are going to look into this grace and offer.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So I want to thank our brother Master Gabriel and Ichuku. You know, we are at the point of you know, the Reverend Uche mentioned this issue of that he understands grace and Bible, but he doesn't understand grace and offer. So that's where we are.
Grace and Bible, it comes from the Pauline Gospel. Grace is a product of Pauline Gospel. That's why I said paying tithes is not from is out of the law of Jesus Christ. Because with Christ, according to Christian perspective, law ends, and tithing is part of the law.
I want to.
So let me connect what I'm saying.
No, I want to connect something. Just want to, because I'm a Catholic.
Yes.
We say, Hail Mary, full of grace. Ekene Maria, Egypt na Amara. Amara. Because that's the point. It's coming. That's Amara. It's coming from Jesus Christ. But is there? I would say that there's no Amara in Ofo.
Let me tell you the truth. Ofo comes with Ometavuli philosophy, and when Ometavulu comes as a moral compass, it means that when you sow evil, you reap evil. For your soul to be transformed, for you to come to the path of light and path of righteousness. That's why you even have purgatory in the Catholic way to heaven. Because there's a level of evil you commit. You are not perfect to move into heaven. Then you will be purged. That purgatory is purgation. You will be purged of those human frailties before you be light to ascend to heaven. So what I'm calling, so in Ofo, nothing like grace. The only grace that Ofo will give you is if you have slept with your father's wife, or if you have done any other atrocity. Because Ofo inhabits the spirits of the deities and ancestors. They come to strike you. They come to attack you. Then when they attack you, giving you signs. Then if you have a potent dibia or onyamoma, he tell you something. He will say, have you slept with your father's wife? Did you steal yam? Did you do spying for the enemies? While your town is fighting, you are spying to your town against for the enemies, giving the information from your town to the enemies. So in that aspect, Ofo cannot give you the grace that you will go free. Ofo, because the spirit of the ancestors and deities will as they are striking you, you will be moved to go and sayasasa.
Okay.
When you sayasasa, they will hit you very well. Because this grace is an opening ground, it's a vacuum whereby we abuse the righteousness of God. So when they hit you, you go and do what they call ekpoalo. Ekpoalo, then you be cleansed and you pay all the sanctions, certain sanctions, because nothing is free in life. Yes. So nothing like grace and Ofo. Ofo goes with works potent. That's why he that holds this Ofo, let me tell you the truth. If we are using this to swear for our political office holders, you see that the 80% of the political office holders will vacate the seats. Because most of them will not hold this, they cannot go with it because they will be punished severely. In this Ofo, no grace, no mercy of blood of Jesus. It is Ometagini, Bulu. And that's why I'm even advocating for African trado method of swearing in of our political leaders. Because when we do it, because this Europe, okay, this mess at the Senate, House of Reps, House of Assembly, it's Ofo. It's a parliament, it's a democratic Ofo. This mess, the one that carry Tobunik. Have you seen? Once that mess is out of the House of Assembly, Parliament, the power, the potency of the Assembly is gone.
That's what you call emblem.
So that House of Rep or Senate mess is Ofo. It's Ofo. But the other thing that one is not charged, which is not gotten from this Ofo tree, and that one is not consecrated by the power of ancestors and deities. Because if it's charged, once they place it there, it will start strike. When there's no way you can even dream of embezzlement money will leave you.
You brought in an important thing now. You mentioned this mess, because in organized communities, just like Ofo, in organized communities, the mess, if there's a mess, there's one mess, and that mess has been there, like maybe let me say, like in the American House of House of Reps or in the American Senate. It will be the same mess. Maybe they will be changing it, but that mess is from generation to generation to generation to generation. Just like the offer is from generation to generation. So, it's one is an emblem. Two, the ancestors are there.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying about this grace of a thing. If a traditional ruler want to rule a resolution, a conflict, want to resolve conflict in his palace, if that traditional ruler can hold an offer and pray, and say this conflict between Okonkwo and Ichuku and Mbafo Nwankwo that he about to resolve, that he will go to resolve it based on truth, justice, equity, and same morality. That whatever he said that is contrary to this, let it come upon him. But you see that he will discharge, he and the cabinet chiefs, Igwe and council, will discharge that resolution, that conflict resolution. They will do it with truth, equity, because they hold our fan logo. But you say traditional ruler, he will come, he said, in the name of Jesus Christ we pray, amen. Then he knows that if there's someone who has given him mago money for background, he will eat it, and the cabinet chiefs will eat it, nothing will happen. But because they know that he said that Jesus Christ forgives. But that lie. Whatever you sow, you must repeat. There's nothing like you pay. So what I'm saying is this the colonial masters came and tagged this paganism. That's why we dropped it. The Islam, the Christianity, they dropped it. Because if we have worked with what we have, our indigenous methods of handling issues, most of what will happen in the political terrain and all this will not happen. It was when they branded this as paganism, worship of devils. Then, as a pastor say, you don't hold off, or maybe none. Some people say you don't hold off. It's worship of demons, devils. But I'm telling you that this offer contains sanctity, more sanctified, more than even Christians.
Yeah, but the problem I have, because you just...
There's nothing like grace and offer. Look, hear me. Nothing like grace and offer means ometarubulu. And when ometarubulu, the sinner will cease from sinning.
The truth, the way you threw up something, because I know that in the 19th century, the white man came here. And then I think either William Wilberforce or Livingstone, he told them in the British House of Commons, he said that you cannot come and teach the African anything about morality.
Okay.
That he knows that he does not sleep with his neighbor's wife.
Okay.
He knows that he should not do that. He doesn't need to. He knows he has to be honest. Yes. He knows he should not steal.
Good.
And so on and so on. So the only thing that the only way we can destroy Africa is to get them to go against all those morality. Excellent. And with that, we will now destroy them. But outside that,
and that succeeded. That succeeded.
So, but as Reverend said, he doesn't see it that way. And I want us to, for the young ones, I want them to be looking at. Not that we are going back. We're not talking of, there's in the Catholic Church now. My bishop will only be talking of what do you call it? What do they call it? These people that young men will go and tie cloth around, neo-paganism. Because neo-paganism,
pursuit of money.
Because they are not doing it from Utofo and Ogu. They are doing neo-paganism. And maybe that's why I want you to come in from that aspect. Now that we have this Ofo, and he mentioned the Ogu part of it, but young men are now talking of neo-paganism. What has happened to the Ofo in their neo-paganism?
What is born of God is born of God.
Okay.
And what is born of the flesh is of the flesh.
Okay.
When you bring Ofo into the sacred entity, as in religious entity, Christianity, we see it in the light of fetishism.
Okay.
And paganism, as he rightly mentioned. And the truth of the matter is this. Nobody will quarrel a traditionalist for operating with Ofo. Nobody will quarrel him. But you stand to be queried if you are a Christian, a pastor, a child of God, who claimed or professed to be born again, and then you use Ofo. That means there is an abnormal in your understanding of spiritual Christian principle.
Okay.
Forever, O Lord, your word is settled in heaven. What is that word? That you do not sleep with your father's wife is not the only sin.
Wow.
That you do not covet your neighbor's stuff is not the only sin.
True.
What about the bitterness in your heart?
Good.
What about the greed in your heart? What about the manipulations we do? I was watching a film last night. They call it Sister's Order. Then in that film, the guy killed his 2 siblings to make money. And it was orchestrated by a native doctor who empowers him. And the offer was there.
It's a devilish.
Do you understand? So I mean the authority was there.
It's a devilish.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a film. This is a film.
Hollywood has spent
What am I trying to say is that when you come to traditional transparency, they stand with offer. When you come with spiritual Christian transparency, we don't combine offer with the Bible. We stand with the Bible. They don't clash. And I don't think, personally, I can't tell anybody that is holding it, why are you holding it?
Yes.
Or say, drop it. It has to be regenerated from the spirit being for the person to say, I have come to a conviction that I don't need it. But for the person that is operating with it, that is modus operandi of moral justice.
Of survivor.
Yes. For me, I make hold with the word of God. In the word of God, there are spiritual gifts that will grant you access to justice, to truth. That when somebody is lying, you know, by the gift of discernment, you know that he's lying. In fact, somebody will go, if you are gifted, you say, this is what you did. And that person will not argue with it because the Spirit of God has come to play. So in this one, there is justice, there is truth. In the Bible, there is justice, there is truth. You cannot compromise the two contexts. All of them are on their own. And I cannot attack this one. But I have to tell you that since the advent of Christianity, Christianity now introduces you to what we call the light. Thereby, if you are not in there, you are in the darkness. Even the Quran Muslim people call every other person what? Unbelievers, infidel, because they are not in their camp. Do you understand? So it's important that even the young ones,
yes, we
advocate that when you give your life to Jesus Christ, there are certain truths. We call it spiritual transformation. He said, be ye renewed, transformed by the renewal of your mind. Yes. The way you reason, the way you see things will be in line with the word of God. Yes. But before Christianity came, there is a way the people lived and administered their life. And when Christianity came, just like you said before, Christianity came to bring a rebranding of the Old Testament. Jesus said, I have come to do what? To rebuild. Not abolish the law, not to destroy the law, but to do what? To fulfill it. What is that fulfillment? Bringing into understanding what you never knew. What you don't know, that it operates like bringing into understanding, bringing to accomplishment what God intended with this. It's as if there is no complete knowledge in the Old Testament. There is no complete administration, but Jesus has come to do what? To bring a total fulfillment to it. That is
okay. So I want to thank you for your, because I like this perspective, because now the young men are going into this new paganism, and like he mentioned, if they offer, which we know it has its own points here, it's connected. It's a very strong element. He has already explained it, and we have already explained it. But people now, young people now make a lot of mistakes, and then go into what my Bishop Onaya calls new paganism, and it's becoming a problem. Somebody just comes to the village and ties a cloth around one tree and all the young men are flooding to other place. It's what is called dualism.
It's hunger.
It's what is called it's dualism, and you have explained a number of things there. In that dualism, there is a lot of danger.
Yes.
But there's also something that you just made a point. You know, I always remember the time of the burial of, you know, the Princess of Wales. I think Lady Diana, something like that. I've forgotten. I think she was the Princess of Wales, Lady Diana. I always remember that prayer. He said, "Light of the nations." Maybe you understand where I'm going to now. He said, "Light of the nations." So, and he mentioned it about once or twice. And so I just sat down. I was watching the television. Then I also know that Lucifer, to some other people, is their own light.
Yes.
Okay.
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we must be very careful. I'm trying to say, so what message do you have for the people, for the people, particularly for the young ones? Because the Lucifer, you know, because of the way God gave him a lot of strength in those days, and that was why he made a mistake. You know, but he's still, to some people, they are light, because God doesn't take down his promise, something like that. There's way people put it in the Bible. So what message do you have for the young ones?
The message I have for our young ones is that in Igbo traditional understanding, our indigenous understanding, Ofo represents truth, justice, equity. He that touches this Ofo must be clean in your heart and in your hands.
Okay.
So with this, no evil can prevail over you, and you shall have your way in life.
Okay. And then your message for the young ones.
Yes.
And
It's important that we serve and obey the Creator than what is created.
Okay. Yeah. But having said that, I know, it depends on perspectives, because we all have, everybody, God has created everything. If you go to the book of Revelations, he says he has put these things as drugs, as medicine, as this, all of them have their purposes. When Jesus said, "Let no man eat you," the victory withered because of a lot of things.
That's his power.
Not just because of a lot of things.
The born again Christian,
because
he has the power.
The born again Christian manager gets Mopo, who uses to protect himself. What is it? What
the born again Christian also kills somebody that does not have automatic.
We'll continue with this.
That one is fake.
We'll continue with this. Next time, I want to thank Reverend Uche Kalo. I also want to thank my brother Mazi Anichukwu Gabriel for coming to the program.
Thank you.
I want to thank God for keeping us alive and hoping that we have better days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I am your host today, Gift Obodo. My dear viewers, today we have a lot of questions for you and some explanations to give. But the major concern for me is about copyright theft. Today, what happens when your work has been copied, downloaded, or reposted by someone else? Where do your rights stand to gain? Do you stand to, make some charges against the person who actually reposted or downloaded your work? Unto this effect, it actually led us to the topic, copyright theft, know your rights. And to this effect, joining us today to explain and to dig legal perspective on this topic is an erudite barrister with long profile, and he is well respected in the legal field. Welcome, Barrister Matthew S. Energy. Barrister, welcome to You and the Law, today's edition of the show. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And before we continue, before we delve into the main questions and a lot of explanation today, we'll go on a commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law. Concerning our topic for today, copyright theft and know your rights. This actually leads me to my first question, and it is, what exactly is copyright and what kind of creative work does Nigerian copyright law protect?
Copyright is an aspect of intellectual property law that protects creative expressed ideas. It protects artistic work. It protects work of art, literary and otherwise. So copyright is an aspect of intellectual property that makes sure that if a person sings a song, writes a book, posts on social media, makes a computer software, these products are protected. That is what copyright is all about.
So does a person have to register his or her work to claim copyright protection?
No. In Nigeria, the Copyright Act automatically confers protection on your work as soon as it is done. So you don't have to go and register it in a particular place, to a particular agency before you do it. Immediately you are able to come up with something original that requires effort, and you fix it. Fix means it must be put in a particular state that it can be referred to, whereby you write it down, or you decide to record it, or you capture it as a picture. The protection comes on top on it automatically. Now, this is to distinguish instantly from the fact that ideas are not protected. So, for instance, if you sit down and you have the most wonderful idea in the world and it is not fixed You did not sit down to write it, nor did you snap it, nor did you make a video of it. There is no copyright protection for it. But immediately you put it in a fixed form, it becomes protected automatically.
So this is very interesting because we see these people commit this particular offense every day. But I don't know. I don't know if actually I would say it's an offense. Can a content creator legally repost another person's work simply because it is already viral?
Okay, now that's an interesting question. You see, there are different angles to this thing. If, for instance, a viral work is being reshared on a social platform, and you know most of these social platforms have the option for you to reshare the person who posted to decide whether his or her work should be reshared. If this person consents to his or her work being reshared, and a person reshares a viral post, it is fine because this person has already given his consent to share. For instance, you see Facebook, you can reshare as far as WhatsApp and vice versa to Instagram and all of that. So once it is in that form, it is fine because this person has already given his consent for you to reshare. But if you go and download or copy or screenshot and come to reshare as if you own it, or even after acknowledging that this post was made by this person, you are still infringing on the copyright right of the person who posted it. Because even though you've acknowledged the poster as the person who owns the work, you have not sought his or her permission. And it's even worse if you are not making money from it. So if you were to share, its consent has been given by the policy of the company, the social media platform in which the person is operating on. If the person downloads it, you have infringed on that person's right. But if, for instance, you post a work that has already gone viral and the person comes and says, see, no, I like the traffic, I want you people to give me traffic, and decide not to take it up, it is assumed that the person has consented one way or the other. And then there is one angle of law again that you need to take into consideration, is fair comment. For instance, someone makes a viral post and you repost it because you want to critique or comment on it. In that instance, the law permits you to do it, even if the person does not give you a consent to do. Or maybe you are reporting a real-life incident that is happening, like an incident going on in the news, and you are covering it, and this person decides to share and say, oh, this thing is happening at so place, life and all. The law permits it under fair comment. Aside these three instances, there's no way you can do it.
No, sorry, I'm going to cut in short because now I think at a point using this thing, the word, because I'm just saying the word repost and download. These two things are very different. But now, what happens to the app that gave consent to download and repost? Who should be held accountable? Is it the person that actually downloaded or the app that gave consent to download?
The person who downloaded, because the mere fact that the app gives consent to download does not automatically mean you should go and download without permission.
No, you said no. There's this thin line between you created an app. And you gave the choice that you can actually download. That means you are actually infringing on the original user's rights.
No, if an app permits a person to download, it means the person must have consented while signing up. You see those tiny prints they used to give that we don't usually read because I just want to be on social media, I click and go. There are so many things that are written in there that if you take our time to read it, you might realize that some of your rights have been waived by these terms and conditions that you've ticked, that you've read and agreed to. So if a particular social media permits you to download, then it means you may have consented to read. But that's not even the issue. You can download some work and use it for personal use. You can download some work and use it for educational purposes. That is even an exception to using a copyrighted work. So you can use a person's copyright without seeking the person's permission if it is meant for educational purpose.
So there's an exclusion clause there?
Yes, there are exceptions to it. So the app making it possible for you to download does not automatically mean you should download and go and post. You might download for educational purpose, you might download for research, you might download for private use. But if you download and you decide to go ahead and post so that you can now generate traffic and make money out of it, or even without generating traffic and making money without the permission of this person, then you are infringing on their
What if
right.
you can actually show evidence that you tried to reach to the original creator, but you couldn't get through? Let me say the main creator or the original content is by a celebrity, a high personnel. You know, it's going to be very difficult to get close to them. And this point, you just need to, you know, get the work, you know, share for people to learn, or, you know, to get knowledge from it. Your main motive, like you said, educational purpose. Now you actually want to get that content for educational purpose, but you cannot reach the original creator, like maybe because of distance or something of, you know, he's a high class, to get to him, you know, is very difficult. What will you do at this point? And you go ahead to repost or download and repost this particular work.
Now, to
and
answer
it's for
that
educational purpose.
Yes.
Simply.
Now, to answer that question, first, I said for educational purpose, you might not need the consent or permission of the person who has produced it. I remember when we were in the university, we needed to get a particular textbook to study. Now, we could not get that textbook because it was out of print, and we needed it. As students, our lecturer told us that, see, as long as we are using this work to study in school, we can go ahead and make photocopy of it and use it, and we'll be free from infringing on the person's copyright because it is for educational purpose. So if it is for that purpose, now you don't need the consent. It's part of the exception that comes with you infringing on another person's copyright.
No, somebody can actually come with the idea, yes, it's for educational purpose, and my page already is monetized. You posting it on the page and it went viral on my page. The main purpose is for education. Now the person is maybe when the original owner of the work comes and see that this particular work has generated a lot of revenue, and the person who actually downloaded and reposted is claiming the fact, I did it solely for educational purpose, but the problem is that the page was solely monetized in the initial start. So what will happen in that case?
Exactly. I was about going into that angle first. Now, when you discover that your work is infringed, one of the first steps you usually take is you can write to that person and be like, see, take down this work. You don't have my permission. The person will be like, but see, it is doing so well, and is there a way I can compensate you? Now, most copyright issues don't get to court because most people are willing to settle. You are making money off this, you know it's bringing you money, and this person whom you've posted has not given you consent, and the person has come to meet you now. At first you were trying to reach them, you could not. The person has come to you. You guys can reach an agreement. If you cannot reach an agreement and he takes you to court, he might get an order compelling you to pay him a particular percentage, and the court might agree with him. If the court does, you have to pay. If the court doesn't, and the court maybe orders you to take it down, you have to take it down. But if somehow you people can reach an agreement, you can go ahead and keep posting it. You are compensated. The major reason why you are coming to meet him in the first place is because you were not, your permission was not sought, and then you were not compensated. Now that you have all of it, what's the big deal?
What the idea is not a big deal, but actually moving over to my next question, if they give you credit but they did not ask for permission, does the credit make the work you used legal?
No, it doesn't. See, we have two rights when it relates to copyright. We have economic right, and then we have what's it called now, a paternity right. Paternity right means that your name must be mentioned whenever they are using your work. For
That's
instance,
giving you credit.
Yes, giving you credit. For instance, you cannot quote Chinua Achebe without saying Chinua Achebe because it is his work. Now, the economic right to add to that, the paternity right is the one that in some laws, in some countries, it can never be taken away. For instance, in Nigeria now, no matter what you do, no matter how you quote Chinua Achebe, you cannot decide to put your name. And you cannot buy it off. You must put his name. That right cannot be sold. Now, the economic right is the one where you can decide to buy it, and then the money will come to you because you've paid this person off. Or if the work falls into public domain where everybody can use it and get derivative work from it. For example, Cinderella. We have so many Cinderella movies made from the same story because the work is in the public domain now. So you can alter it whichever way you want. But no matter what you do, you must mention the first name. So if the economic right has not been satisfied, you've only complied with the paternity right, whereby you've mentioned the person's name, where you've posted this thing and you're making all the money from it, and you've not sought for the permission of this person to use the economic right, then you've infringed.
So what I'm getting here is that you actually, because there are certain people that will be like, you have to meet them first, or talk to them first, and they have to give the approval. But what if actually you cannot, or like there has been a barrier to reaching them, but you want to use their work to, you know, cite something for citing purpose, and then you have to cite them. Then you have to, like in your reference, you can actually cite them that this work belongs to this person. Still, does that citing them doesn't not, you know, close up the permission part?
It's not enough. You've done only half the job. If the person decides to come later and say, see you are using my work, even though you've cited me, you've not given me anything from it, you compensate the person. Remember, you were trying to reach them, you could not. Now that you have, the person has come. Okay, pay me my own.
But what if the person is, you know, coming for the bigger share of the money?
That is where negotiation comes into place. That is where you now might say, okay, fine, I can't give you that. You can take me to court. And then I also prove to the court that I tried to reach you. I did not. And then according to my own observation and calculation, I think this is fair compared to what you're asking. The court will look at it one way or the other and decide here and there what to give to whom.
So there are certain situations where some people will just say, I just used in some part of his work.
It doesn't matter.
Does it still amount to copyright infringement?
It is. Even if you use just a sentence, it is. Because that one sentence might be the major reason why you are getting a lot of traffic on your site. For instance, take Nike's slogan, just do it. As simple as it might seem, that has been the idea behind one of the best sales they've had. Just do it. Imagine you are thinking of spending your last card or not on a Nike shoe, and you turn around and you see, just do it. And you decide to spend it. And then somebody now copies it from somewhere and be like, Dangote refinery, just buy it. Just do it. And you are saying, no, it's just a sentence, this and that. No, it means a lot. So even if it's just a sentence, as long as you deem it important enough to copy it, you should acknowledge the person.
So someone cannot
seek the person's permission.
Can the law not, you know, assume that someone can just think of, can just do it? It's just, no, like I just thought it, just do it. I didn't even know. Someone can claim that, like, I didn't even know that slogan existed. So you're trying to say that before someone posts something, make a comment about, you should go and research and anything. You just come online, just form something, just post. You're with your head, your creative head, you just thought it out and just post. Someone will just come and say, this slogan is from my company, this is my company trademark, you copyrighted me. It's an offense.
Yes. Now, that is even taking the conversation a bit out of copyright now. You know, one of the things people get wrong is we have different types of intellectual property and the different aspects of law that protect it. We have copyright that deals with literary and artistic work. We have patent that deals with innovation. We have trademark that deals with colors, font, style, and everything. We have industrial design. Now, depending on the angle you're claiming from, for instance, the just do it statement, I don't think is copyrighted, but it might be a trademark. It might be an industrial design. Now, depending on what they register it as, if you were to use it as a copyright, you may not be infringing on the person's right, depending on how the pleadings are made in court and some of these things and all. But if you were to use it the other way around as a trademark, you may be infringing. And even if it doesn't even come under patent, trademark, or you can still come under passing off. So there are different angles to this. It depends on how you look at it.
Okay, now you said something about let me say you just do it. For instance,
Yes.
someone has trademarked this particular word.
Yes.
And at some point you went to register it. And I think that's the only point that you will find out. Yeah.
Before the person, if the first person has registered it before you or not, I don't get.
Yeah, what if, yes, I think that is the only point. What if like you not go for registration of that trademark, you just used it, and you used it for, let me say, your brand, as a trademark for your brand. I think when the person will actually find out that this word has been trademarked is when he goes to register it.
Yes.
And what if the other brand has been using it and has not registered that said trademark?
Good. Now, when it comes to trademark, there is something the law does sometimes. If a particular product has gained a lot of popularity and people know it for a particular thing, now if it is trademarked or not, the law protects it in order to protect the consumers that are using it. Take for instance now, I really can't remember now if Coca-Cola is trademarked or not. But the law knows that Coca-Cola is a very popular brand and people are using it and people know it. And then they know that some other people might be interested in copying Coca-Cola to make a particular design and all of these things to deceive the consumer into consuming something that is not Coca-Cola. The law can go ahead and protect Coca-Cola's copyright, a trademark, even though it is not registered.
Okay, let's shift a little bit to entertainment now, because I think we'll have so many DJs these days. What they do most time is to play people's music. Some people will see it. Most of the celebrities that are musicians see it as a way that these DJs actually are promoting their songs. But alluding to these copyright issues and all this, don't you think it's also an infringement to their rights? Because most of these songs, they go online, download it.
Now, a DJ may or may not be infringing on the rights of the artist. Now, in Nigeria, we have what we call CMO, a collective management organization. I think there are ones for music and then some other ones like that, but generally it's like an umbrella body where DJs go to pay money and get license to play some songs. So when you go to this CMO and you pay them and subscribe, it's maybe like you have your Go TV and you subscribe, permit you to, and all of that. So when they pay that money, it permits them to use songs no matter where they are released by anybody within Nigeria without infringing on the person's right. Because this CMO usually goes to these musicians and have an agreement with them and be like, we are going to pay you a collective money so that our DJs can use your song to perform. Now, if a DJ does that, he or she is safe. Another thing is that subscription is tied to a venue, a club, a party. For instance, if a particular organization owns this place as a club, and they invite a DJ to come and play a song in that place, and that club has subscribed to that CMO, whatever song the DJ plays there is covered because that subscription is tied to a venue. So if a DJ has made his own subscription, he or she can go ahead and play as many of these songs as he wants. If the venue has made that subscription, he or she can also go ahead and play. And then there are some DJs, because of who they are and how popular they've become and influential, producers and artists usually go to them and have one or two arrangements and be like, play my song, go. And might even give the DJ some commission to play their song for them. So you can never really tell whether a DJ is infringing or not until you ask the right question.
So because we see that sometimes you people, because I don't know, I think it's a battle between artists and DJs, because I think someone met me one day and was like, should I prosecute this particular DJ? And I looked at him, I'd be like, why? What did he do? He said he actually played my songs on, he actually mixed it, uploaded it, and is making money out of it.
Then he or she can take that DJ to court. But to always begin with, write a letter, a deceased letter to that DJ. Ask the DJ to either take down your song or compensate you and all of that, and see if the DJ has made such subscription. If they have, then you can track it to the right place and be like, see, oh, this DJ is playing this song because he or she has subscribed to a CMO and the CMO has been paid, but it hasn't been remitted to me. Can I get my own royalty based on the song that this DJ is playing? You can track it to that point. But if you happen to find out after making your due diligence that the DJ is infringing on your right, you can go ahead and sue him to court.
Because the other DJ actually made a claim that he actually paid the app that in which he downloaded the said song to be able to get a copy of it. That if the owner of the song did not want them to download it, why did he actually upload it to the site? Very fully well, it's for public consumption, that anybody can one day pay the app, get it.
Now, the big question is, did the app subscribe to a CMO, or is the app also part of a CMO? That is why you need to track these things. You need to find out. Now that the DJ has claimed to have paid a particular app, try to find out what that app is. Is it a CMO? Is it linked to a CMO? If it is, track it there and see if you can get your royalty.
Okay, what is the big difference between copyright infringement, plagiarism, and outright content theft?
Now, plagiarism could be a copyright infringement. Now, copyright is like an umbrella of it. Plagiarism, okay, as long as it's done on a literary or artistic work, is part of a copyright infringement. Now, that outright theft, I think, is just semantics. It's either the work has been infringed on or not. So whichever manner it is an infringement on your copyright.
So let's take it a little bit further. What happens when an employee creates a content as part of their job? You know, does the employee can he be sued, or can the employer sue the employee for using their product or part of their work in their company, you know, to post it or to air?
It depends on who owns this work.
The company he's actually working for.
The company owns the work. How? Who created it?
The company.
See, when you work for a company, usually for companies that gives you the opportunity to create products, ideas out there that can become really commercial, you enter into an agreement with such companies as to who owns the work. Some companies will own the economic right to that work, while you retain the paternity right to it. Other companies will give you part of the economic right to that work while they own the part of the economic right, while you own the economic and the paternity right to it. Other companies will be like, it depends on the agreement all of you people sign. That is why it is important that you don't just begin to sign your contract agreement, your employment agreement. You have to read it to know exactly what you are getting into or not. Now, usually, the general rule of thumb is, if a company is providing the raw material with which you are using to do your research, while you are there, they've provided everything. They gave you the opportunity and all of these things, and you were able to come up with a product in the course of your employment. Most companies will own the economic right to that work totally, which means whatever money this thing generates, it comes to them and not you. But the paternity right, like I told you before, cannot be taken away. Anywhere that product is mentioned, your name must be mentioned as the person who created it. So if you own part of the right of a particular work, nothing should stop you from posting it. A very good example, which people often don't know about, is that if you give me your phone to snap you, and I snap you a really nice picture, I own the copyright to that picture, not you.
Oh, wait. You snapped me. Yes. Whose phone is that? Yours?
It doesn't matter whose phone. I snapped you. I own the copyright to that.
So what are you, because we have seen in some cases where celebrities actually sue some photographers who actually, you know, snapped them and posted them maybe in a public event, snapped them and posted them on their page. Yes. They're saying without their consent.
Yes.
Consent.
The suing is not as to who owns copyright. It is as to consent. See, you have a right to private life. You can decide and be like, this aspect of my life is private. I don't want anybody putting it out there. Someone comes to your house or sees you on the road and snaps you when you are having a private moment and decides to go ahead and post it without your consent. You can sue them for infringing on your private life. But you cannot come and sue them to say, I own the picture. A person who snaps you owns that picture. Your photographer has the copyright to whatever picture, even though you are the one in it. So he can only permit you to use it under certain circumstances. You can't use it to make money. As long as you are using it to make money, you have to come back and seek his permission before you use it.
So what happens in a situation where actually someone creates an idea, but someone actually creates an idea, but another person actually comes to recreate that idea with a different kind of a style, you know, adding some style, but it's still similar idea, but in a different style. Now, do you say this is copyright theft?
No, it depends on how different the modification is. If you will limit people and say, see, someone has made a particular car, nobody should make a car in this world again, will be limited. The law permits that, see, you've made a car, I can come and make a different car. It's a car, but I can make a different car. So if the copying is so similar that it can confuse the consumers, where they cannot know the difference between your car and this car, then you are infringing on that person's right, intellectual property. And the person can sue you for passing off, can sue you under whichever category the infringement comes from. So if the modification you are making to a particular product that is in existence is distinct, is new, is a new way of solving a particular thing, then you should be celebrated.
Okay, and my final question for today is, what are the legal options available when persons, you know, when people steal people's content or refuses to remove it?
Well, if a person has taken your content without your permission, you can start by writing to them. Take this content down. You did not seek my permission before putting it up. And if the person refuses, you can go ahead and take the person to court and the court can now make the person take it down, or in addition to taking it down, make the person pay damages and all of that. So, but it's always better that you reach out to this person and see if the person might be like, oh, I did not know it's yours. I was actually looking for the person. Okay, see, I've made so money. Can we reach an agreement? What percentage do you want? And all of this before you take the matter to court.
And that's all we have for you today on You and the Law. As we come to the end of today's program, there's one thing you have to remember, that your creative idea is your property. And the first way to protect yourself and your property, your creative property, is to know the law and know where your rights stand in the society. And a very big thank you, Barrister, for that valuable insight on this copyright theft and knowing your rights as individual. And to my viewers out there, thank you for joining me today on today's program. And one thing I have to leave with you: be vigilant, be careful, be watchful, know your rights as an individual. Until next time, I am Gift Obodo. Thank you for joining me on Aneke TV. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, long road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to
conversation. Are you disappointed that among these contestants who don't seem to have your generation, the youth of this nation, properly represented?
You know, this question just reminded me of what happened recently, the emergence of David Umahi's son, who's 27 years old, that was just appointed the chairman of local government chairman. Yeah. So, and people started saying, okay, is it because this is a son of a very influential person? That is why he got that position so easily. And you know, the funny part of the whole thing, the interesting part of the whole thing rather, is that the young man now said he's not going to be receiving his salary. You know, so people are not, so it begs the question, is it that young people are not qualified or capable to do these things? So I would say there are so many things, you know, against a young Nigerian when it comes to the political terrain. If you don't have a godfather, it won't be easy for you at all.
If you don't have a godfather, it won't be easy for you?
If you are not being used, you must be used, reused, and unused. You must show loyalty. You must show unflinching loyalty again to ensure that, okay, when you get there, you must always give them kickbacks. Maybe you must be answerable to them and all that. So it takes a whole lot of doggedness for a young person to climb to that position of saying, okay, I want to contest. And you know, even the financial incurement is really something on the high side. The nomination forms and all that, these are millions of naira. And as a young person, how do you get that kind of money if you don't involve in fraud? Okay, glory be to God, we now have the social media now and the internet, you know, soft work people do legitimately. I wouldn't say everybody that is using laptop is a Yahoo boy, no. There are some legitimate working from home jobs, remote jobs that you do that can give you money, you know. But how many of us are really getting that kind of jobs right now? So I would say it's really difficult for us. They are not making this thing very easy. Thanks to God that we have the Not Too Young to Run bill that has brought the age. But is it really the age thing? What about the finance? What about the, okay, let's allow this young man to come up? And there's so many things, a whole lot that we can't even finish when we start naming them. Yeah, a whole lot.
All right. You talked about being used, being reused, and reused again.
They must use you, but somebody said if you are not being used, that means you are useless. So if you are being used, it means you are useful. You see, but at least it should get to a certain stage where they can now say, okay, you have shown loyalty, you have shown support, you have shown a whole lot of love and care over the years. Okay, come and get into this position that you are qualified for. Because most times we see people that are not qualified getting into political positions because they have served the orgas, the bosses at the top. They just follow them blindly and they come to say, okay, it's their turn. You should give them that position. No, that's not what we are looking at. We are looking at people that are credible, people that are competent enough to say, okay, I can contest for this position and get it. So we want those kind of people, not people that you must follow. You know, and I know there is a place for followership, good, but let's have people that can emerge, that can say, okay, I've passed through the corridors of trainings and mentorship. I want to now contest. We have the likes of Showere, who is a young person. Then there's this other guy again from ANM. We have the Nigeria. So when it comes to Enugu, we have young persons too. But you see these people, they will now start going back, maybe because of the financial incurement, they will now start going back to their political godfathers for sponsorship and all that. So I think we really need to fix that financial problem. It's really a thing.
All right. Yeah. Now let's get into this conversation proper. Yeah. The campaigns up and running, and I'm asking, what should Nigerians be expecting? A contest of ideas, or that of structure, that of money, that of political godfathers? What should we be expecting these campaigns?
Yeah, it should be a contest of ideas. You know, what kind of idea are you bringing? Are you thinking outside the box? What policies are you going to bring in that will better the lives of the common Nigerian?
That's the expectation.
Yes, that's what I expect. But you know, what we have now is contest of money, power. You know, going to settle in court, whoever have, if you have the deep pockets, you get your way with a whole lot of things. So we don't want that anymore. We want a candidate that is coming out to come and tell us how are you fit and qualified for this particular position. Do you have any experiences in the past? Have you held any political position before? What are your, what have you done in the past? Are you credible enough? Are you competent? Tell us, how can you, do you even understand the common problems of a Nigerian citizen right now? Do you understand the people you are coming to rule? If a senator, do you understand the problem of your senatorial zone? If you are a governor, do you understand the problem of your state? Do you understand the problem of the youth? Do you understand the problem of, what do we face? Do you understand these things? Then, how do you meet and communicate these things to your people? How can you pass these ideas to them well enough for them to understand that, okay, you can do this thing, we are going to vote for you? But we don't see that anymore. I think they're using the hunger game. They make poverty to increase taxation and all that. So when they come during the time of election, they start giving you peanuts for you to see, maybe feel a little bit relief, and then you now go to vote for them. Somebody said that in the last Oshun election, that the the Gary and the money that they gave him was what he used to go and vote for Adeleke. So he ate the Gary, then used the 5,000 to transport himself to go and vote for Adeleke. So we need people that can actually say, okay, I'm going to take this thing, even though I need it, but it's wrong, but I need to vote my conscience. I need to vote the right person into the position.
So, as a youth, you're telling me that the expectation is that this conversation should be ideological based, but it's not necessarily what we're going to see.
It's not.
Let me ask, from the perspective of a youth, what are the youths really expecting as the conversation is, continues towards 2027? What should we be actually expecting as a youth? Because a number of times we'll see that the youths, are the ones that will be used as, they use them as the cannon fodder in these things. So I'm asking, what do the youths really expect the conversation to be about?
Yeah, unemployment is really what is the most painful thing when a youth comes to think about his or her life right now. So how do I catch up? How do I meet up with my counterparts in the outside the country? We have unemployment and poverty. We have inflation right now. For you to eat 3 square meals, you must know how much you earn in a day. The other day somebody said, if you don't earn up to 200,000, there's no difference between you and the Amajiris. And bringing that home, I think that is our reality right now. So we need somebody that understands that, see, we don't have employment anymore. We don't have jobs. The youth needs quality jobs out there. Something that they can apply for and get it without knowing anybody. Let the son of a nobody get the job. Not just getting the job because a senator or a governor or a House of Assembly member. No, let the jobs out there be open. Jobs right now that are always vacant is just the armed forces, police, military. They will even force you to get those jobs. But we're looking at jobs that are really lucrative enough that can actually take care of your life after the service. We want that number one, fix. Then take a look about the legal system. Youth now are victims of, criminality and what is happening in the country. Right now, when somebody accuses you of something, you are going in police station, from police station to the court, from the court to jail. We have a lot of innocent young persons in prison right now, awaiting trial for years, and they have not gone to court to say, okay, this person is found guilty. So we need people, because youth are the culprits of these things. They always fall the victims. You see, we need people that can review these things. How, we don't want our youth to always, somebody said, if you have 100 youth, 80, 70 are unemployed, 20 are in prisons, 10 are the ones that are good. So we don't need that kind of things. We need somebody that can actually understand, okay, political violence, police violence, police brutality, all these things should be taken care of. Let them look into these things. How do we try? How do we judge our? Because every young guy who is doing well now is being taken to be a Yahoo boy. That shouldn't be so. So we should change these things. We should change this narrative. There's the insecurity too. Kidnapping, banditry, henchmen, all these things. We need people that can actually come and tell us, okay, I see these things. When you go to Isuzu, you see the internally displaced people, living people they have taken A whole lot. So we just need somebody to understand these things and tell us, okay, I feel you, I'm here for you, I'm going to represent you and make sure your life become better.
All right, but how are we able to separate, these rhetorics, from the real thing? Because how do you separate this from genuine policy proposal, from attractive, empty campaign promises? How are we able to separate that?
Yeah, by looking at the person's antecedents.
Antecedents.
Yes. Let's say, okay, and even educational qualification. If you say you want to go and represent a zone, what qualification do you have, actually? Can you actually stand up? We have sleeping senators. We have people that have gone there and never passed a day. So we are not just looking for somebody that will come and tell us, I will give you good roads, electricity, I will attract this, federal government this. But can you actually defend these things? Can you actually walk the talk? So we need people beyond that rhetoric, beyond the words alone. Can you actually do this? And what have you done in the past?
What have you done in the past? That should be called into the question.
Exactly. Let's know, okay, if you have done this before, we need to now give you that chance for you to do and for you to go there and do more. We need to give you the political power. We need to give you the support. But if you haven't done anything in the past, well, we shouldn't expect anything from you. Yes, charity begins at home. So if you say you're just waiting until you get there, no, you have to tell us from where you are, the little that you have gotten so far in life, how have you made the people around you, how have you made their lives to become better? So we need to check this thing. And what have you been doing? Your educational qualification, the job that you have created, your business partners, the kind of lifestyle you live. So these things must be checked. Your area of competence. Can you actually feel, are you empathetic enough? Do you feel the plight of your people? Do you care about them enough? So these are the things we need to know. We don't need somebody that will come and tell us this, that, speak good English and all that, give us, dash us maybe money, mobilization. Because once there's mobilization, you see the youth, Aneke ego, you see them there. But beyond that, we need to know if you can do these things for us as a leader. That is where we can vote for you. You need to be credible, you need to be competent, and you need to have integrity. You need to mean what you say and say what you mean.
All right. Let me just come down a bit to the key contestants in this election, and we'll speak mostly of three political parties, the APC, the ADC, the NDC in this regard. And I'm asking from these candidates...
You excluded PDP.
PDP? Yeah, okay. Right. Is PDP in the conversation? So tell me about PDP. Are they in the question?
Have you replaced PDP with APC?
No, are they in the question? You tell me. Okay. So,
it's not because I reminded of you that I'm not supporting. I'm only saying which party I'm
but since they know, it's good that we're having this conversation, because when I interact with most Nigerians now, and a lot of times they tell me that PDP are not in the question because we don't know the particular PDP that we're dealing with. Okay. It seems to be so. Which of the PDP are you talking about?
Wike PDP. Of course.
Okay. Is that the real PDP? What about the Turaki PDP?
Wike PDP.
Okay, the Wike PDP. So let's talk about security and then bringing these political parties into the conversation. What should you be expecting these parties and their candidates to be talking about when it comes to security?
Okay, we need them to tell us how. Okay, now. We are talking about state police, right? So we want to know the candidates that are for or against it. Just like the presidential election 2023, where we were talking about fuel subsidy, Obi said removal of fuel subsidy. Then Jagaba and Tinubu said the same thing also. Atiku was talking about privatization and a whole lot of things. So we want to know how, when it comes to the area of security, do you actually think state policing is good enough?
So state police should be a factor when we are talking about security.
Do you support it? Because the individual, the citizens support state policing. We need to have ours. But some persons are against it, are saying that can we control the arms going around? Yeah, but we need to really have state policing. We need to have somebody that knows that, see, this federal control of the police is not really helping us. We need to have our own that is answerable to us, that actually knows the nook and cranny of the state. Yes, let's have our own people, then the police, that can actually say, okay, I know this person is a criminal, this person should be tried. Not somebody who is out there that doesn't feel the plight of the people, that doesn't even understand the terrain. You know, we need to have somebody that knows the in and out of the state, that can actually say, okay, this place actually is a den of thieves. This locality we need to take care of. This place need to be an area of interest so that people can be aware of this place. That state policing is a thing.
All right, Honorable Kenneth, I may be coming at you with speed because we're mostly out of time. But, you know, if I understand correctly, this conversation, this campaign period should be that of ideas, devoid of the usual fanfare that we used to know. And I'm asking, how important is it that the conversation is about ideas and not the usual rhetoric? You know, speaking to two things now, the issue of hate speech. Things are soon heating up, you know, faster than we thought, and I want to get your opinion on that. Is how does it sit with you when it comes to these rhetorics, you know? And again, speaking about the hate speech in this instance, I'm equally asking the role you think that religion should play in all this, because we are beginning to get feelers, you know, from the religious angle that this campaign may not be devoid of religious antics.
Politics have never been devoid of religion, ever. I think what Karl Marx said, that religion is the opium of society, is talking about political and, you know, and the rest. You know, you cannot divide them.
You cannot
the politics will actually make you to become conscious of environment, you know, beware of what is happening. Then maybe if you want to agitate, that is when religion will not tell you, you know, it's not good to kill, it's not good to harm, it's not good to do this, stay, vengeance is for God.
So what you're telling me is not possible for us to separate this from these campaigns and the... But have you heard about the conversation making around with the sheikh, you know, saying that Nigeria is a Muslim state, that Muslims should vote for Muslims and not infidels?
So
and
that is the same thing I'm saying here. You know, it's between the Muslim and the Christian. And constitutionally, Nigeria is a Muslim state.
If I understand correctly, constitutionally, Nigeria is a secular state.
But it's there. You know,
no, the constitution says Nigeria is a secular state.
Everything enshrined, mostly, is a Muslim state. We have Muslims occupying Nigeria more than Christians.
In what?
In Nigeria.
In what way?
We have more Muslims than
geopolitically? There's no data to support that yet.
It's there. It's outside.
So what you're saying is that religion will continue to dominate the conversation.
Religion will play a major role. It always plays a major role in Nigeria.
Should that be so?
No, but the thing is that they're intertwined. Like, you can't separate them. You can't say. But the thing is that we just need our religious leaders to be. I'm looking for the right word to say. I don't want to say truthful, but at least let them actually live that this person is a member of my church, that this person is not a member of my church, and actually look at the right person. Peterobi, I don't think is much of a Christian. I don't even think he goes to church more than Remi Tinubu's wife. No, Tinubu's wife is a pastor. And the former vice president, what is his name?
Yemo Osibanjo?
Osibanjo was a pastor. There was a time they said he left, you know, to do politics. I don't know if he's back. So, and if you take this candidate, these people I just mentioned, the person that stands out clearly is Peterobi, but he doesn't carry that religious, you know, cloak on his head. But it's not. It should go beyond the church you go to, on which religious divide you all know. It should be, are you a good person? Do you have a good heart? Do you have a good spirit? Do you have clean hands? Can you actually do things to help and better your people? So it goes beyond the church. I'm even remembering what happened at the Adoration Ground 2015, right? When he was forced to make an announcement of the amount he's going to donate for the country. You know how he stood his ground in front of the people at the altar, in front of the clergy. You know, so it takes a whole lot of boldness and awareness for someone who has come in terms of himself. No matter what anybody tells him or her about God or the Bible, I'm a Christian. I go to church, but it goes beyond that. It's not just about because this person goes to my church, comes to my church, and he attends midweek service with me and Sunday service. Then if this person is not qualified, he's a bad person. I must vote for the person because he's my church member. No. Or maybe this person goes to the same mosque that I go to, and then he's coming out for a political position and I must vote for him. No, we're not doing that here. Religion shouldn't be what will blind us from the truth. Actually, it should be what we see through. We want to look at somebody. The life of Jesus Christ was not either Christian or Muslim. No. He was living a good life. He even came against the Pharisees and the Sadducees that are trying to preach that, hey, this a good person will vote for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Honorable Kenneth, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
You're still watching The Insights, and thank you for staying with us. And here we've been looking at the 2027 campaign, what Nigerians should expect. And with us here in the studio, speaking about these issues, is Honorable Kenneth Eze, who is the CEO of Agro Power Integrated Solutions. Honorable Kenneth, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, let's move a bit forward towards agriculture. And I'm asking, which of these political parties or candidates represent your idea of where Nigeria should be headed in terms of agriculture?
You know, right now, APC is actually doing something very well when it comes to agriculture. I think I will give it to Tinubu already, and Dr. Barrister Petermbah, the governor of Enugu State. Farmers right now are really happy. As a matter of fact, the distribution of fertilizer and the input supply, cassava stems, you know, all those things that are really going on right now, they are distributing these things to farmers in all local governments. Each farmer is going home with a lot of fertilizers, bags of fertilizers, inputs, seedlings, cassava stems. So they're really happy. We have enough for farmers right now. So I would say they have gone beyond that mere words, the rhetorics of saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. No, they are now giving farmers what they want. And we believe that this will continue, not just because we are in the political season, that's why they are doing this thing. No. Before now, there have been lots of trainings also, training of the youth, some guide training and all that. So I would just say, I would just give it without missing words that APC, they're really trying. The APC government is trying in terms of agriculture with what I'm seeing right now.
So based on your scorecard of the APC, the agricultural aspect shouldn't be a conversation in this campaign, or it should be an issue speaking to agricultural policies in this campaign?
I think whoever is bringing up agriculture as a campaign strategy or idea should give us different things that we are seeing right now. Maybe
different things from what you're seeing?
Like saying, okay, getting agro-processing zones or machines that can actually serve. But right now, when it comes to inputs, giving farmers incentives, you know, support, I think the APC government, you know, they are doing well.
Okay, so your expectation is that the conversation should go a notch higher,
than what we have right now. Yeah. But you know, agriculture is level by level, stage by stage. Now, when it comes to the production stage, they're actually doing well. You know, if you don't produce anything, there is no way you move to the second stage, which is processing. So, if anybody is coming to tell us anything now, it should be on the area of processing, or storage, or export. But when it comes to production, we are getting it right, That is where we are right now. Once we get to our production level right, when we can have food for everybody, they will now come to talk of storage. How do you preserve these things? How do you add value to the agricultural produce that we are getting out? So these are the kind of things. Then if I start hearing these things from other parties, I will say, okay, fine. I think we give these people a chance so that they can come and prove what they are saying.
All right. Kenneth, all these political parties, they are talking about being, leading at the helm of affairs in the nation, speaking to democracy. But we saw their primaries. Most of the primaries were charried. There wasn't any sort of transparency in the primaries. Yeah. How do we trust these candidates, these political parties, to lead in a democratic setup?
Exactly. It's like what I said before, finance.
Finance.
Yes. Why a political party, why a political candidate that is very credible would leave a party for someone who is less credible is because of money. He doesn't have much money to spend. Political party primaries in Nigeria is just showing of money. You go there, the person that has the deep pocket will get the ticket. So it's about what do you have to spend. So as a youth, how can you contest with this kind of people that have, they have done a whole lot of projects in their life that they don't even know what they'll use money to do than to give out. So you see, the battle is lost. So it's just about distributing money, sharing money, the primaries. That is why nobody can do primaries with Atiku and win him. You can't win Atiku in a primary election, no. He has the ticket.
But Buhari did. Buhari did.
With the money, right? You have to do with the money. And the power of incumbency, who is there. But just saying on a level playing ground, you are not in power, and you want to come and contest with Atiku, you can't win it. He has the money.
All right. When this campaign season, the political parties, they always align and remember the youth throughout these campaigns, and then after the campaign, you don't see much of the youth, exactly. Included in leadership.
Very painful. They will now go back to their relatives and families. But the youth will just have to come in and understudy this political terrain and know how it is, so that when it gets to their turn, they will know what to do. That is the risk that they take. But they can't help it. They need to really go into that place, that sphere, understand it, create alliances, friends, partners, mentors, leaders, bosses, so that they can help them. But thanks to political candidates that are actually bringing their friends and families on board right now to contest. Just like how we see the Osun governorship. Davido was there contesting for his uncle. So we need to see more people like these persons, families and friends, coming out to contest for their parents or for their uncles. They should be at the forefront. Yes, they should take the first bullet. Yeah, exactly. So when it gets to that turn, when they're in power actually, and they give the family and friends the position before their other, citizens, then they will say, okay, it's a welcome development. But not when it comes to the time of campaign, you will see them bringing in, people that are not related to them. But when it comes to, when they're in power and they need to now give position, they will now remember, okay, I have a family, I have a relative, so I have a second wife or third wife that I've forgotten, I've not been talking to. I need to give that person. In fact, I have a best friend in school that you have never spoken to in so many years. You now remember, okay, this person helped me in secondary school, I need to give him a job or a high job. No, you need to get these things right.
Right. Let me go into this direction. Just recently we saw a peace accord had been signed by the political parties and their candidates. And I'm asking, from where you sit, do you see the peace that was signed making any impact in terms of these campaigns going into 2027? Because we'll begin to see rhetorics, unwanted rhetorics, names calling, hate speech, so to say. And I'm asking, from where you sit, do you see any value to this peace accord that is always being signed, in whenever there is an election coming forward?
Yeah, I think it's to curtail the height of violence.
Does it work?
Yes, but I think we need to call ourselves to order, we the youth. We need to know that these political candidates are not in war. No, they are not even fighting themselves. They are friends. They are best of best. They understand this thing as a game. They are playing a game.
They understand it as a game.
Yes, they are playing chess. But they are using the lives of the common youth, the young person, to play this game. They will tell them to do this, do that. But when you see them talk on phone, you know, the phone conversation, or over when they talk, when they meet in closed areas, see that they don't keep grudges. They don't even have these things in mind. They talk as friends, as close parties.
All right.
So we, the youth, should actually talk to ourselves and say, no, we cannot kill ourselves for anybody. We cannot go and fight anybody for anybody. No. If I'm talking to you, we are doing this, let it know that it doesn't go beyond that place. It ends there. So when I see you, we talk and we laugh. That is how it should be.
All right. Let me ask you directly. Honorable Kenneth Eze, the CEO of Agro Power Integrated Solutions. What is your personal expectation in this campaign?
I want the best candidate with the best idea to win.
The best candidate with the best idea
to win.
That's the expectation in this campaign. What
Somebody
does that mean?
who is credible and who is competent, who can show us the way and walk the way. Somebody who we have seen to have an integrity that is unmatched. You know, somebody who loves his people. Somebody who cares for his people. Somebody who has the love and the fear of God in him or her. We want to see the righteous go in power, because that's what the Bible says. When the righteous are in power, the people rejoice. So we need to see these people there. We need to unseat those people that don't really care about the feelings of the people. We need to see somebody who will think and say, okay, what is this individual? We're not thinking about the whole 250 Nigerians right now. Each person counts. What is that little boy in far north Sokoto or Maiduguri or Benue? How is that person feeling? The displaced person at the IDP camps, how are they feeling? The innocent person that's in prison, how is he or she feeling? You know, we need to check these things. We need to check these things. We need that person that has the heart of the people to be there.
All right, but when it comes to agriculture, the APC is it for you?
They are doing it right now.
That's our time for today on the site. Thank you very much, Honorable Kenneth Eze. Thank you for this conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kenneth Eze is the CEO, Agro Power Integrated Solution. And to you, our wonderful audience, you've listened to the conversation. Let us know what you think about this whole conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity. On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Sport viewers, good evening everyone. How are you guys doing? Of course, it's a lovely, beautiful Monday morning here on Aneke TV, and it's your program, The Free Kick, where you are free to banter your neighbors, you are free to kick them, you are free to punch them, you are free to do whatever you want to do with them. But the only thing we don't advocate that you should do is to kick the bucket. We do not advocate that on this segment of this show, where you can banter your neighbors, your noisy neighbors. This is the segment where you have to tell them anything you want to tell them, and I can tell you that nothing is going to happen. They should take you anywhere. Tell them I said so, that you are free to tell them everything that you have in their mind. You pour it out. If you want to say something to them, you say it to them straight, look into their face and tell them, yes, your team is doing very bad, because I have a team that I want to talk to today. Today is a day I've dedicated to, say a few words to some team that, usually wear red and, enter the football pitch and claim to be old. Like I call them, they say they are red devil, but this time around I call them old devils. Even devils have advanced to a stage that it's becoming more prolific, more expertise and all that. But this time around they are beginning to, I don't know if they are like performing the famous Michael Jackson move that we all know, talking about the backslide. They do the sliding back. They are going backward in time. I don't know where they are going back to, but in terms of things that they achieve in football, they are no more counted as the great team that they used to be. So we can tell them that they are now beginning to tilt to the the road that the old ladies talking about Juventus are following right now. I can tell you that they might be following that path, and it's not a good thing. So we are here to let them know, to remind them that they are supposed to wake up and be a team that they are supposed to be. I am your one and only host worldwide. Hope you guys are doing great. And with me here is the sport oracle himself, the man that dreams, breathes, lives, eats, talk football. Mr. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Wisdom and Worldwide. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
You're doing great, right?
How was your weekend?
Well, my weekend was full of surprises.
Yeah, hope it was not a wicked weekend.
No, it can't be a wicked weekend because we're already on a platter of results.
Yeah.
Of course, some teams were not successful, just like you started with some Red Devils you want to ban.
Yeah.
Are you now saying that devil has advanced? That means the devil has AI.
Devil is now using some great advanced tools. He's now using AI to generate his own kind of images and temptation he's going to offer to the people. But the people that are claiming the Red Devils are not even advancing to that stage.
I really beg to differ that I am at your side this evening. So let's together find.
It's too early.
Let's together find.
It's too early to do this.
Who to deal with?
Don't forget, it was just about 3 days ago on Friday. You and Mr. Zonas, Arize, you were there, sitting down right there. Mr. Arize was here. I was there. And we talked about Manchester United when they played AC Milan. Remember, you guys told me that it was just a friendly match.
Don't talk about that.
No, I just want to remind you of something.
You want to talk about that?
No.
Should we talk about that?
Let me just land first.
No,
remember,
you have landed because you are sitting.
I want you to remember. Of course, you remember. The people told me that you people wanted Amorim to keep his job, to save his job. That of course he was your ex.
Well, you are now being
so I want to ask a question. That's why I'm bringing back that background. Now that you people have told me, people are just wanting him to keep his job, have his job. Amorim was a good friend to he was a jolly good fellow to Manchester United. What happened to Hull City? Are you guys also having a personal relationship that you guys are also in good terms with Hull City, that you guys also allow them to win? Because this is your first match of the season and you're already losing 2 goals to Hull City. Hull City, from Championship, not even a team in the Premier League. Championship side coming to beat Manchester United in the first opening match of the Premier League after Arsenal has played 3-0 against a Coventry side coming from the Championship also. What now happens? Is it that are you people extending that handshake you gave to AC Milan to also to Hull City to say, okay, we are welcome?
First of all, I would like to say that Manchester United, that they did not play well.
Of course.
It's obvious that they did not play well. So I want us to together find a team.
Okay, you want to quickly support on that? You're already tired of your team. This is not. We have not gone. We are not even yet in the middle.
And
of the
we
table.
together find a team.
Okay.
Like Tottenham.
Yeah, we will get to those people.
No.
Those people are like, no. Manchester United is like, when you put handcuff on two people's hand, they are just tied together. They have similar, peculiar characteristics.
Oh, peculiar.
They are peculiar in nature because those on that hand, they just spent a lot in this transfer season. Spent a lot.
And they are still spending.
They are still spending.
Oh, Mamush is coming.
Mamush is not. Is there. He's there already.
Another player they signed today.
Savinho. That's Mamush.
No,
Savinho is there.
They are actually going for another player. I think
today
they're going for Alvarez.
Julian Alvarez.
Yes.
Okay. Probably they will get him. So if you count how many players they have signed with good money, not signing player of
Mateus
25 million, is there. What's his name? Tonali. Is there.
Tonali is there. But I don't know why we are trying to be fast with our judgment.
Oh, no, we are not fast. This time, this is a bad session. We are not fast.
We are fast. You know why I'm saying we are fast? We are not
because it's just the first match.
We are not considering that this game that could be some repetition of history.
History against Brentford.
Yes. Let me tell you.
I can't remember that history.
Good. That's why I tell you, as the sports oracle, let's leave that.
Brentford are always used to beating Tottenham.
Brentford and Tottenham has a very good history together. I bet you go and get
if I should check the head-to-head, probably I won't see Brentford ahead of Tottenham in terms of wins.
I will tell you for a fact that their head-to-heads are not as you think.
Okay.
Because Brentford and Tottenham have been like a cat and rat over the time. They have not had an easy game.
But why I'm starting this early, Brentford and Tottenham, and let's take a look at what has been spent so far in this transfer window. Who have spent more? Who have made the signing? Imagine you investing, let's say you invested 5 million into your business and somebody came and invested 750,000. Who is expected to make more profits? Who is expected to bring out more outcome? Who is expected to generate more revenue? Are you not the one that has invested more that is expected to do so? Then we are now entering into the pitch with your, in fact, in their millions of players in the squad depth that you have with your great coach, De Zerbi. You are coming down. My brother, that game was supposed to be 4-0. Don't forget that there was a penalty missed by Igor Thiago. So imagine that Thiago has also converted his penalty. We will have been talking about 4 goals to nothing.
Okay, now we have it here.
The head-to-head, yes. I would love
matches
to
has been 12, just 12.
Okay.
And Tottenham has actually won 6.
Okay.
And Brentford has actually won 2.
Okay.
Good. Then they have had 4 draws.
Imagine, thank God you have brought the head-to-head.
No. Total score is just 32 goals. Tottenham has 19 goals. Brentford has 13.
Okay.
In the draws, there was no goal.
All right.
Now, Tottenham actually has scored total of 6 goals, and they have 5 goals, and Brentford has scored 1. Now, in G-Tech Community Stadium, Tottenham has scored 6. They had 1. English Premier League, Tottenham has scored 11 goals.
Okay.
Brentford has scored 5. Tottenham has scored 5 goals. Brentford has scored 2 goals.
Okay. So now, from this head-to-head that you have read out to our viewers, to yourself, and to me, just like you said before, Brentford, in terms of head-to-head, can you now correct yourself?
No, I correct myself. All I'm saying is
Tottenham has a better record. So now that they are coming to lose.
Tottenham has a better record.
Yeah.
But we can't take away the fact that Brentford too has some quality in their.
Yes, I'm not. After all, they're a football team. Even Hull City that played Manchester United, they are a football team. I should come out from there.
Come out.
Okay, even Coventry that played Arsenal.
Good.
They are a football team.
Okay.
They came to the Premier League to play football.
You're right.
So now, after my own particular area of interest is after spending so much.
Unlike Manchester United that didn't spend so much.
Manchester United, of course, did not spend so much.
But then we are having Carlos Baleba.
The incoming.
Yeah, incoming. In fact, he's.
Let's assume. I want to tilt to this direction. Let's assume that Baleba was present. Do you think the scoreline would be different?
Nope, because the scoreline will be very different, because what Baleba brings into that midfield, if you see the 2 goals, it was from set pieces.
Okay.
You could watch the game, you see it was from set piece, 2 set piece, you know, a free kick and also a corner kick.
Okay.
That was what caused 2 goals. And not that the keeper did not try, not the defenders. Manchester United has many problems now. First of all, defensive problem.
Okay.
Because you can't expect Maguire. Delete has been injured for over a year now.
Yeah, he has been deleted.
They're good.
No, continue.
They're too good.
I like Manchester United.
They're too good. Now, Delete has been deleted.
since December.
Since December, he has been deleted.
Okay.
Lisandro Martinez is not so fit. You know what? I think Manchester United's problem is not being so fit. Because I'm seeing lack of that fitness,
especially that defense.
That defense.
Yeah.
Even Harry Maguire looks stale, and you see Harry. You see some what's his name?
Luke Shaw. Are you talking about?
No, Shaw. Shaw should go and buy Shaw. He should go and buy.
No, there was a time Shaw was like the best.
There was a time Shaw was like, that was the time Shaw was like.
So now it's no more.
No, you can't. The thing is that you see, even in preseason, Chukwueze had to, ply that route of Shaw.
Okay.
He scored several goals through Shaw's route. You see the problem. Now, what I'm saying in a sense is that Manchester United is facing a team and a club that has the quality, but they have not even made a mark. You see the kind of people who are playing for Hull City. They are someone that had to come out of the Champions League. Championship. You see, that's the quality. But I'm not giving an excuse, because the game looked as though that was a preseason match. It wasn't as lively as it should. It was almost at the end of the game it became lively, while Hull City plays low block. So that's just far away. But if Manchester United faces Ipswich Town and they still play the same game, then there's a problem with the squad. It's not the coach, then it's the problem with the squad. And let me say something. Now, Arsenal is having some offers for Gabriel Martinelli. Arsenal is having some offers from Saudi, and they are looking at that offer, and they are going for Bakola. They are really bringing in and taking away. You see, they sold Leandro Trossard to Besiktas. Of course, they punched him yesterday
with Zolis.
You see, they now have to welcome Zolis. You see, so Arsenal is refreshing, bringing in fresh legs. But Manchester United has been with Harry Maguire for years.
But Harry Maguire is not the problem.
No,
in fact, if you guys take out Harry Maguire to bring fresh leg, who are you going to bring in?
That's the point. The point is not about bringing. How are you going to bring? Harry Maguire has been in Manchester United for years. I'm sure he went from captain to being disbanded. And from there, you see some other players coming up.
Don't forget last season, Harry Maguire was very influential for Manchester.
Yeah, he was
United.
very influential. The thing there for me is that Manchester United needs more training. They need to run all through the week. They really, really need that. But let's not forget the fact that other teams are not like there are other teams who are preparing, and football is not easy. Now, I'm not trying to defend them. I've already called them out, so that's why I say let's move to another team.
Let's just leave them a bit. But for me, Manchester United should not be losing to Hull City.
Yes, they should not be losing.
Not even losing without even scoring.
Without scoring a goal. And one thing again that should be at the forefront of the consideration of the matter is the lack of striking personality.
But there's Sesko.
Carry
just refused to play.
I think there's a problem with Sesko. Sesko is not still fit yet. If Ahmad was available, Mbeumo would have played 9. Then Kunha would have played left wing, and then Ahmad would have played right wing. That would be a good team. So Kunha will be replaced by Rashford.
Zegzi is available.
That's the thing.
Rashford is available.
He still has not trusted.
Then at the end of the day, he went to use Dogu as number 7.
Why he's using Dogu is because Dogu seemed to be Dogu is just a using boat on disguise. A disguise using boat. Dogu actually last season was fantastic.
Yeah, there was a time he became.
He was. In fact, even with the final game, he was very fantastic, and I will tell you, he was a fantastic guy. You will see him committing fouls for the team, penalties. He was really. I'm not gonna blame Carrick if he played Dogo actually, but it's just the quality that is needed on that place. Okay, so I really.
Don't worry, let me leave Manchester United alone for a bit, just for a little bit. I must come back to them.
No, that's okay.
I must come back because I remember pre-season when people were having good wins. One Atletico Madrid, one PSG. People were like,
yeah,
we are ready for anybody.
We are ready for this. But I want to say something. People have been calling out, Amorim, not in the bad light, but saying, oh, if Amorim was, people are so. Has this kind of
Manchester United should not even say.
No, it's Manchester. No. It's Manchester United fans that are saying.
People should not better wish Amorim to come back.
Manchester United fans, some fans that has lost their senses, has been saying that Amorim, look at what he's doing over there at AC Milan. You know what? I blocked 4.
Just because he won.
Good news. Good news. I blocked 4.
Amorim should come back.
No, that Amorim, he was trying to implement. They forgot that Michael Carrick played till the last game of the season with the same energy, and even in pre-season he played with the same energy. So you won't tell me is Amorim guinea.
Well, you will not blame them. I don't blame anybody for his own opinion. If they feel that Amorim of the Amorim,
their opinion
might be better for
their opinion would ruin my joy. I block.
Don't worry.
Good blocking.
It's all right. Carrick is doing well. Of course, you have said it's just the first match, and we are going to see.
Well, on Sunday by 4:30,
you guys will be facing
Ipswich Town,
where you guys should get a win from that. Don't forget, this is just people have not even started playing the big boys. And you are listening to the small boys.
Champions League
is coming.
No, if it was, let me tell you something. If it was Arsenal, the Manchester United face, or Liverpool or a big team,
it will be different.
Because
by the end of the day, they will lose.
Maybe
this Manchester United will not beat us now. Let's not just do all those daydreaming.
No. You said it.
It will only take. See, it will just be out of luck.
Oh,
in fact,
what is that?
I'm not sure it's going to be out of luck. It will just be Arsenal having a bad day.
What is that out of luck?
Manchester United versus Arsenal on a good day like this with this current squad, Manchester United is not going to get the win. How possible is it?
Let's talk about
how
something.
Possible is it?
Let's talk about something because last season they had less. They had to beat Arsenal.
How will you say they had less? They had Casemiro.
Only Casemiro. What other profile?
Only taking away Casemiro in that DM. Who has replaced him? Andre Santos.
No, don't mention him. Before I will.
So I'm telling you, they had better. At least Santos was not there. Rather, Casemiro was there.
You know the funny thing about if Casemiro was still in Manchester United, you won't have that kind of losing. You can't lose against Hull City.
You see, so that's a major blow that has gone.
It's the quality, but you see Carlos Baleba coming. You see, that's actually
coming from Brighton.
From Brighton, so that we can brighten other.
Where did Brighton finish last season with the presence of Carlos Baleba?
No. Carlos Baleba, you don't understand who that guy is.
Who is he?
That guy is
Baleba.
Is
it not
Casemiro?
Is the Casemiro? Is it not the best in the world of Premier? Is he even among top 5?
Yes.
It's not.
We mentioned top 5
in DM.
Yes, mention top 5. Mention.
What happens to Caicedo?
1.
What happens to Declan Rice?
2.
In Manchester City, what happened? Okay, Rodri is no more there, so I can't use Rodri. Is he better than Kovacic?
Okay, 3.
Let me go to who plays for Chelsea. Is he better than Enzo Fernandez?
Enzo Fernandez, you mentioned Caicedo.
is he better than Enzo Fernandez?
You mentioned Caicedo.
Caicedo is for Chelsea.
Yes,
Enzo Fernandez is also for Chelsea.
Okay.
If you go to Liverpool, is he better than Gravenberch?
Okay, 4.
I've mentioned 5. I've not come to Tonali.
4. Okay, Tonali 5.
So if I start going to each club, I'm bringing out their
Alex Scott.
So I mentioned 1. Another one.
Watson.
So when you start going down,
I'm mentioning the name so that you know
who is in Newcastle. I want to remember Newcastle's DM. I'm sure he's not going to be better. Joel Linton. Is he better than him?
Okay.
So I'm going to. You will see that at the end of the day, you get to 10. He's not even there.
Okay. I'm going to mention it. 11.
Let's go to transfer. Let me just leave you for now. Just breathe in.
11.
I will come back to you. Manchester United, of course, in the transfer, have completed the signing. Of course, Carlos Baleba, who is going to like Mr. Goodop have said, might be the savior that they have been looking for, to do the wonders in that midfield where Manchester United is lacking for a better DM. They just have Kobe Mainoo, who might not be 100% fit. We still have Tillemans, who we know is not a proper DM. Tillemans, in fact, is more of an attacking midfielder. So Petermbah is in fact, it has been unveiled as an official Manchester United player. So, still moving on forward in the world of transfer, we have Christopher Nkunku, the former Chelsea player who moved to AC Milan, is also going right away to RB Leipzig. That's talking about the German Bundesliga. So, you are going to see Nkunku play for Leipzig. Then, moving forward, Umar Mamouche, like we already said earlier, that he has been signed to Tottenham. So, you have seen that Tottenham are really hot in the signing of players, but they are not hot when using the players on the pitch. They have not given us the result for all the hot transfers they have done this season. We hope that it's just the beginning. We want to use that term for everybody that has lost this opening day of the Premier League, that is just the beginning. There will be better days ahead. Also, moving forward, we have the young man from Morocco who also has been signed to Manchester City. That the young man that has hair in the Moroccan team who featured in the World Cup, talking about Bouadi, has been signed to Manchester City. So these are the signings that have been confirmed, that of course he was not in the squad for Manchester City against Bournemouth, but I believe in the next match coming, this weekend, you will see him feature. And of course that midfield in Manchester City that was, earlier distorted, talking about Bernardo Silva leaving, Rodri leaving also for Barcelona, Silva leaving for Real Madrid, has almost been replaced. Kevin De Bruyne has gone to Napoli, not even this season, that was last season. So you have seen that midfield having to get that feeling again, where they are bringing in new names, talking about Bouadi, talking about Cheki, who is also a good attacking midfielder, and of course the young man that was signed for quite a number of fee, yet to produce result of why he's been signed for that kind of fee is also there. Then there is some inspirational will I say movement, the stars that change club that did well this weekend, that we are featured in their own team. That's we are going to look at just a few of them, talking about Carlos SP of Real Madrid, who had to give Real Madrid that 9-minute win against Espanyol. This guy, that was his debut match for Real Madrid, talking about a first competitive match, not pre-season, not friendlies. He had to get a goal from that match. Of course, Diamande also came in, had his own contribution. He was also influential in the goal that this Carlos SP also had to score. So he was part of the star people that had to help Real Madrid win that match. And also talking about Mason Greenwood, this guy has been so sensational, for Fenerbahce. This guy has produced about 6 goals just this season with friendlies, and of course the Turkish league is also on. He has scored a number of goals. Mason Greenwood has been sensational, the former Manchester United player. And also Mo Salah, the Egyptian king, in his debut match, he also had to get some goals from that match. He actually scored 2 for Trabzonspor, helping them to win that match. And also Anthony Gordon, who moved to Barcelona from Newcastle, also was, had to record his name on the sheet, where he had to score a goal in the match against Elche, where Barcelona had to trash them 5-0. Courtesy goes from Rafinha, courtesy from Gordon, and of course the young man that also moved from Dortmund, talking about Adeyemi. He was also part of the people that got a goal from that match. Then also talking about Ferran Torres, who had to be, in fact, the savior for Paris Saint-Germain, who were 2 goals down from the match. That in the kickoff they were already in the first half, they were already 2 goals down, and of course Torres had to come in the second half to rescue that team, having the match to end in a 2-2 draw. PSG could not secure the 3 points from that match, but they went home with a point, just to cover that shame of losing that match totally. And of course I've mentioned Adeyemi, who has also recorded his name in the scoring books of Barcelona for this season. Then moving forward, we have Harry Kane. He has also been in the news. He was part of the squad that won just the Super Cup versus Dortmund, this weekend, having to lift. That had made it the 6th trophy he is lifting, just leaving Tottenham. Was it 3 years ago? 2023, yeah, 3 years ago. He has lifted 6 trophies. Imagine Harry Kane still being in Tottenham. How many trophies do you think he would have gotten?
No. It would have been a big mess for him.
You're still struggling. You are going to see Harry Kane almost going to relegation last season.
He would have been still struggling, and it wouldn't have been nice. I will tell you for a fact. And I really appreciate the agent, someone who told him to go to Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
And Bayern Munich, they do big things. They know how to do big things. You will see them at the end of the day, after his contract is over, signing someone like Erling Haaland, and we are ready for that.
Yeah, of course, Bayern Munich are really doing the big things. You saw even Nicolas Jackson just coming into Bayern Munich, had to leave the club with some trophies. Also, he is back to Chelsea, and of course, he is also rumored to be loaned out. We don't know where Jackson might end up this season, if he's still going to play for Chelsea or he's going for a loan. Then still talking about the players that were influential this weekend, still talking about Rafinha. You know, I think Rafinha is quite underrated. This young man, we do not, almost all the spotlight in Barcelona are exclusively on Lamine Yamal. You know, even that Ballon d'Or that Lamine Yamal had to come out second position. If they had projected Rafinha the way they projected Yamal, probably there would be a different, because he was the better player even in Barcelona. He was the player of the season for Barcelona, but the PRO and everything were also promoting Lamine Yamal as their own candidate. So you will not take out, if you check the goals in that season, the assists, the contribution, it was all in favor of Rafinha. And now he has started the season. Don't forget the same match, Lamine Yamal was also present, but he could not get a goal from, or even assist.
I was wondering if Lamine Yamal was.
He was there. He was taken out from the game, I think, in the beginning of the second half. So he was present, but you can see that the presence was not felt the way we expected it to be. That okay, Lamine Yamal coming from the World Cup, the boy, you know, golden, in fact, part of the golden boys that you will see in this generation, playing a side like Elche, you are expecting him to get at least a goal or even an assist. But at the end of the day, the ball still came down to Rafinha, who had to put up a good, in fact, an outstanding performance. I will not use good for that performance. Scoring a penalty, getting a goal, also getting an assist. Of course, he was the man of the match for that game against Elche. Of course, Real Madrid also had to win. No goal from Vinicius Junior. He has not put his scoring tally yet. So there's still a lot. You know, we have been on the La Liga. We'll come back to Premier League just where we'll go for a short break, where we are going to read out all the score lines, and I will again revisit my Manchester United friend. I will revisit my Manchester United friend here, and even Manchester United fans out there. Of course, the quietness, the silence that we have been enjoying this weekend was sponsored by Hull City. So Hull City, thank you for keeping everywhere calm. The environment is very friendly for us. There is no too much noise outside, that you have your peace of mind. I know many Manchester United fans did not sleep well this weekend. I hope next weekend that is coming will be a different story for you. Let's go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the updates that we are giving you right here on the Free Kick. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From that brief short break is still your show, The Free Kick, where you are free to bant. In fact, this show promises to give you all the bant. And if you are there watching us, you can, you know, quickly look into your neighbor's eye and tell him whatever you have to tell him. Especially if he's a Manchester United fan, this is your opportunity.
But why Manchester United fan? Chelsea has not even played today.
It's because they have not played. What am I going to tell? What am I supposed to tell them right now?
That will not be easy.
No, what do you want me to tell Chelsea fans right now? Someone that has not played, there's nothing to tell him. You don't know if he's going to lose. You don't know if he's going to win. So right now they are safe.
Okay.
It's the people that have played, Manchester United and Tottenham, that we are concerned about. We are concerned about their health status, how they are faring. Of course, Manchester City will have been in this discussion. If not, you know, God had to, you know, put a helping hand to that team. They were so lucky. I was also planning for them, but anyway, as God will have it, they had to win that match, you know, come back from behind and win. And Liverpool, of course, also escaped. But we will still get to Liverpool, because that was just an escape that, you know, they had to put up, you know, on Sunday to, you know, get a draw from that match. I could tell you that there were so many things, so many irregularities, because how can you play to about 90 plus 10 minutes for an additional extra time that was supposed to be 6 minutes? So it was like the match should proceed till Liverpool gets a goal. But we'll get to Liverpool.
let's give you guys the game week 1 score updates for our fans, our viewers that might have missed those score updates. Let's just give you, let me read them out to you one by one, and we'll pick them one by one. Also, with the big teams, we don't have too much interest with the other small teams. With the big teams, starting from game day Friday, talking about Arsenal versus Coventry. Arsenal won that match 3-0. Of course, courtesy goes from Havertz, Saka, and Odegaard. On Saturday, 12:30, there were so many excitements.
12:30.
Yeah, you know what happened by 12:30? It was Hull City versus Manchester United, where the Manchester United you guys were not wearing red. It was not your favorite jersey. You say, okay, now I see why you guys lost.
Even against AC Milan.
Yes, you people were wearing white. No, not white. I think that other color, blue. So now you guys are wearing white. So anytime you guys wear white, you lose. Wow, you are not representing white very well. Of course, Real Madrid wears white, and they do the winning. How come people are wearing white and losing? White is supposed to be angel.
They have Carlos SP.
Supposed to be clean. You guys are not supposed to dirty the white. But now, you people are having too many stains on the white. It's not good.
It's not good.
Don't wear white anymore.
Don't wear white anymore.
So, of course, Hull City had to play Manchester United, and of course, they had to trash Manchester United. In fact, this goal scored first half. First half, it was already done. The match was already ended. Manchester United fans were saying, okay, don't worry, the second half, we'll be back. I said, okay. You guys will be back. Back to where? Back to Canada. Abi? You guys were singing back to Canada. You guys will come back. But
yeah, that's your favorite song.
My favorite song, Canada. I can't, that song does not leave my head. Magneto, you did a good one in that song. So at the end of the day, I can tell you that match, despite all the substitution tactics, every other thing, Rashford had to come on, do his best. Maguire had to be fronted to. No, Rashford. That's why I say it could have been better if Dogu went to his position, played from where he knows how to play best. Rashford is a winger. Even if Kuya is having to play that 9, no problem. Let Rashford be there. Someone that will create more assists more than Dogu. How many crosses does Dogu know how to do? How many important chance creating passes does Dogu know how to place a good pass? So you using him as a number 7 is an experiment that you will not probably get out of. You might be lucky to get the win for one day, but it's not something you will do every time and you get the result. So moving forward, of course, Everton had to play Crystal Palace. They won that match 2-0, and also Ipswich, it's the side you guys are playing this coming weekend. You can see that they've won their first match 2-1 against Sunderland, against Brian Brobby's.
Brian
Brobby. They won Brobby's club.
But we'll see what's going on. Like, is there any small team in?
There's no small team anymore. There is no small team.
Imagine Ipswich Town.
In fact, there's no small team, and you can really say big teams are also reduced. You can't really say that the era of big teams. That Manchester City struggled to win Bournemouth, and don't forget Bournemouth are the ones that are away. Manchester United, Manchester
City,
they struggled.
Bournemouth scored first,
and almost even went away with.
Like when I saw the score, like, ooh, what's going on
here? They were already, in fact, they won one of the half. And Manchester City had to
imagine someone like Ryan Chakri
not coming into that match.
It would have been.
No, if Chakri did not come into that match, tell me how they would have scored. That talks about same thing that we talked about. Who you are using? You did not use the right people. You went to use O'Reilly as the midfielder, somebody that is supposed to be creating passes. You left Chakri on the bench. Foden started. Of course, he's supposed to start. The rest people, but O'Reilly is not, is not that kind of person that will give you the passes. But you decided to experiment him. Not until you took him off and brought in someone that can create chances. He had to now go and start taking over corner duties. You saw the second goal where
Who's that?
Chakri was when he came. The first goal was from a corner where Goy had to knock the ball, and then the second goal he had to slide the pass to Guardiola. Had to become an attacker also because Erling Haaland has gone to scrape his hair. I don't know if he scraped the way the goal scoring ability.
Yeah, he's actually gone to scrape his hair, and you could watch that video where he called Pep Guardiola, and Guardiola was like, "Who was that, man?"
And even
Zlatan
told him not to cut that hair because he might just be that that's where your just normal superstition, that's where your luck or where your scoring abilities come from. Zlatan, when he was still playing football, he has his own hair, and you see that this guy scored the number of goals. So he already told Haaland then that don't take away this your hair. But now he has taken it off. First game, no goal. Let it not be that
he took up. He said that.
Let it not be what we are thinking. First game no go.
And you know who took the hair for him?
We might not know if.
Okay, it's on the internet. It's the girlfriend
that took the hair away from me. Imagine. So we are going to see what's going to happen. Then of course, still talking about the scoreline. Nottingham Forest had to play Leeds, and of course Leeds had to lead Nottingham Forest into the Forest and beat them 1-0. Because Forest invited Leeds to the Forest. Then Leeds had to lead them out of the Forest, take them to their own forest and beat them 1-0 in their own forest. So of course Leeds came out with a victory. No, it's bad when you go somewhere. These are one of, in fact, in all the matches that we have, Leeds were the only one that won away. In all these matches that we have, the highest that home could do was a draw. That was Newcastle versus Liverpool. The rest we are won in the home ground, and we are having a Monday night Raw today between Fulham and Chelsea.
That game will be. I really watch that.
We would love to go and see that one.
It would be a clash of.
I know your interest. What you are praying for is for Chelsea to lose.
Who told you? Are you living in my heart?
Okay. Do you want Chelsea to win?
What kind of question is that?
Will you love to see Chelsea win?
I would love to see the owner of Stamford Bridge
football club.
But there's an owner of Stamford Bridge that gave it.
The real owners are here to play, football, and of course the tenants will have to play that match with them, and we are going to see what's going to happen later today. Chelsea, I believe Chelsea. They will do.
No, I believe Chelsea. That's why if you can actually see the game together.
No, don't worry. We'll see it together. And we need to have a Chelsea fan sit with us also, just like Manchester United. If they just call Chelsea 1-1, then of course the rest matches Brentford. We have let's just leave sports alone, because I know there are few of Tottenham fans. I can't even. I don't know if
it's only Chelsea that is playing this evening.
Yeah, it's only Chelsea. Tottenham have not
seen the real. Why is it only Chelsea that is playing this evening?
When do you want them to play?
Actually, I would have wanted Chelsea to have played yesterday.
When the big boys, people that are going to Champions League, are playing weekends, so that they will have time to rest for Tuesday and Wednesday. Imagine that we have.
I hope you know that the Premier League too. There's Friday match.
There's Friday match. Arsenal played Friday, but you can't put someone that is playing in the Champions League to play on Monday. Imagine he has match on Tuesday or Wednesday. Do you want him to play on Monday? So Mondays are left for who is not playing for the Champions League, who is not playing the Europa. He can play on Monday. So that's where you find most people playing on Monday. When there's a match week or match day for the Champions League, you can't put somebody. So that's the whole idea. That's why Chelsea has. It's just the domestic they are going to play. Most of the time they are not going to travel out of England this season. They are just going to be within the confines of England and play their football. Then we also have Brighton. This Brighton had to brighten Aston Villa's day. They had to brighten. There was so much brightness in that stadium.
And remember, Garnacho played.
When Emery wanted to bring in Garnacho, he looked at the bench, he looked at everybody, and when he saw Garnacho, he just shook his head. He said, "This is the end." That's what he just said.
You know that song? This is the end.
Because you are looking at your club is some goes down, and you are looking at who you are going to bring to salvage you, and you are seeing Garnacho. You are not seeing Watkins. You are not seeing Morgan Rogers. You not saw Garnacho, and you looked.
But what happened to Aston Villa?
Aston Villa, I don't really. They sold
their
key players, and they are not replacing the players. You have sold what is this called? Even the defender, their defender, Lucas Digne. You have sold him. You have not. Konsa has gone already, right? Eric Konsa has gone to Arsenal. Watkins now is being rumored to either going to Saudi. And you see Morgan Rogers has gone to Chelsea. Now you have him, John McNeil, who is still there. Tillemans has gone. Imagine selling this caliber of players. And I don't know how you expect to just automatically. The Aston Villa we knew last season is not the same Aston Villa.
And Unai Emery, he just did business. Well, I'm expecting them to sign, people like Garnacho more, so that can.
Well, they will take their club to where they are going to. So we have given you guys the score lines, just how it was on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Of course, I have not mentioned Liverpool. Newcastle versus Liverpool had to end 2-2. There was no winner.
That match you said that Liverpool had to take extra.
Liverpool were like till Liverpool score.
Like what kind of thing is that?
Because the extra time was 6 minutes. No matter how you delay, there was few delays. Normally players want to delay the time just to get the final whistle and all. But at the end of the day, that penalty came in the 90th plus 9 minutes. After they converted the penalty,
That was the end of the match. Final whistle, Liverpool has equalized. You know, then they used to accuse Manchester United of being the culprit for this team. Where Alex Ferguson was doing this team very well. Now, even last season, Liverpool are doing this a lot. You will see that the match, check Liverpool matches last year, especially the beginning part. The extra time given, if they are losing, usually used to be very, very long. They can give about 7, 10.
Like, why?
Extra time. How many? What are they playing? So you see that I think they are back to this, and maybe they are just tilting to that direction. Then we are going to see Fulham versus Chelsea later today. I've given you guys the scorelines. Fulham versus Chelsea. Yeah. Well, we go for 2-1.
Who's winning?
Somebody will win. I just have that feeling that Chelsea might win that match.
If Chelsea actually wins this match, when I come in the morning, I'm going to get you something.
If Chelsea win.
If Chelsea win, I'm going to get you something.
Okay, yeah, something is better than nothing. So
yeah, you're right.
I will accept that. But don't forget, I will remind you. But I'm going to bring to you like I told you, I will come back to Manchester United.
No, why?
I will come back to you.
Move on.
No, I'm not moving on. In this world of banting,
young man, move on.
You see this world of banting? We don't move on.
Yeah, we don't move on, and I'm back with you at Manchester United.
We don't move on.
So
you are not supporting me. You are Manchester United. You are sitting down there as Manchester United.
What if I change club?
You can't change right now.
Well, I can't change.
You will wait till when you play your season. After this season, you can sign your contract on another thing. But I want to bring to you a picture of Brian Mbeumo and Mazraoui. Do you know that these guys, they look so much alike?
Oh yeah,
so much alike.
They look so
you
much
think
alike.
you have him
they fat and they slim.
They are so much. The beards, the haircuts, the same. You think they are just these are two Igbo title chief. Playing in the world of. When you see the picture, you will know what I'm saying. They look so much alike, but at the end of the day, there was no result coming from these two.
But remember that it's just first game. Yeah. Everyone is saying it's just first game.
First game matters.
But we're gonna see what happens as the game starts.
It's 38 games. 38 minus 1 is 37. People have gotten 3 points from their first game. It matters. At the end of the day, it's a point system. The number of points you are able to accumulate at the end of the season is what gives you the league. So if you are losing your first game, imagine your first 5 games, that's 15 points. You are getting maybe just 6 points. And someone like Arsenal has gotten 15. I wonder when you are going to catch up. That's Arsenal is going to have to start losing. And you know that when this league gets that intensified, in fact, it's possible that anybody would lose. You losing this teams have not gained. They are not yet balanced though. You are losing to what's it called, Hull City. When the teams are balanced, what will now happen?
Do you get
when you are playing like Bournemouth? That you cannot come and beat them.
You still have someone like Junior Kropi there.
Kropi is still there. When you now go to Sunderland to meet a robbery, Sunderland has lost their first match. Imagine Sunderland beat Manchester United second match. You think they will get the win? You have not started mentioning Arsenal, Liverpool, Tottenham, Manchester City.
The league is going to be very strong.
Well, and we just hope that the league is going to come back and help Manchester United. But if you are opportune to see this picture I'm about to show you of Kunha, Mbeumo, and Amad Diallo, where they are dancing. When Kunha scores the goal, he does that. He's dancing celebration. But I would have loved you to see a picture where he has, they had to celebrate in another form. With a great attire that they are celebrating. Of course, they could not get a goal, but they had to celebrate something. So they are dancing, quite cultural dance. They are doing that. That where you are beating that talking drum and every other thing. They are having a great time. And my question now goes to you. There is a Manchester United fan that has not barbed his hair.
Yeah, it's 467 days, 468 days of not barbing.
He has not barbed his hair.
It's getting to 500.
You guys don't want it to barb his hair.
No, you guys don't want it to barb his hair.
Just win 5 matches. 5 straight. Just win 5 straight.
5 straight
matches. Is it too much to ask?
Is it too much to ask?
No, really.
No,
why?
No, on a serious note.
You have had your hair cut. The young man, you guys don't want him to barb his hair. Why? Why you guys wicked?
Yours. You will not touch your
beard. If you're supporting Manchester United, that will make me. I will say if going 5 straight with, I will not touch my beard. They just know that I'm not ready to even just barb again.
No, you can barb, but you're not going to touch here. Or you can touch.
By the end of the season, you will not be seeing my face because is Manchester United going to win 5 straight matches? Since last season, do you know when this guy starts? Almost middle of last season, just begging Manchester United win 5 straight for me. Let me cut my hair, and now he has weave on his hair. Because this one is no more.
No more hair.
If you just remove this hair now, go and put it in a Ogbete market to sell it, he will earn good money. So for me, he has a good business starting here. And Do you know the way your trophy looks like in your trophy cabinet right now? They are so... In fact, when last did you win a trophy?
Okay, back to Ipswich Town.
This is a sincere question.
When last did you win a trophy?
When last did you win a trophy? That should be 20.
Are you asking Manchester United?
I'm asking you.
That's 2024.
On behalf of Manchester United. That's the FA Cup.
Yes.
When last did you win the Premier League?
When last did Liverpool win the Premier League?
You have just put yourself... You put
yourself
in trouble.
I'm asking because...
Before Arsenal, who won the Premier League?
That's Liverpool.
Okay.
That's when last they won.
Even Chelsea in this 2020, was it 2021,
has
won the Premier League, won the FIFA. Manchester City has also won several times. Now you people that were supposed to be part of the big boys.
You know the funny thing, I'm supporting you to criticize Manchester United.
Okay, you're not a Manchester United fan.
No, I am, but I'm supporting you to criticize them. So let's do it together.
Okay, so I just want to show you a picture of how the trophy looks like. You know, it's not more golden, it's not more shiny, it's quite rusty. They have to do some sandpaper. If you see the picture, they are so dusty that they have to be cleaning. In fact, you cannot clean those trophies again. They are quite old. The Premier League you people won last, I think about 2012, or was it 2011, 2012, 2012, 2013 season? Is getting so rusty. So you guys have to do something. Come back, Manchester United.
They should do something.
Mr. Good Hope, Manchester United, do something. This season was supposed to. From what we saw, we are seeing the sign. Shakira sang a song in the World Cup. She has sung another World Cup song, and you guys won the last one when she sang in 2010.
Now she forgot to mention that anytime Arsenal wins the Community Shield, that Manchester United
then anytime Barcelona gets a player from Manchester City, Manchester United the last one they got a Gundogan. So you guys should follow this pattern.
Anytime Arsenal wins, anytime Spain wins the World Cup,
Manchester United. The odds are in your favor, but I don't think this is the way you people will start the odds.
No, that's not the way they will start.
Or you guys have a technique you want to use. You guys want to give us a surprise.
But we're gonna see what happens.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
We're gonna really see what happens.
We have seen all the scorelines. I don't want to go back to the. But before I go, let me drag Liverpool a bit. You know the price. It's in fact the total money for just 2 players can buy almost, let's say, 7 to 8 players. Talking about Alexander Isak and Florian Wirtz,
yes.
Who have not yet performed,
shown any class.
Why they should be signed for that huge amount of money.
Of course, I understand Liverpool, and I don't know if I'm feeling emotional for them, because Liverpool themselves now are going through a lot.
They're going through a lot.
I'm feeling emotional for them because Isak has not shown class, and you're having Florian Wirtz hasn't done anything.
Who played all through last season.
You see, it's not really working out as they were thinking. But that's what business is. Sometimes you get the money, sometimes you lose the money, sometimes.
So this is an investment that might have just gone down the drain.
Yeah, but we can't write anyone off, even though we banter.
We are not writing them off.
We're not going to write Florian Wirtz. If you're
when is this supposed?
We're not going to write Fior.
First season has gone. He has played his first season. We are not writing him off, but Fior should have been, for that kind of money. Your first season should be spectacular.
Is it because they
for that kind of money?
What of Etikite?
He's injured. We will not say the same because he's injured.
What of Isak?
Isak now is that not the person we are talking about? When Isak was in Newcastle, do you know Alexander Isak? He was performing. I wonder whether it's because he has moved to Liverpool that he has been pulled down. I don't know what's happening, but he has not been in his best
form. His liver was pulled down.
He does not have the liver anymore because, of course, I know he came back from injury, but since then he has not been performing. But just before we go, I want to just visit one of the GOATs because, of course, it's part of the GOAT. In the world of football, if you list 5 players, you are going to list him. But his side, since signing agent, there was an agent that was signed to Inter Miami. Many of us thought that agent from Manchester United was going there to better the life and properties of Inter Miami. Since when that agent arrived to Inter Miami, the last 5 games that have been played, I will read them out to you. Inter Miami versus Monterrey, 1-2. That is to say Inter Miami 1, Monterrey 2.
Yeah.
Inter Miami versus Lyon, 2-3. That is to say Inter Miami 2, Lyon 3. Nashville versus Inter Miami, 4-1. Philadelphia versus Inter Miami, 2-2. Lastly, but not the least, Inter Miami versus Toronto, They were taken to Toronto.
Toronto,
Canada. In fact, Toronto, Canada. My favorite song. Yeah. And Toronto, in fact, Toronto visit them. They visited in Miami. Canada came to visit them and brought that good vibes.
With Magneto.
Magneto was there, and you know they had to trash Inter Miami 2 goals to 1 in the presence of an agent. We're supposed to be an agent that is supposed to show them the lights, but it's
an agent.
This agent came towards the back of the tunnel and took away the light at the end of the tunnel. Now there's no more light at the end of the. And Lionel Messi has been crying. What's happening?
Will you blame him?
I can't blame him. But when they were winning, they were praising him.
Yes.
Now they are losing. What am I going to do?
It actually looks like there's this bias where Lionel Messi is, and I'm kind of saying, oh my God, that's not really how it should be. Because when you watch their games, you see Lionel Messi being favored, like their team. You know, I watched a highlight. You know, that ball has gone out of play. You know, the throwing line.
Yeah.
But someone had to kick it and keep moving.
Bring it back to
he has gone into throwing. Then someone had to kick it in and started moving it. And I was like, wow, that's the real
the effect.
That, you know, it's just like, you know, saying I have an effect, a standard effect where you are. So like, okay.
So that's why you can't say I will not blame him, because when they were winning, even when he's not the one that scores the goals, if you check the poster, you will see Messi at the front page. Messi in time Miami gets the win. Messi in time Miami again. Now they are losing. You want me to go and be calling Luis Suarez or Sergio Busquets? No, it's the same person I will call. Because I remember my friend, I have a friend that anytime they win, we will come, they will start bouncing. I'm not an Inter Miami fan. You are not an Inter Miami fan. You are just a Messi fan. You will start bouncing. You now have to go and check whether Ronaldo even won his match, because you will say we are Ronaldo fans, him is a Messi fan. Did Messi score in that match? No, but they won. You say yes, Messi. Now they have 5 games straight. They have not won.
And they have not won anymore.
So it's the same Messi. I'm still going to call.
We're still going to see what happens.
Now the Champions League is almost back. We are going to be seeing that favorite, that sound. When you hear that sound, you know the Champions League sound. But unfortunately, there's a club that will not be featuring in this year's Champions League. So very painful. Very painful. So sorry. That club, they wear blue.
Let them finish the match this night.
Okay, they should finish and we'll get back to them.
When they finish, we'll get back to them.
But it's not going to be easy, when you are traveling around the world.
We're going to see. Let them finish first.
Now somebody has to borrow your stadium to be playing the Champions League. So anyway, Chelsea fans can just come, sit down in the field, just enjoy the Champions League. Of course, it's their stadium. They will hear the music once more and enjoy the moment, even though another person is playing.
It's important.
Shakhtar Donetsk does not wear blue. It would have been sweet if that they wore blue. To just be like, okay,
would you want them to replace Chelsea?
They should just be wearing blue and play their match. I hope they have a jersey that is blue, because I know their jersey color is not blue. Then finally, before we go, I just want to present to you two of Africa's, let's say, if you mention 5 strikers in Africa, you can't let out these 2. I just want you to pick one out of the 2 without being biased. Of course, none is from Nigeria, so you can't add any symptom or atom of being biased. Samuel Eto'o and Didier Drogba.
Samuel
Eto'o has played 754 games, scored 368 goals, 121 assists. Didier Drogba, 688 games, scored 302 goals, 125 assists.
Samuel Eto'o.
You pick Samuel Eto'o, Fils Jr. Well, Samuel Eto'o, we enjoyed Eto'o.
Yeah, Eto'o was
Barcelona.
Eto'o was really, really good. Yeah.
Eto'o in Barcelona was like.
And Inter Milan too.
Yes, Inter Milan, but I watched him more in Barcelona.
Yeah, he's really
prolific.
Yeah, he's really a good guy. He's really, really good.
But Didier Drogba, we can't take anything away from you. One thing I will always remember Didier Drogba for that, I've not seen player or a player that does it better than him is his chest control. If the ball is coming from any angle, Didier Drogba will chest. It's that chest control. He has it. In fact, I've not seen till today a player that controls the ball with his chest better than Didier Drogba.
Well,
no player I've not seen it.
That's what it is.
That's 2 prolific strikers that that graced our when we started watching football at the year 2003 and enjoying football. These were the 2 strikers that, in fact, I can tell you that if not for anything, if not that you have to make a choice, just pick one from these 2. That I will say, okay, I love Samuel Eto'o, Fils Jr. But at the end of the day, Drogba was somebody that we all enjoyed playing football in Chelsea. And this is where we are going to draw the curtain on this edition of the Free Kick. I hope you guys had a lovely time. Don't forget, when you see a Manchester United fan, please do well to give him cold water. Just cold water to, enjoy or cool down or calm the pressure. He should ease his nerve, because they are really going through a lot. To be a Manchester United fan right now in Nigeria is not really easy. All the things that the country is bringing to you, you have to now add Manchester United to it. It's not really easy. Give them cold water if you have. Inter Miami fan, give them cold water. Tottenham fans, give them cold water. And later tomorrow we are going to know if we are going to give Chelsea fan or fans cold water or not. But I remain your humble host worldwide. And Mr. Gudo, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
I hope your club,
it's a pleasure.
It's
a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Makes your next
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
No, I just want to wish you.
It's a pleasure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gudo, for being here. We will do this again on Friday, same time. Bye-bye.
na sada zumunci babu magana kudi babu magana arewa duk wanda ya ga dan dambe ya burge shi alheri suka zo na kuma sun kama jihar Kaduna zumunci ne wanda tun da aka buɗe gidan damben nan ba a sami ƙungiyar tiyaka ba saboda aka ba wani maganar gurma da ba kudu ba arewa duk wanda ya abin da yake kirkir da Allah a musu kara su ma su san cewa sun zo jihar Kaduna ko da sun tafi su yi alfahari da garin ta ga dambe na an koma tsakanin ba abin gambo da shi da mai sallah wai barista wai kana ina ne a nan babin gambo ne ko mai sallah ne ya fa ba wani magana kudu ba ta aka duba za ka kishi kana ganin mamarwa da zafin shi ya shigo wai da ana sami kacce kake yi to dai idan ka an tashi tafi su da sanawa suke wannan abin da ya tafi da kanka ko kacce kake yi ta duniya wula ina ba dan mana ba su ba su fara shi suriya subhanallahi ba abin gabo wani kana wani Allah na la ilaha illallah wa la ilaha illa kasa la hawla wala quwwata bi sallah ne sallah masallaci aikin ka baya baci ne sallah qalu inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un kowa ya sallah haka ya kusanta ci da ubangiji shi aikin ka baya baci ne sallah dambe tsakanin ne sallah da ba abin gabo wani kana wani Allah na subhanallahi wani ake da rega mutuwa wani ake da rega mutuwa la ilaha illallah wani kana wani Allah na kafa ce da kafa la ilaha illallah muhammadur rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wanda ko kuwa la haula fi sha'atillah hannu ya aiki ba ga gambo to da sallah biyo uban kai rabo ta ci rabo ya ci rabo ya rantsa sai da shi subhanallah wani kana la ilaha illallah muhammadur rasulullah gaishe ka da abin gambo gaishe ka mai sallah kullum minti biyu da dambe kalu inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un wani ake da ranga mutuwa da abin dambe ko sabu kai gida sai ya kai subhanallahi ta yankan ne wannan da practical ne kowa da yan damben da suke cikin gidan nan duka yan damben Najeriya rabin su da duka suna cikin gidan nan saboda haka gobe da wuri za a fara dambe da wuri gobe za a fara dambe ta sauran ku sakon 30 sauran ku sakon 30 la ilaha illallah bura uban nan kai ne sallah ka iya kano yaro iya ka iya kano yaro iya ne sallah na ya yi mutum da sarkin sa subhanallah musa shago amadu
we have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ofotu. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful Monday morning. You're welcome, and thanks for joining us this morning.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning, and thank you for joining us here on Sunrise.
It's a beautiful morning, Ms. Uche. I see how ready you are for the new weekend. How you've been so together. And I really want to thank you so much for being someone who we can look up to at times that it's not timing. You know, we're not in the same time zone. Of course, you saw what happened over the weekend. Liverpool had to draw 2-2. And you are a very bona fide Liverpool fan.
You had to start. You really had to start with that.
All right.
I was looking forward yesterday. While I was watching that match yesterday, I was like, okay, Mr. Uche, I hope you have something to say.
You see, I enjoyed my time, and then I saw a Liverpool team. I saw a Liverpool. You asked my opinion.
Did you see the
match?
I want to hear what about Liverpool.
You know, I watched that match. Yes, it's not what we wanted, but one thing that made me excited is that the Liverpool DNA is still retained in the team. It's not out yet. There's that spirit that made us Liverpool, that made us champions of England over the years, the best performing team in England. And when it comes to Europe, that spirit is still in our DNA, and that's for me a take away from that match. And I still stand. Remember my prediction, beginning of the season. I told you that Arsenal, Liverpool. And I still, I stuck to that, and I saw a team that will come good, as we go into the season. Leave the whole labalolo about those who do well. Arsenal at the moment is feeling like the invisibles. Quite understandable. Do I have to, throw away Man United as a never do well? No, it's beginning of the season. One thing that is obvious, though it's the beginning of the team, but the DNA of Liverpool is still seen, felt in that very much.
It's very too early to determine.
But to cap it, Liverpool started better than Man United.
No, Liverpool did not start any better than Man United.
What is the scoreline?
It's not about
what is the scoreline? No, what is the scoreline?
At the end of the day, it's scoreline. It's about your possession was.
I pitied you up through the weekend. I pitied you up through the weekend. I understand that you may be going through some psychological trauma, being that Arsenal didn't win. And Reno, took a pity and you didn't give me a lash this morning. But I will be so kind. When we get to that point, I'll be prepared.
All right. Because we are now going into where it's getting heated. Let's go to where it will come. There will be some calm. We're going to our quote of today, talking about what we are going to be inspired. What are the inspirations we're going to be bringing your way this morning? Looking at an African proverb which says, a river cuts through rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence. This is self-explanatory. A river cuts through the rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence. Persistence is very important. Persistence is very, very important in anything you do. When you're persistent, you can cross the line. It's not just about the strength alone. It's about the persistence. That's why in the kingdom of animals, you will see that the tortoise is very, very persistent. It may not have the speed, it may not have the resilience to maintain some speed or some tenacity to run very fast. But you could see that guy called the tortoise, it is very persistent. I mean, it could be anybody. It could be you. It could be me. It could be any whatever. It could be a living organism and living organism, whatever it is. So this morning you have to be persistent. Whatever you're building, whatever you're doing, whatever it is, however it is, just keep doing what you're doing that is right. You will break into the world where you want to break into, and you will break the jinx. And you could be the first or the last, or you could set a record that would make something last.
A river cuts through rock, not because of its power, not because of its beauty, not because of its strength, not because of I'm the most magnified, I'm the most glamorous rock in the river. No, it's because of its persistence. The reason why a river can cut through the rock is not because the rock has allowed it, oh, you're the river, just because you're a river, I'll allow you to break through me. It's because the river has been persistent on the rock. The thing about facing odds, and beating the odds is because the odds and the system has never been set to favor anyone. The people that have excelled in various endeavors in life, it's because they have chosen or they chose to succeed. And success does not come on a platter of gold. No one is handed success just because. Everyone that has ever succeeded at something, and I've excelled at them, is because they have decided to be persistent. They have decided to stay faithful. They are not the 1 day in, 10 days out. They are constant, like we say, they are constantly grinding. The idea or the picture of the life they desire or the picture of the future they see is constantly before them, that they never lose sight of what they are pursuing. So in essence, this is to encourage us, just like Good Hope I've said. It's not about waking up to a dream. It's not about having a dream. Martin Luther King said that he has a dream, but he did not just sleep on those dreams. He worked towards it. We saw the things he did. We saw the letters. We saw the meetings. We saw the rallies. We saw the protests. It is someone who takes a system by force that breaks through a system. It's not someone who relaxes and expects the next person to fulfill a dream. If you see a situation that you need to change and the system is not set to favor you, you need to find a way to permeate through that system and make it work. And that's the persistence we're talking about. No one has ever gotten anything, like I said, on a platter. You need to pursue. You need to stay steady. It's not just to pursue. It's about to be consistent with integrity, consistent if you're doing business, consistent with quality. There's an ability to downtone or downplay the quality of what you do because you feel, oh, it's going to take a longer time. If you started on a 10, stay steady on a 10. It might take 20 years. The person that discovered electricity tried 99 times before he succeeded on the 100th. And the Bible says a righteous man may fall 7 times. It's not in the falling that makes you, a winner. It's the ability to rise and to pick up yourself from where you've fallen and move forward.
We may not hold the power today, but through the power of persistence, we can effect the change that we all want and desire. A number of times we speak to the things we do not want. We speak to those who hold power. But when we realize that the power we have comes through persistent knocking on the door, persistent push, we can achieve all that we want. So the bottom line in the quote today, a river cuts through rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence, lies there the wisdom of our African forebearers in letting us realize that being consistent, persistent, that we can achieve whatever goal we set before us.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top